The night fell like a vast piece of dark silk, gently yet firmly enveloping the entire city. The streetlights along the road lit up one by one, their warm yellow light appearing somewhat lonely in the cold winter night. Lin Yunze, a teacher at a local high school, stood at the window of his kitchen, gazing at the gradually darkening sky outside, his eyes filled with anticipation. Today marked the 5th anniversary of his marriage to Jiang Minjie, and he had made a special effort to leave work early to prepare dinner for them. The dining table was adorned with a pristine white tablecloth, set with exquisite tableware, and at the center was a bouquet of vibrant red roses, exuding a charming fragrance under the candlelight. In the kitchen, Lin Yunze skillfully stir-fried the dishes, each one looking and smelling delicious as they were placed on the table. He glanced at the clock on the wall. The hands were nearing 8 o'clock, yet Jiang Minjie had not returned. A hint of unease crept into his heart, but he reassured himself that Minjie might just be busy with work or stuck in traffic. He walked into the living room and turned on the sound system, playing their favorite soft piano piece. The music flowed through the room, attempting to dispel the growing silence and the anxiety of waiting. Lin Yunze sat down on the sofa, casually flipping through a magazine, but his gaze kept drifting toward the door. Time ticked by, the dishes gradually cooled, yet Jiang Minjie still did not show up. Lin Yunze stood up, starting to pace around the room. He frequently checked his phone, but the screen remained devoid of any messages from Jiang Minjie. Finally, at 9:30, the sound of a key turning in the door lock broke the silence. Lin Yunze immediately put down his phone and hurried to the door. When the door opened, Jiang Minjie appeared at the threshold. She was wearing a fitted black dress, her figure stunning and her makeup exquisite, but Lin Yunze keenly sensed a fleeting look of panic in her eyes. "Why are you so late?" Lin Yunze tried to keep his tone calm, but his voice betrayed a hint of unnoticeable reproach. "I'm sorry, there was a last-minute meeting at work. I had to stay late," Jiang Minjie said, changing her shoes and not daring to meet Lin Yunze's gaze. Lin Yunze's eyes fell on the bag in her hand. It was from a well-known lingerie store. His heart tightened, and an ominous premonition surged within him. "What's that?" Lin Yunze pointed to the bag and asked. Jiang Minjie looked in the direction he was pointing, her expression changing slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled, saying, "Oh, I passed by that store today and saw some new lingerie, so I bought a piece to surprise you." Lin Yunze remained silent, continuing to scrutinize Jiang Minjie. At that moment, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar shower gel. His brow furrowed even deeper, and doubt ignited like a flame within him, growing stronger. "Why do you smell like an unfamiliar shower gel?" Lin Yunze's voice now carried a distinct edge of questioning. Jiang Minjie's body stiffened slightly, her gaze beginning to flicker. I showered at work today, using the shower gel from the office bathroom." Lin Yunze stared at her, feelings of unease and anger intertwining within him. He felt as if the woman before him had become a stranger, and these suspicious signs made it impossible for him to trust her words as he once did. "Minjie, are you hiding something from me?" Lin Yunze's tone turned serious as his gaze locked onto Jiang Minjie. Jiang Minjie avoided his eyes and walked over to the dining table. Seeing the sumptuous dinner and the vibrant roses, a hint of guilt seemed to wash over her. "Yunze, don't overthink it. It really was just work-related. The office has been busy lately, and the pressure is high." Lin Yunze did not ask further. He silently walked to the dining table, sat down, and looked at the already cold dishes, feeling a mix of emotions. This should have been a warm and happy wedding anniversary, but at this moment, it was shrouded in a layer of gloom. Jiang Minjie also sat down across from him. She tried to break the oppressive atmosphere and smiled, saying, "Yunze, thank you for preparing dinner. It looks quite sumptuous." Lin Yunze only smiled faintly and remained silent. He picked up his chopsticks and mechanically ate a few bites, but it tasted like chewing wax. Dinner ended in an awkward and oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Minjie got up to clear the dishes, while Lin Yunze walked to the living room window. Looking out at the brightly lit streets, his thoughts tangled like a mess. He couldn't understand how they had gone from being so loving to this. Jiang Minjie's changes. Were they due to work pressure, or was it really as he feared, that she was hiding something else from him? At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Lin Yunze picked it up to see that it was his colleague Lin Wanqing calling. "Hello, Teacher Lin." Lin Wanqing's gentle voice came from the other end of the line. "I heard from other colleagues that you weren't in good shape today. What's wrong?" Lin Yunze hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He didn't want to share his family troubles with anyone, but the weight in his heart made him long to confide in someone. "It's nothing, maybe just a bit tired." Lin Yunze's voice was somewhat low. "I feel like something's off with you. Have you encountered any difficulties? If you're willing, you could talk to me about it. Maybe I can help." Lin Wanqing's tone was full of concern. Lin Yunze was silent for a moment and eventually shared a brief account of what had happened that day with Lin Wanqing. "Teacher Lin, don't be too anxious. Maybe things aren't as you think." Lin Wanqing reassured him from the other end of the line. "How about I come over to keep you company? Being alone might make it harder." Lin Yunze wanted to refuse, but the loneliness and helplessness in his heart led him to nod unconsciously. "Well, all right, thank you." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yunze sat on the sofa, still feeling uneasy. He didn't know what to do next, whether to continue pretending that nothing was wrong or to confront Jiang Minjie directly and clear things up. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Lin Yunze got up to open the door and saw Lin Wanqing standing at the entrance, holding a box of snacks. "Teacher Lin, I bought some snacks you like, thinking you might not have eaten well tonight," Lin Wanqing said with a smile, her eyes full of concern. Lin Yunze felt warmth in his heart and forced a smile. "Thank you, Wanqing. Come in." Lin Wanqing walked into the house and noticed Jiang Minjie sitting silently on the sofa. She paused for a moment, but quickly reacted, smiling and greeting, "Sister Jiang, hello." Jiang Minjie forced a smile and said, "You, Wanqing, thank you for coming out so late." Lin Wanqing placed the snacks on the coffee table and then looked at Lin Yunze, saying, "Teacher Lin, don't take it too hard. We can talk slowly about whatever it is." Lin Yunze nodded, sitting on the sofa. He recounted again in detail how Jiang Minjie returned late today, the unfamiliar scent on her, and the bag from the lingerie store. After listening, Lin Wanqing furrowed her brows slightly. "Sister Minjie, it's normal for Teacher Lin to be worried. These things are indeed a bit suspicious." Jiang Minjie's expression changed, becoming somewhat unpleasant. "I've already said it's work-related. Why don't you all believe me?" "Minjie, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that these things are too strange. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation." Lin Yunze's voice sounded weary and a bit helpless. Jiang Minjie stood up angrily. "I work myself to the bone every day in the company, striving for this family, and yet I have to be doubted by you all. I've had enough." After saying that, she turned and walked into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances, and the atmosphere in the living room became even more oppressive. Lin Wanqing gently patted Lin Yunze's shoulder, saying, "Teacher Lin, don't be too upset. Maybe when Sister Minjie calms down, she will explain things clearly to you." Lin Yunze forced a smile and shook his head. "I hope so." The morning sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick clouds, casting a bit of warmth on the campus of the first middle school, adding a touch of brightness to the somewhat desolate winter day. However, for Lin Yunze, this new day brought no relief or joy. He dragged his heavy footsteps into the teacher's office, appearing utterly exhausted, his eyes filled with the fatigue of a sleepless night. Lin Wanqing was already in the office. As soon as she saw Lin Yunze enter, she immediately stepped forward, concern in her gaze, and softly asked, "Teacher Lin, did you sleep well last night?" Lin Yunze forced a smile and shook his head. "How could I sleep? My mind is full of chaotic thoughts." Lin Wanqing sighed. "Don't torture yourself too much. Things will eventually become clear." Saying this, she handed him a steaming cup of coffee. "Have a cup to perk yourself up." Lin Yunze accepted the coffee and looked at her gratefully. "Thank you, Wanqing." At that moment, other teachers gradually entered the office. Seeing Lin Yunze's lackluster demeanor, they cast concerned glances at him, but Lin Yunze could only muster a strained smile in response. The class bell rang, and Lin Yunze forced himself to muster some energy to enter the classroom. However, the lesson went extremely poorly. His mind was completely elsewhere, and he made mistakes in several key points, which the students also noticed, leading to whispers in the classroom. After finally enduring the class, Lin Yunze had just sat down in the office when Sun Xiaobin rushed in with an air of urgency. "Teacher Lin, you're finally here. I have something urgent to discuss with you," Sun Xiaobin said mysteriously. Lin Yunze lifted his head, asking wearily, "What's the matter? Why the rush?" Sun Xiaobin glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then pulled Lin Yunze to a corner of the office and lowered his voice. "I saw your wife yesterday. She was shopping a lingerie store with a strange man." This statement was like a powerful bomb, exploding in Lin Yunze's heart in an instant. His face turned pale, and his hands began to tremble involuntarily. "You mean it's true? Could I possibly be lying to you?" I was stunned at the time. I wanted to go over and say hello, but seeing how close they were, I didn't dare approach, Sun Xiaobin said earnestly. Lin Yunze felt as if the world was spinning around him. He had never wanted to believe such things, yet it seemed like the truth was slowly being confirmed. He leaned against the wall, his gaze vacant, murmuring, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Lin Wanqing, who was nearby, heard their conversation and hurried over to support Lin Yunze. "Teacher Lin, don't panic. Just calm down for a moment." Sun Xiaobin glanced at Lin Wanqing and then at Lin Yunze, scratching his head. "I just thought something was off, so I hurried to tell you. Don't take it too hard." Lin Yunze took a deep breath, trying to compose himself. "Xiaobin, thank you for telling me. I need to be alone for a while." Sun Xiaobin nodded. "Okay, if you need any help, just let me know." After saying that, he left the office. Lin Wanqing helped Lin Yunze sit down in a chair. "Teacher Lin, don't be too upset. Let's think of a way. Maybe there's still a chance for a turnaround." Lin Yunze looked up at Lin Wanqing, his eyes filled with pain. "Wanqing, I really don't know what to do. I always thought our relationship was solid, but I didn't expect something like this to happen." Lin Wanqing gently patted his shoulder. "Right now, we can't be sure what's going on. Maybe there's been a misunderstanding. Let's think about what to do next." Lin Yunze was silent for a moment before saying, "I need to find her and ask for clarity. I can't just be left in the dark like this." Lin Wanqing said worriedly, "Your emotions are so stirred up right now. If you go to find her, it might lead to a quarrel. How about waiting until you calm down a bit?" Lin Yunze shook his head. "I can't wait. I have to ask her for a clear answer right away." Saying this, he stood up, ready to leave. Lin Wanqing quickly grabbed his arm. "Teacher Lin, don't be in such a rush. Let's discuss it further. If you go like this, what if she doesn't admit it or find some excuse to brush you off? What will you do then?" Lin Yunze paused. He knew that Lin Wanqing had a point. Going to find Jiang Minjie in his current state could make things worse. He sat back down, cradling his head in his hands, lost in thought. Lin Wanqing quietly stayed by his side. Although the other teachers in the office noticed something unusual, they tactfully refrained from interrupting. After a long while, Lin Yunze lifted his head and said to Lin Wanqing, "Wanqing, thank you for staying with me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." Lin Wanqing smiled. "Don't mention it. We're colleagues and friends. We should help each other when facing difficulties." Lin Yunze nodded. "I want to gather more evidence. I can't just easily believe her words. Can you help me think of a way?" Lin Wanqing thought for a moment and said, "We can start with the man who was with her when she went to the lingerie store. Let's see if we can find out who he is and what his relationship with Jiang Minjie is." Lin Yunze felt that this idea was good. But how do we investigate? We don't know that person at all. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brows and thought for a moment before saying, "We can go to that lingerie store and ask. Maybe the staff remembers them and can provide some clues." Lin Yunze thought this plan was feasible. "All right, let's go during lunchtime." Just then, the school bell rang again. Lin Yunze had to muster his energy once more to teach the class. He spent the entire morning in a daze, his mind completely absent from the lesson, filled only with thoughts of Jiang Minjie and that unfamiliar man. Finally, after enduring until noon, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing quickly ate something and headed towards the lingerie store. The winter street was biting cold, and passers-by wrapped themselves tightly in their clothes, hurrying along. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing walked side by side down the street, neither saying a word, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Before long, they found the lingerie store. Lin Yunze took a deep breath and pushed open the store door. There were no other customers inside, just a young female staff member organizing the shelves. When she saw Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing enter, she immediately put on a professional smile. "Welcome. How can I help you today?" Lin Yunze stepped forward, feeling somewhat nervous as he said, "Hello, I want to ask if a couple came here a few days ago to buy lingerie. The woman had a great figure and was very pretty, but I'm not sure about the man." The female staff's smile faded, and a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. "Why are you asking about this?" Lin Yunze hurriedly explained, "That woman is my wife, and I just want to understand the situation." The staff hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry, but we have a policy that prohibits us from disclosing customer information." Lin Wanqing stepped forward and smiled. "Miss, please help us. We really mean no harm. It's just that my friend here has been very upset about his wife's situation, and we just want to find out what happened." The female staff looked at Lin Yunze and then at Lin Wanqing, seeming a bit swayed. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I do remember a couple coming in. They seemed very close. The man was very attentive and helped the woman pick out lingerie. But I really can't disclose more information. I hope you understand." Lin Yunze's heart sank. The staff's words almost confirmed his darkest suspicions. Not willing to give up, he asked again, "Could you tell me what the man looked like?" The female staff furrowed her brows, thinking, and said, "He was quite tall, dressed very well, and looked like a wealthy person. That's all I really remember." Lin Yunze wanted to ask more, but at that moment, a few customers walked into the store, and the female staff immediately went to attend to them. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing had no choice but to leave the lingerie store. Walking down the street, Lin Yunze's mood plummeted to the lowest point. He felt as if his world had suddenly collapsed. What was once a beautiful marriage had now turned into a huge mystery that left him at a loss. Lin Wanqing looked at Lin Yunze, who appeared lost and forlorn, her heart aching for him. She gently linked her arm with his and said, "Lin Laosher, don't be too upset. Let's think of other ways." The weak rays of the setting sun spilled onto the city streets, casting a layer of yellowish hue over everything. Lin Yunze dragged his heavy feet homeward, each step feeling like he was walking on cotton, soft yet powerless. After returning from the lingerie store at noon, he felt as if he had lost his soul, forcing himself to get through the afternoon classes. At this moment, the words of the sales clerk and Sun Xiaobin's mysterious expression kept echoing in his mind. The anger in his heart was constantly burning, yet was deeply suppressed by pain and confusion. Finally, he arrived at the front door of his home. He took a deep breath and opened the door. Inside, Jiang Minjie was sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she saw Lin Yunze come back, she put down the remote control and smiled. "You're back." Lin Yunze did not respond to her smile. He went straight to the sofa, threw his bag heavily to the side, and then stared at Jiang Minjie, his eyes filled with an unprecedented scrutiny and suspicion. Jiang Minjie felt uneasy under his gaze. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Yunze didn't speak right away. He sat down on the chair opposite Jiang Minjie, his hands tightly clenched, the knuckles white with strain. He struggled to suppress his emotions, trying to keep his voice calm. "Minjie, we need to talk." Jiang Minjie seemed to sense that something was off with the atmosphere. She straightened her back, and her smile gradually faded. "What do we need to talk about?" Lin Yunze gritted his teeth. "Where did you go last night?" Jiang Minjie's eyes flickered. "Didn't I tell you? I had a company meeting, and then I went for a beauty treatment. Lin Yunze sneered. Is that so? Then how do you explain going to the lingerie store with that man? Jiang Minjie's face instantly turned pale, her lips trembling slightly. Why you? How did you find out? It doesn't matter how I found out. What matters is why you lied to me. Lin Yunze's voice rose a few decibels, and his emotions began to spiral out of control. Jiang Minjie hurriedly lowered her head. Yunze, please let me explain. It's not what you think. What is it then? Go ahead. Lin Yunze suddenly stood up, slamming his hands on the coffee table. Do you know what I've been through these past few days? I've been asking around, trying to figure out what you were doing. Do you know how much pain I've experienced? Jiang Minjie looked up, her eyes filled with tears. Yunze, I really just wanted to surprise you. I bought sexy lingerie in advance because I wanted to give you a different feeling on our anniversary. That man is just a client of mine. We happened to run into each other at the store and just walked around for a bit. Lin Yunze looked at her, the anger in his heart slightly subsiding, but he still couldn't fully believe her words. Then what's the strange scent of the body wash on you? And why did you come back so late? Jiang Minjie wiped her tears. I used their body wash while I was at the beauty salon. As for coming back late, it's because the treatment took longer than I expected. Yunze, I really didn't do anything to betray you. You have to believe me. Lin Yunze paced back and forth in the living room, his heart in constant turmoil. Jiang Minjie's explanation seemed somewhat reasonable, but the doubts in his mind could not be dispelled. He recalled their past moments together, the beautiful memories, and then thought of Jiang Minjie's strange behavior over the past few days. He didn't know whom to trust. Minjie, do you know how much I love you? Lin Yunze stopped in his tracks, looking at Jiang Minjie, his voice choked with emotion. We've been married for 5 years, and I've always regarded you as the most important person in my life. I don't want there to be any secrets between us. Jiang Minjie stood up and walked over to Lin Yunze, trying to embrace him. Yunze, I know I love you too. This time it's really my fault. I shouldn't have let you misunderstand. I promise I won't do this again in the future. Lin Yunze gently pushed her away. How can I believe you? Your behavior has been too strange these past few days. It's really hard for me to convince myself not to doubt. Tears streamed down Jiang Minjie's face again. Yunze, I'm begging you, please believe me this time. I swear I will tell you everything in the future and won't make you worry anymore. Lin Yunze looked at the woman who had once made his heart race, but at this moment, she felt so unfamiliar to him. He didn't know how to face her or this marriage. Just then, Lin Yunze's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Lin Wanqing calling. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Hello, Wanqing. On the other end of the line, Lin Wanqing heard the fatigue and pain in Lin Yunze's voice. Teacher Lin, how are you? Have you talked to Jiang Jie? Lin Yunze glanced at Jiang Minjie. We're talking. Lin Wanqing detected the helplessness in his tone. How'd it go? Don't be too agitated. Take your time to talk. Lin Yunze forced a smile. She gave me some explanations, but I still don't quite believe it. Lin Wanqing was silent for a moment before saying, Teacher Lin, don't rush to make a decision. Just observe for a while. Maybe it really is a misunderstanding. Lin Yunze nodded. I understand. Thank you, Wanqing. After hanging up, Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie. Although the anger in his heart had eased somewhat, his doubts still lingered. Minjie, I hope you really haven't lied to me. Lin Yunze's voice was low. If this is truly a misunderstanding, then we can live our lives well. But if you really did something to betray me, I think we both know what the consequences will be. Jiang Minjie quickly nodded. I know, Yunze. I truly haven't deceived you. Please believe me this time. Lin Yunze didn't say anything further. He turned and walked into the bedroom, leaving Jiang Minjie alone in the living room, tears continuously streaming down her face. That night, Lin Yunze lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Images of Jiang Minjie with that man and her explanation from the previous day kept flashing through his mind. He tossed and turned, the pain and turmoil in his heart making it unbearable. Meanwhile, Jiang Minjie lay beside him, facing away from him, unable to sleep as well. Her heart was filled with fear and guilt. She didn't know how to salvage this marriage or how to face Lin Yunze's doubts. The next day, the sky was overcast, and the heavy gray clouds seemed to press down on the city, as if they might collapse at any moment. Lin Yunze woke up after a night of tossing and turning, and Jiang Minjie was still asleep beside him, her face showing signs of fatigue and weariness. Yet, the doubts in Lin Yunze's heart had not dissipated because of her appearance. He got up quietly, quickly washed up without having breakfast, and rushed out the door. Today was Saturday. There were no classes at school, but he couldn't relax for a moment as his mind was preoccupied with concerns. He decided to visit that lingerie store again. He couldn't believe he wouldn't be able to find out what was going on. The streets were deserted, with only a few pedestrians around, and everyone seemed to be in a hurry, as if they all wanted to escape the oppressive atmosphere. Lin Yunze wrapped his coat tightly around himself, kept his head down, and walked briskly toward the lingerie store. Soon, he arrived at the front of the lingerie store. The door was tightly shut, and a large lock hung on the rolling shutter. A piece of white paper was attached, stating, "Temporarily closed for internal restructuring." Lin Yunze's heart sank suddenly, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Unwilling to leave just like that, he looked around to find someone to ask about the situation. At that moment, the owner of a small eatery next door was standing at the door smoking. Lin Yunze hurried over and politely asked, "Excuse me, do you know why this lingerie store suddenly closed?" The eatery owner eyed Lin Yunze up and down, exhaled a puff of smoke, and replied, "I heard it was shut down by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau for selling counterfeit goods. They haven't opened for days." Lin Yunze furrowed his brows, deepening his confusion. He thanked the eatery owner and turned to leave. As he walked, he thought about how the lingerie store had chosen to close not long after he started investigating. It seemed too coincidental. Was there some hidden secret behind this? He wandered aimlessly down the street when suddenly an idea struck him. He remembered that Jiang Minjie's company was not far from there, and perhaps he could inquire about the man who had been seen with her in the lingerie store. Thus, Lin Yunze changed direction and headed toward Jiang Minjie's company. All the while, the cold wind whipped against his face like knives, but he hardly felt it. His mind was solely focused on uncovering the truth. When he arrived at the bottom of Jiang Minjie's company, he was stopped by the security guard. "May I ask who you're looking for?" the guard asked with a serious expression. Lin Yunze quickly said, "I'm looking for Jiang Minjie. I'm her husband." The guard looked him over and said, "Jiang Minjie is off today and not in the office." Lin Yunze felt a bit disappointed, but wasn't ready to give up. "Can you help me contact her colleagues? I have some important matters to discuss with them." The security guard hesitated for a moment and replied, "I'm afraid that's not allowed. The company has regulations against disclosing employees' contact information." Lin Yunze became anxious. "I really have an urgent matter. Please make an exception. I just want to understand some things about my wife, and I won't cause any trouble for you." The security guard looked at Lin Yunze's anxious expression and felt a little sympathetic but still shook his head. "I'm sorry. This is the rule, and I can't violate it. If you have something urgent, you can come back when Jiang Minjie is back at work." Lin Yunze, feeling helpless, had no choice but to turn and leave. He stood at the base of the office building, staring at the towering structure, filled with a sense of powerlessness. He didn't know what to do. It felt as if all his leads had abruptly come to a halt at that moment. Just then, his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Lin Wanqing calling. "Hello, Lin Lauscher, where are you?" Lin Wanqing's voice came through the phone, tinged with concern. Lin Yunze sighed. "I waited downstairs at Minjie's office, hoping to ask her colleagues about the situation, but the security wouldn't let me in." Lin Wanqing fell silent for a moment and said, "Don't be anxious. Maybe we can find some clues from other places. By the way, didn't you mention that the owner of that lingerie store had shifty eyes? Maybe she knows something." Lin Yunze's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "You're right. How did I not think of that? I'll go find that store owner and see if I can get any information." Lin Wanqing said with some concern, "Are you going alone? Maybe I should go with you." Lin Yunze quickly replied, "No need. Wanqing, you're resting today, just stay home. I can manage by myself. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yunze decided to give it another shot. He remembered that he had learned from the owner of the snack shop yesterday that the lingerie store owner lived in a nearby neighborhood. So he followed the address the owner had given him and found that neighborhood. It was an old neighborhood, and the buildings looked somewhat dilapidated, with a damp smell lingering in the stairwell. Lin Yunze wandered around the neighborhood for a while and finally found the building where the lingerie store owner lived. He climbed the stairs and arrived at the door of the owner's apartment, took a deep breath, and then knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman appeared at the entrance. She was wearing a loose-fitting pajama, and her hair was a bit disheveled. Upon seeing Lin Yunze, her expression changed slightly. "How did you find this place?" Lin Yunze hurriedly said, "Owner, I just want to ask about my wife. Please, tell me. I'm really worried." The owner frowned. "Didn't I already say that I can't disclose customer information? Don't come looking for me again." With that, she was about to close the door. Lin Yunze quickly blocked the door with his hand. "Owner, please have pity on me. My wife has been acting very strangely lately, and I suspect she's having an affair. I really don't know what to do. If you know anything, please tell me." The owner hesitated for a moment, looking at Lin Yunze's anxious expression, and sighed, "All right, come in." Lin Yunze stepped into the apartment. The furnishings were very simple, and the furniture looked quite old. The owner motioned for Lin Yunze to sit on the sofa, then poured herself a glass of water and asked, "What do you want to know?" Lin Yunze quickly said, "I want to know who the man was that my wife was shopping with at the lingerie store, and what their relationship is." The owner took a sip of water and said, "I don't know that man either. I just saw them together, and they seemed very close, like a couple. Moreover, the lingerie your wife bought was quite sexy, not the kind that an ordinary couple would buy." Upon hearing this, Lin Yunze felt a surge of pain in his heart. His hands clenched in a fist tightly. "What else do you know?" The owner shook her head. "That's all I know. Actually, I've seen some women like your wife before who betray their husbands for money or other reasons. Don't be too upset. This kind of thing is quite common nowadays." Lin Yunze listened to this, and the anger in his heart flared up again. "No, I don't believe Minjie would be that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding." The boss lady looked at him and said helplessly, "Believe it or not, I'm just saying what I saw. If you really want to understand, go investigate it yourself." Lin Yunze stood up and said to the boss lady, "Thank you, boss lady. Sorry to bother you." After saying that, he left the boss lady's home. As he walked along the road in the neighborhood, his mood had fallen to the lowest point. The boss lady's words felt like a knife, deeply piercing his heart. He didn't know how to face this possible truth, nor how to salvage his marriage. He wandered aimlessly when suddenly he heard someone calling his name from behind. He turned around to see it was Lin Wanqing. "Wanqing, what are you doing here?" Lin Yunze asked, a bit surprised. Lin Wanqing smiled and said, "I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. Are you okay?" Lin Yunze shook his head. "I'm fine. I just came from the boss lady's place, and she didn't give me any useful information." Seeing his dejected expression, Lin Wanqing felt a pang of heartache. She gently patted Lin Yunze's shoulder. "Don't be too sad. Let's think of other ways. Maybe there's still a chance for the situation." Lin Yunze nodded. "Thank you, Wanqing. With you by my side, I feel much better." Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing walked side by side down the street, the cold wind still biting at their cheeks like a knife. Lin Yunze's mood grew heavier, like the overcast sky that showed no signs of light. After coming out from the lingerie store's boss lady, his hopes had once again been dashed, and his heart was twisted with confusion and pain like a rampaging vine. "Wanqing, I really don't know what to do anymore." Lin Yunze's voice was low and hoarse, filled with deep helplessness. "It feels like all the clues have been cut off, and I can't understand why Minjie has become like this." Lin Wanqing stopped, turned to look at Lin Yunze, her eyes filled with concern and heartache. "Mr. Lin, don't lose heart. Let's think of another way. Perhaps there are still things we haven't noticed." Her voice was gentle yet firm, tried to inject a bit of strength into Lin Yunze. Lin Yunze bitterly smiled and shook his head. I currently feel like a headless fly, buzzing around aimlessly, yet finding nothing. Lin Wanqing thought for a moment and said, since we can't find a breakthrough from the lingerie store for now, how about we try going to Jiang Minjie's company? Maybe we can run into her today and gather some information from them. Lin Yunze hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. There's no other choice. We might as well give it a shot. So, the two of them headed towards Jiang Minjie's company again. Along the way, Lin Yunze remained silent, his mind repeatedly flashing back to the various moments he shared with Jiang Minjie, those sweet memories now stabbing at his heart like needles. When they arrived at the entrance of Jiang Minjie's company, it began to drizzle, the cold raindrops hitting them and making them feel extra chilly. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing quickly walked into the company building, and in the lobby, they encountered the same security guard from before. The guard frowned slightly upon seeing Lin Yunze, his tone tinged with caution. Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you that Jiang Minjie is off today? Lin Yunze hurriedly explained, I know she's off, but I just want to ask about her situation to see if I can gather some information. Please, just do me a favor and let me in. The security guard firmly shook his head and said, no, you can't go in to find someone without an appointment. This is company policy, and I can't violate it. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing stepped forward, wearing a gentle smile. Big brother, we really mean no harm. We just have a personal matter to discuss with Jiang Minjie. Look, it's raining, and it's not easy for us either. Could you make an exception? The security guard looked at Lin Wanqing's pitiful expression. His demeanor softened a bit, but he still didn't relent. It's not that I'm being unreasonable. The company has strict security protocols. If I let you in, I risk losing my job. How about this? You leave your contact information, and when Jiang Minjie is back at work, I'll have her reach out to you. Lin Yunze, feeling anxious, raised his voice. We can't wait. I really have something very important to discuss. Big brother, please think of another way to help us. The security guard's expression darkened. Why are you being so unreasonable? I said no, and that means no. If you keep bothering me, I won't be polite anymore. At that moment, a company employee passing by overheard their argument and stopped to look at them. Lin Yunze's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached the employee. Hello, do you know Jiang Minjie? I'm her husband, and I have something to ask you. The employee was startled by Lin Yunze's sudden approach and instinctively took a step back. I know her, but I'm in a hurry to get to work and don't have time. After saying that, he hurried away. Lin Yunze wanted to chase after him, but the security guard grabbed him. Don't make a scene here. If you keep this up, I will call the police. Lin Yunze struggled to break free from the guard's grip, feeling agitated. Call the police? Go ahead. I just want to find out what's going on with my wife. What have I done wrong? The security guard was also enraged by Lin Yunze's actions. Why are you being so unreasonable? This is a company, not a place for you to act out. The argument between the two grew louder, drawing the attention of people around them. Lin Wanqing quickly pulled Lin Yunze aside. Teacher Lin, don't be impulsive. Let's calm down. Lin Yunze took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He knew that continuing to cause a scene wouldn't solve the problem. Just then, a woman in professional attire walked over. She glanced at Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing, then looked at the security guard and asked, What's going on here? The security guard quickly replied, Sister Hui, these two are insisting on barging into the company to find Jiang Minjie. I told them no, but they wouldn't listen and keep causing a scene. Sister Hui looked at Lin Yunze and asked, You are Jiang Minjie's husband? Lin Yunze nodded. Yes, Sister Hui. My name is Lin Yunze. I really have something important to discuss with Minjie, and I hope you can help me. Sister Hui frowned. Jiang Minjie is off today. You should wait until she's back at work to talk. Lin Yunze urgently said, Sister Hui, I can't wait that long. Recently, I've noticed some strange behavior from Minjie, and I suspect she... He paused for a moment, then finally voiced his suspicions. I suspect she is having an affair, and I want to find out what's really going on. Hui Jie listened, her expression changing slightly. You can't just say things like that. Do you have any evidence? Lin Yunze shook his head. I don't have conclusive evidence, but there are many signs indicating she has problems. Huijie, you should know some things in the company, right? Can you tell me? Huijie hesitated for a moment. I'm not very clear either. Jiang Minjie has always worked hard at the company. I haven't noticed anything unusual about her. How about this? You go back for now, and I'll find out a bit more before contacting you. Lin Yunze wanted to say something else, but Lin Wanqing tugged at his arm, signaling him not to continue. Lin Yunze could only helplessly say, All right then, Huijie, thank you. Here's my contact information. Please let me know as soon as you have any news. After leaving Jiang Minjie's company, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stood on the steps outside, looking at the drizzling rain, feeling lost. Lin Laosher, don't be too upset. At least we have a bit of hope. Huijie might help us find some clues. Lin Wanqing comforted him. Lin Yunze forced a smile and said, Hope, huh? I really feel like I've hit rock bottom now. The two stood in the rain for a while before Lin Wanqing said, Let's find a place to shelter from the rain. Getting soaked will make us sick. Lin Yunze nodded, and they headed towards a nearby cafe. Upon entering the cafe, a warm atmosphere enveloped them, but Lin Yunze's mood remained cold. They found a seat by the window and ordered 2 cups of coffee. Lin Yunze gazed out at the rain, lost in thought. He didn't know if Huijie would really help him, nor if he could ever get back the gentle and caring wife he once had. When would all these mysteries be solved? Lin Yunze stepped out of the lingerie store, feeling as heavy as if he were filled with lead. The sky was overcast, and the lead-gray clouds hung heavily over the city, as if they might collapse at any moment. Pedestrians on the street hurried by, each busy with their own affairs, not noticing the gloom on Lin Yunze's face. He walked aimlessly, the shop owner's insinuating words echoing in his mind, each word like a sharp knife, stabbing painfully at his heart. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yunze finally returned to the school. The class bell had already rung, and the campus was empty, with only occasional sounds of teachers lecturing and students responding coming from the classrooms. He dragged his heavy steps into the teacher's office and plopped down in his chair, his gaze blankly staring ahead. At that moment, Lin Wanqing gently approached him. She was wearing a light blue dress today, resembling a blooming iris, fresh and elegant. Her eyes were full of concern as she looked at Lin Yunze's haggard appearance, feeling a pang of sympathy in her heart. Yunze, how are you doing? Lin Wanqing asked softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Lin Yunze looked up and, upon seeing Lin Wanqing, felt as if he had found a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He opened his mouth to say something but found his throat blocked, unable to utter a single word. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing pulled up a chair and sat down beside Lin Yunze. She reached out, gently patting his shoulder, offering him silent comfort. I went to the lingerie store and the shop owner. Lin Yunze finally spoke, his voice hoarse and exhausted. She hinted that Minjie's infidelity is related to sexual needs, and she also said, his voice grew softer. The remaining words seemed to be swallowed back. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brows, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. She never expected Jiang Minjie would do something like this, nor could she imagine the pain Lin Yunze was enduring at this moment. Don't listen to that boss lady's nonsense. She might be deliberately misleading you. Lin Wanqing comforted him. We can't jump to conclusions based solely on her words. We need to find more solid evidence. Lin Yunze nodded, feeling slightly better. He knew Lin Wanqing was right. He couldn't let others' words sway him so easily. Yet, he couldn't help but let his mind wander in anxious thoughts. By the way, I ran into Lu Yi at school today, Lin Wanqing suddenly remembered and said. She's a clerk in Minjie's HR department. She said Minjie wasn't in the company yesterday afternoon and left with Director Liao. Lin Yunze's eyes widened in shock, and the calmness he had just regained was instantly disrupted. Left with Director Liao? Where did they go? He asked urgently. Lin Wanqing shook her head. Lu, he didn't know. She just thought their behavior was suspicious. Lin Yunze clenched his fists, the flames of anger igniting within him again. He couldn't understand why Jiang Minjie would do this. They had once loved each other so much, and they had a lovely daughter. Didn't this family matter to her at all? Yunze, don't get too worked up, Lin Wanqing said, noticing his agitation and worrying he might do something impulsive. We already have a lead. As long as we follow this clue, we will definitely uncover the truth. Lin Yunze took a deep breath, making an effort to calm himself down. He knew this wasn't the time for impulsiveness. He had to find out the truth for himself and for his daughter. Thank you, Wanqing, Lin Yunze said gratefully, looking at Lin Wanqing. If it weren't for you staying by my side, I really wouldn't know what to do. Lin Wanqing smiled slightly. Don't mention it. We are colleagues and friends. How could I stand by and do nothing when you're in trouble? Just then, the class bell rang again. Lin Wanqing stood up. You should rest for a bit. I'm in class now. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. Lin Yunze nodded, watching Lin Wanqing's retreating figure, a warm feeling rising in his heart. In this most difficult moment, Lin Wanqing was like a ray of light, illuminating his dark world. After Lin Wanqing left, Lin Yunze sat in his chair, lost in thought. He recalled the moments he had shared with Jiang Minjie. The beautiful memories now turned into the most painful torment in his heart. He couldn't understand how their marriage had come to this point. Suddenly, Lin Yunze noticed an envelope in his drawer. Puzzled, he furrowed his brows and opened the drawer to take out the envelope. It was an ordinary white envelope with no writing on it. After hesitating briefly, he decided to open it. Inside, the letter contained a few lines. Jiang Minjie has been engaging in improper conduct at the company. Her relationship with Liao Junqiao is not simple. You better be careful. Don't be kept in the dark by her. Lin Yunze's hands trembled, shock and anger filling his gaze. Who wrote this letter? Why was it in his drawer? Was what the letter said true? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he couldn't make sense of any of it. He decided he must find out who wrote the letter and uncover the truth behind the situation. The school bell rang, and Lin Yunze stepped out of the office, searching the campus for Lin Wanqing. He needed to discuss with her what to do next. The campus was bustling with students laughing and playing during the break, filled with youthful energy. However, Lin Yunze was not in the mood to appreciate any of it. His mind was solely focused on finding Lin Wanqing. Finally, he spotted Lin Wanqing sitting on a bench by the playground, watching the students play. A faint smile graced her face, as if everything around her was unrelated to her. Lin Yunze quickly walked over and sat down next to her. He handed the letter to Lin Wanqing, saying, "Take a look at this." Lin Wanqing took the letter and read it carefully. After finishing, her expression turned serious. Who wrote this letter? Lin Wanqing asked. Lin Yunze shook his head. I don't know. I just found it in my drawer. Lin Wanqing pondered for a moment. I think this letter was likely written by someone in the company, perhaps someone with a conflict with Minjie, trying to use you to expose her scandals. Lin Yunze nodded. I think so too. But right now, we don't know who this person is. How do we investigate? Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow and thought for a while. We could start with Lu Yi. She's in the company and might be able to gather some information. Lin Yunze felt that Lin Wanqing's suggestion made sense. Okay, I'll go find Lu Yi. Lin Wanqing held him back. Don't rush. It would be too obvious to go find Lu Yi right now. It might alert the snake. We should observe first and see if there are any other clues. Lin Yunze thought for a moment and agreed with Lin Wanqing's reasoning. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. All right, I'll follow your lead, Lin Yunze said. The two sat by the playground for a while longer, discussing their next plan. At that moment, the setting sun cast its golden rays over the playground, draping the entire campus in a golden hue. However, the mood of Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing felt like the impending sunset, filled with gloom. After an unknown amount of time, the school bell rang again. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stood up and headed toward the teaching building. They knew that the road ahead was still long and that there would be many challenges to face, but neither of them had any intention of backing down. After discussing their strategies by the playground, Both Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing felt a bit weighed down. Dark clouds had drifted into the sky, hinting at a potential obscuring of the sunlight, while a gentle breeze brought a hint of chill. The campus broadcast system timely announced some news, but to Lin Yunze, those sounds seemed like distant noise. With a heavy heart, Lin Yunze walked toward the classroom to teach his students art. In the past, he always enjoyed the time spent on the podium teaching students painting techniques, but today he just couldn't muster any enthusiasm. As he walked into the classroom, the cheerful laughter of the students immediately filled his ears. He tried his best to pull out a smile and greeted the students. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently swept over Lu Yuyo's desk, where a deck of playing cards lay quietly. The back design of the cards looked somewhat familiar, and Lin Yunze's heart tightened. He couldn't help but walk over. Lu Yuyo noticed Lin Yunze's gaze, and a sly smile appeared on her face. "Mr. Lin, are you interested in my cards?" Lu Yuyo asked playfully, her voice crisp and laced with a hint of teasing. Lin Yunze didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on the deck of cards, and his heart began to race. The more he looked, the more he felt that these cards were somehow connected to the mysterious aura that Jiang Minjie had that day. "Lu Yuyo, where did you get these cards?" Lin Yunze tried to keep his voice calm, but a hint of urgency slipped through. However, Lu Yuyo didn't answer right away. She leisurely stood up, picked up the deck of cards, and casually fiddled with them in her hands. "Mr. Lin, you're so concerned about my cards. Is there a special reason for that?" She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling, as if she were deliberately teasing Lin Yunze. Lin Yunze started to get anxious. He raised his voice. "Lu Yuyo, I'm asking you a question. These cards might just be a toy for you, but they're very important to me." The surrounding students noticed the unusual interaction and turned their curious gazes toward them. Lin Wanqing happened to pass by the classroom and, upon seeing this scene, felt a wave of unease. She walked into the classroom and approached Lin Yunze. "Yunze, what's going on?" Lin Wanqing asked softly, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Yunze pointed to the cards in Lu Yuyo's hand. "Wanqing, look at these cards. They're related to Minjie." It didn't continue, but Lin Wanqing understood his meaning. Lin Wanqing looked at Lu Yuyo and spoke with a gentle yet firm tone. "Lu Yuyo, Mr. Lin is asking you a question, and we hope you can answer honestly." Lu Yuyo pouted. "I can answer your questions, but I have a condition." "What condition?" Lin Yunze asked impatiently. "Mr. Lin, you need to draw a sketch for me. I want you to draw the most beautiful corner of the campus, and it needs to be finished within 2 days." Lu Yuyo said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunze hesitated. His mind was filled with thoughts about Jiang Minjie, and he had no mood to draw. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Lu Yuyo really knew something or if this was just one of her pranks. Lin Wanqing noticed Lin Yunze's hesitation and gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Yunze, just agree to her for now. Perhaps she really knows some clues about Minjie." Lin Yunze pondered for a moment and felt that Lin Wanqing made a valid point. He gritted his teeth and said to Lu Yuyo, "All right, I agree. But you have to keep your word. Once I finish the drawing, you must tell me everything you know." "No problem." Lu Yuyo readily agreed, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. As Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing left the classroom, both felt a mix of emotions. Lin Yunze was filled with doubts and unease, unsure of what Lu Yuyo was up to or what answers this mysterious deck of cards might bring him. Lin Wanqing was worried that Lin Yunze would fall into deeper trouble because of this incident. She looked at Lin Yunze's fatigued face and felt a pang of heartache. "Yunze, how about I accompany you to find the most beautiful corner of the campus? Maybe it can inspire you," Lin Wanqing suggested. Lin Yunze nodded. He indeed needed Lin Wanqing's company and help right now. The two wandered aimlessly around the campus, trying to find a corner that could spark inspiration for Lin Yunze. The campus was filled with lush greenery, fragrant flowers, and students playing and laughing on the playground, creating a vibrant scene. However, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing had no heart to appreciate any of it. "Yunze, how about that little garden over there?" Lin Wanqing pointed to a nearby small garden and said, It has flowers and grass, and a small pavilion. It's very poetic. Lin Yunze followed Lin Wanqing's gaze and looked at the small garden, where the flowers were blooming brightly, colorful and beautiful. Yet, he still felt that something was missing. Let's keep looking. Lin Yunze shook his head. They continued walking and arrived at the lakeside. The water was clear, revealing the bottom, and a gentle breeze created ripples on the surface. The willow trees by the lake swayed, their branches dancing in the wind like a young girl's long hair. What about here? Lin Wanqing asked again. Lin Yunze looked at the lake, but suddenly the figure of Jiang Minjie flashed through his mind, and a pang of pain hit his heart. This place isn't quite right either, he said softly. Lin Wanqing felt a bit helpless. She didn't know what kind of scene Lin Yunze was looking for. However, she understood that Lin Yunze was in a terrible mood, and perhaps only by finding that corner that truly touched his soul could he create a peace that Lu Yuoyu would be satisfied with. Just as they were about to leave the lakeside, Lin Yunze suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on an old tree by the lake. The tree's trunk was thick and sturdy, its branches and leaves lush like a giant green umbrella. Under the tree was a large stone covered in moss, looking like it had numerous years etched into it. This is it, Lin Yunze said softly. Lin Wanqing followed Lin Yunze's gaze, feeling somewhat puzzled. In her eyes, although the old tree was a bit special, it couldn't be considered the most beautiful corner of the campus. However, seeing a glimmer of light in Lin Yunze's eyes, she nodded. Then let's start from here, Lin Wanqing said. For the next while, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing began preparing for the sketch. Lin Yunze carefully observed every detail of the old tree, from the texture of the trunk to the shape of the leaves, not missing a thing. Lin Wanqing stood by, helping him prepare the drawing tools and occasionally offering her own suggestions. As the sky gradually darkened, the afterglow of the sunset spilled over the lake, creating a shimmering beauty. Yet, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing were oblivious, lost in their own world, working hard to find that mysterious answer. As night fell, the campus grew quiet. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing left the lakeside, their figures appearing somewhat lonely in the night. Back in the office, Lin Yunze sat in his chair, looking at the paintbrush in his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. He didn't know if he could create a piece that would satisfy Lu Yuoyu, nor did he know what Lu Yuoyu would tell him. Lin Wanqing noticed Lin Yunze's worries. She walked over and gently patted his shoulder. Yunze, don't worry. You can definitely do it. No matter the outcome, I will always be by your side. Lin Yunze looked up at Lin Wanqing, feeling a warm wave wash over him. In this difficult moment, her companionship and support were incredibly precious to him. Thank you, Wanqing, Lin Yunze said. Lin Wanqing smiled slightly. We're friends, there's no need to be so polite. At that moment, the office's lighting was dim and soft, and the moonlight outside spilled onto the ground like a layer of silver frost. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing sat quietly, each lost in their thoughts. They both understood that the next 2 days would be a test, and they had to face it bravely. The next day, Lin Yunze was preoccupied with the appointment with Lu Yuoyu, making him somewhat absent-minded. In the classroom, students were focused on their drawing, while Lin Yunze paced the aisles, his gaze constantly drifting towards Lu Yuoyu. Lu Yuoyu seemed to sense his attention and occasionally looked up, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Finally, the class ended. Lu Yuoyu stood up, gave Lin Yunze a meaningful glance, then walked straight out of the classroom. Lin Yunze hesitated for a moment, then followed her. Lin Wanqing happened to witness this scene and felt a jolt in her heart. She had always thought there was something unusual about Lu Yuoyu and worried that Lin Yunze might suffer, so she quietly followed. Lu Yuoyu brought Lin Yunze to the entrance of the girls' restroom and stopped. Lin Yunze looked surprised and said, "Ew, why did you bring me to the girls' restroom?" Lu Yuoyu rolled her eyes. "Just come in. Stop asking so many questions. Don't you want to know about your girlfriend?" Without waiting for Lin Yunze's response, She pulled him into the girls' restroom. Inside the restroom, it was quiet, the lighting dim, with remnants of water stains on the walls, emitting a faint smell of disinfectant. Lin Yunze felt uncomfortable, his hands nervously rubbing the hem of his shirt. Lu Yueo, just get to the point, Lin Yunze urged. Lu Yueo took out a playing card from her pocket and waved it in front of Lin Yunze. Remember this card? I wasn't lying. It really is related to your girlfriend. Lin Yunze's eyes widened, staring intently at the card. What's going on? Stop keeping me in suspense. Lu Yueo placed the card on the sink and crossed her arms. I can tell you, but you have to complete a few other tasks first. What tasks? You didn't mention there were other tasks before. Lin Yunze frowned and said, slightly annoyed. It's not too late to tell you now, Lu Yueo said nonchalantly. The first task is, since you're drawing a sketch for me, I want you to hide a little secret in the drawing, something only I can recognize. Lin Yunze was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Yueo to make such a request. What kind of task is this? What does it have to do with my girlfriend? Don't worry about whether it's related or not. Just do it. Once you finish this, I'll tell you the second task, Lu Yueo said impatiently. Although Lin Yunze felt irritated, he knew he needed to extract information about Jiang Minjie from Lu Yueo, so he gritted his teeth and agreed, fine, I'll do it. At that moment, there was a sound of footsteps approaching from outside. Lin Yunze's face changed dramatically. Being a man in the girls' restroom would be a disaster if anyone found out. It would be impossible to explain, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Lu Yucao appeared very calm. She grabbed Lin Yunze and pushed him into a stall, then followed him in and gently closed the door. The stall was cramped, and Lin Yunze and Lu Yucao were almost pressed tightly against each other. Lin Yunze could clearly feel Lu Yucao's breathing. His face suddenly turned red to the ears, and his heart started to pound wildly. Lu Yucao, Lin Yunze wanted to say something, but Lu Yucao quickly put her hand over his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. The footsteps got closer and finally stopped at the women's restroom door. Then the door was pushed open, and a girl walked in, humming a little tune as she went to the sink to wash her hands. Lin Yunze and Lu Yucao dared not make a sound in the stall, fearing that the girl outside would discover them. Lin Yunze felt as if time had frozen. Every second dragged on infinitely. After a long while, the girl finally finished washing her hands and left the restroom. Only then did Lin Yunze and Lu Yucao breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Yucao opened the stall door and walked out. Lin Yunze quickly followed her. His face was still flushed, and his gaze was somewhat evasive. All right, now you can go. Remember to complete the task on time, Lu Yucao said. Lin Yunze nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. Lu Yucao, can you tell me a little bit about my wife? Just a little bit, please. Lu Yucao thought for a moment. Given how pitiful you are, I'll tell you a little. Your wife is related to a mysterious organization, and that playing card is the symbol of that organization. Mysterious organization? What does that mean? Lin Yunze asked, puzzled. I only know this much. Once you complete your task, I'll tell you more, Lu Yucao said, then turned and left the restroom. Lin Yunze stood there, watching Lu Yucao's departing figure, filled with confusion and unease. He didn't understand what this mysterious organization was about or why Jiang Minjie was involved with it. When Lin Yunze exited the restroom, he saw Lin Wanqing standing not far away, looking at him with concern. Wanqing, what are you doing here? Lin Yunze asked in surprise. I was worried about you, so I came to check, Lin Wanqing said. What happened in there just now? Lin Yunze relayed everything that happened with Lu Yucao to Lin Wanqing. After hearing it, Lin Wanqing furrowed her brows even tighter. Lu Yucao is too strange, and her requests are quite baffling, Lin Wanqing said. I think you should be careful and not be deceived by her. Lin Yunze sighed. I know she's strange, but to clarify Minjie's situation, I have to take some risks. Seeing Lin Yunze's exhausted expression, Lin Wanqing felt a pang of heartache. She gently patted Lin Yunze's shoulder. No matter what, I will be with you. If there's any danger, you must tell me immediately. Lin Yunze nodded, feeling a warmth rise in his heart. In this chaotic time, Lin Wanqing's companionship made him feel incredibly reassured. At this moment, the corridor was dimly lit, and the sounds of students laughing and playing in the classroom could be heard faintly. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stood in the corridor, each lost in their own thoughts. They both knew that things were becoming increasingly complicated, and they were about to face even more unknowns and challenges. After coming out of the girls' restroom, Lin Yunze felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on him. Lu Yutao's words were like needles, piercing his heart. He knew he had to speed up his investigation. Otherwise, this family might truly fall apart. In the days that followed, Lin Yunze worked hard to complete the tasks assigned by Lu Yutao, while also trying to gather information about Jiang Minjie. He acted like a madman, leaving no possible lead unturned. Lin Wanqing watched as he grew increasingly haggard, filled with concern, always silently standing by his side, offering him support. That day, Lin Yunze finally found a key lead. He heard that the owner of a small shop had seen Jiang Minjie with a man, and that man seemed to have a close relationship with Jiang Minjie. Without hesitation, Lin Yunze hurried to that small shop. The sky was overcast, as if it were about to rain at any moment. The wind howled, stinging his face. Lin Yunze wrapped his coat tighter around himself and hurried down the street. His eyes were filled with urgency and anticipation, as if finding that shop owner would unveil all the truths. Finally, he found a small shop. It was an unassuming convenience store, small in size and filled with all sorts of merchandise. Lin Yunze walked into the shop, looking around for the owner. "Excuse me, are you the owner?" Lin Yunze approached a middle-aged man who was sorting goods. The middle-aged man looked up and glanced at Lin Yunze. "I am. What do you want?" Lin Yunze took a deep breath. "I want to inquire about a person. Some time ago, did you see a woman with a man? The woman is about this tall, very beautiful, and dressed quite stylishly." As he spoke, he gestured to describe Jiang Minjie. The middle-aged man frowned. "Who are you talking about? I see too many people every day. I can't remember." Lin Yunze began to feel anxious. "Please think again. That woman is very important to me. They were around here. Do you not remember anything at all?" The middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently. "I really don't remember. Don't disturb me while I'm doing business." Lin Yunze felt a chill in his heart. He knew that if the shop owner did not cooperate, it would be difficult for him to find evidence. Just when he felt despair creeping in, he suddenly remembered the money in his pocket. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a few bills and handed them to the middle-aged man. "Brother, please do me a favor and think carefully. This money is just a small token of my appreciation," Lin Yunze said. The middle-aged man looked at the money in Lin Yunze's hand, and a glimmer of hesitation flashed in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he took the money. "All right, since you're so sincere, I'll think again." The middle-aged man lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Oh, I remember. There were indeed two people. That woman was really beautiful, and they looked very close, even holding hands." Lin Yunze's heart sank. The news he dreaded most had come true. "Do you remember what the man looked like?" Lin Yunze asked, his voice trembling. The middle-aged man shook his head. "I didn't pay much attention at the time. I only remember he was wearing a suit and looked like a wealthy person." Lin Yunze gritted his teeth. "Did you take any photos? Or is there any surveillance footage in the shop that might have captured them?" The middle-aged man smiled. "You really asked the right question. I like to take pictures. That day, I happened to see them, and since that woman was so beautiful, I secretly took a picture." As he spoke, the middle-aged man took out his phone, found the photo, and handed it to Lin Yunze. Lin Yunze took the phone, his hands trembling uncontrollably. In the photo, Jiang Minjie was holding hands with a man, both of them beaming with happiness. Lin Yunze did not recognize this man. Looking at the photo, Lin Yunze couldn't help but let the tears flow. He had never wanted to believe that Jiang Minjie would betray him, but now, with the evidence right before his eyes, he had no choice but to accept it. Thank you, big brother. Lin Yunze returned the phone to the middle-aged man, his voice hoarse. The middle-aged man patted Lin Yunze on the shoulder. Kid, try to let go. This kind of thing happens all the time nowadays. Lin Yunze didn't respond. He turned and left the small shop. Outside, the wind was even stronger, tousling his hair. He wandered aimlessly down the street, his mind filled with the scene from the photo. He didn't know how long he had been walking when he suddenly remembered that today was Jiang Minjie's day off work. Anger surged within him. He decided he would confront Jiang Minjie face-to-face and see what she had to say for herself. Lin Yunze arrived at the entrance of Jiang Minjie's company and found a corner to hide in. He fixed his gaze on the company entrance, waiting for Jiang Minjie to appear. Time passed second by second, and finally, Jiang Minjie walked out of the company. She was dressed in professional attire, her high heels clicking crisply against the ground. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, looking just like she always did. Lin Yunze took a deep breath, stepped out of the corner, and approached Jiang Minjie. When Jiang Minjie saw Lin Yunze, a look of surprise crossed her face. What are you doing here? Jiang Minjie asked. Lin Yunze didn't answer. He directly took out his phone and held up the photo in front of Jiang Minjie. What's going on here? You'd better explain. Jiang Minjie's face turned pale as she saw the photo. A flash of panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. This is a misunderstanding, Jiang Minjie said. A misunderstanding? Holding hands and laughing so happily. How is that a misunderstanding? Lin Yunze yelled angrily. People around them began to cast curious glances, and Jiang Minjie felt embarrassed. Let's find somewhere else to talk. Don't make a scene here. Lin Yunze scoffed. Now you're worried about making a scene? Did you think about that when you were doing these things? Just then, Lu Yi suddenly appeared. Seeing Lin Yunze and Jiang Minjie, a smug smile spread across her face. Oh, isn't this teacher Lin and manager Jiang? What's going on here? Having a quarrel? Lu Yi said in a sarcastic tone. Jiang Minjie shot Lu Yi a fierce glare. You'd better stop enjoying the show. However, Lu Yi did not think much of it. I'm not here to watch the fun. Teacher Lin, I can tell you that Manager Zhang's issues at the company are not limited to this one thing. Her relationships with Director Liao and Chun Junhui are quite complicated too. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Lin Yunze's anger flared even more. He looked at Jiang Minjie. Is what Lu Yi said true? How many more things are you hiding from me? Jiang Minjie bit her lip. Lu Yi, stop talking nonsense. My relationship with them is purely professional. Lu Yi scoffed. Professional relationship? How do you explain the times you've met Director Liao alone? And why does Chun Junhui frequently bring you gifts? Jiang Minjie was left speechless by Lu Yi's questions. She lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Yunze's gaze. Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie, his heart filled with disappointment and pain. He had always believed that their marriage was unbreakable, but now everything felt so unfamiliar. Jiang Minjie, I have always trusted you, yet you have repeatedly deceived me, Lin Yunze said in a low voice. You have destroyed our home like this. Jiang Minjie raised her head, tears filling her eyes. Yunze, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I promise I won't do it again. Lin Yunze shook his head. A chance? Have you ever given me a chance? Do you know how I've been living these past few days? I've been tormented in pain every day, and all of this is because of you. Lu Yi watched from the side, secretly pleased. She had long been intolerant of Jiang Minjie, and now she finally had the opportunity to see her humiliated. Teacher Lin, don't listen to her. People like her are not worth forgiving, Lu Yi said. Lin Yunze said nothing as he turned to leave. His back looked so lonely, so helpless. Jiang Minjie watched Lin Yunze's departing figure and collapsed onto the ground, crying out loud. At that moment, it started to drizzle from the sky, the raindrops pattering on the ground. The pedestrians on the street hurried home, but only Lin Yunze, Jiang Minjie, and Lu Yi remained standing there, each immersed in their own pain and self-satisfaction. Lin Yunze left the place where Jiang Minjie and Lu Yi were with a dazed expression. The rain continued to fall, the cold raindrops hitting his face, mixing with his tears until he could no longer distinguish between the two. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow through the rain, elongating his shadow and making him seem particularly lonely. He dragged his heavy feet, unsure of where to go, filled with disappointment and anger towards Jiang Minjie, along with endless confusion. After walking for who knows how long, Lin Yunze finally arrived home. He opened the door to find the house shrouded in darkness, lacking any warmth. He didn't turn on the lights and walked straight into the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. At that moment, his phone rang, a jarring sound in the silence of the room. Lin Yunze picked up the phone and saw it was a call from Lin Wanqing. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. "Yunze, where are you? Are you okay?" Lin Wanqing's voice was filled with concern. Hearing Lin Wanqing's voice, Lin Yunze felt his grievances and pain surge up. He recounted everything that had happened today, including finding the photos of the small shop and their confrontation outside Jiang Minjie's company, in detail to Lin Wanqing. "Wanqing, I really don't know what to do. I never thought she would treat me this way. Is our relationship, our home, really over like this?" Lin Yunze's voice was choked with emotion, filled with helplessness. "Yunze, don't be too sad. Maybe there's still a chance for things to turn around. How did Jiang Minjie explain it?" Lin Wanqing tried to comfort Lin Yunze. Lin Yunze let out a cold laugh. She said it was a misunderstanding and that her relationship with that man was purely professional. But Lu Yi said her relationships with General Manager Liao from the legal department and Chen Junhui are not simple at all. She's just lying. Lin Wanqing fell silent for a moment. "Yunze, don't jump to conclusions yet. Let's think it through. Maybe we can find more evidence to clarify the situation. For now, you should rest well and not wear yourself out." Lin Yunze sighed. "I understand. Thank you, Wanqing." After hanging up, Lin Yunze turned over and buried his face in the pillow. The images of Jiang Minjie and that man kept floating in his mind, along with Jiang Minjie's expression when she lied, and the pain in his heart grew more intense. The next day, Lin Yunze went to school as usual. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked exhausted. When Lin Wanqing saw him like this, she felt a deep pang of sympathy. "Yunze, do you want to take a break? I can help you cover the class," Lin Wanqing said with concern. Lin Yunze shook his head. "No need. I want to keep myself busy. That way, I can temporarily forget about those troubling matters." Just then, Jiang Minjie suddenly arrived at the school. She quickly found Lin Yunze's office, and upon seeing him, her eyes turned red. "Yunze, I want to talk to you again." Jiang Minjie's voice was choked with emotion. Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie, and the anger in his heart flared up again. "What's there to talk about? Didn't you explain everything yesterday? I see that as just your excuse." Jiang Minjie stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yunze's hand. "Yunze, I know you don't believe me, but everything I said is true. That man is indeed Chen Junhui from the legal department. We were investigating the issue of counterfeit goods within the company. So, sometimes our actions might appear a bit intimate, but it's really just a professional relationship." Lin Yunze shook off Jiang Minjie's hand. "Counterfeit goods issue? Do you really think I would believe that? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Jiang Minjie was so anxious that tears began to flow down her cheeks. "Yunze, I swear what I said is true. I've been busy with this matter for the past few days and haven't had the chance to talk to you properly. If you don't believe me, I can call Chen Junhui over to explain everything to you in person." Lin Yunze sneered. "Call him over? You two must have been in cahoots already. I see you're just trying to deceive me together." At that moment, Lin Wanqing stepped into the office. Seeing the scene between Jiang Minjie and Lin Yunze, she understood the situation. "Jiang Minjie, don't get too worked up. Yunze is not in a good emotional state right now. It's hard for him to accept what you're saying all at once." Lin Wanqing tried to ease the tension. Jiang Minjie looked at Lin Wanqing, a flash of displeasure in her eyes. "This is a matter between me and Yunze. Can you please not interfere?" Lin Wanqing furrowed her brows. I just see that Yunze is in so much pain and want to help him. Moreover, this matter has already affected his work and life. As his colleague, I can't just stand by. Lin Yunze looked at the two of them, feeling even more irritable. Enough, stop arguing. Jiang Minjie, I don't care whether what you said is true or not. I really don't want to see you right now. Just go, and I'll talk to you again when I've thought things through. Jiang Minjie wanted to say something more, but seeing Lin Yunze's resolute expression, she had no choice but to leave the office helplessly. Lin Wanqing walked over to Lin Yunze's side. Yunze, don't be too angry. You still need to calm down and think. Jiang Minjie's explanation is indeed suspicious, but we can't completely rule out the possibility of what she said. Lin Yunze sat in the chair, holding his head in his hands. My mind is a mess right now. I don't know who to believe. Wanqing, what do you think I should do? Lin Wanqing thought for a moment. I think we can look into the counterfeit issue she mentioned and see if we can find any clues. If she really was working, there should be some evidence left behind. Lin Yunze raised his head and looked at Lin Wanqing. But how do we investigate? We're not from the company, and we have no idea about the situation. Lin Wanqing said, we can ask Lu Yi for help. She works at Jiang Minjie's company and might be able to find out some news. Besides, she doesn't get along with Jiang Minjie, so she should be willing to help us. Lin Yunze nodded. I guess that's all we can do. I hope we can find out the truth soon. I really don't want to suffer like this anymore. Lin Wanqing patted Lin Yunze's shoulder. Don't worry, we'll definitely find the truth. No matter what, I'll be by your side. Outside the window, the sky remained gloomy, with no sign of clearing. The atmosphere in the office was suffocating, making it hard to breathe. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing sat there, filled with confusion and anxiety about the future. They had no idea what secrets were hidden behind this so-called counterfeit issue, nor did they know how much of Jiang Minjie's words were true. But they were clear that to unravel this mystery, they needed to put in more effort. That day, Lin Yunze was restless at school, distracted during classes. His classmates noticed something was off about him, but no one knew what was really going on. Lin Wanqing quietly kept an eye on him, and whenever Lin Yunze showed a pained expression, her heart would ache. Finally, the school bell rang. Lin Yunze packed his things and prepared to leave the school. Lin Wanqing caught up with him. Yunze, let me walk with you. Lin Yunze didn't refuse, and the two walked silently along the path in the campus. At this moment, students around them were laughing and chatting as they headed home, but the two of them felt weighed down as if a heavy stone was pressing on them. Wanqing, thank you for staying with me today. Lin Yunze broke the silence. Lin Wanqing smiled slightly. Don't mention it. We're friends. Besides, I hope you can get rid of these worries and be happy again soon. Lin Yunze looked at Lin Wanqing, feeling a warmth rising in his heart. In this difficult time, Lin Wanqing's companionship brought him immense comfort. The two of them walked out of the campus, and it was still drizzling outside. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stood at the school gate, unsure of where to go next. The overcast sky felt like a huge lead plate pressing down, making it hard to breathe. In a campus of City No. 1 High School, students were playing and laughing on the playground, but Lin Yunze had no heart to pay attention to any of it. He stood by the office window, gazing into the distance, with Jiang Minjie's suspicious behavior filling his mind. Lin Wanqing gently walked in, wearing a light blue dress, resembling a blooming flower, gentle and serene. Yunze, don't worry too much. There will always be a way to figure things out. Lin Wanqing's voice was soft, like a gentle breeze in spring, trying to dispel the gloom in Lin Yunze's heart. Lin Yunze turned around and forced a smile. Wanqing, thank you for staying with me. I really don't know what to do. My mind is filled with those strange things about Minjie. Lin Wanqing walked over to his side, her gaze resolute. We'll face it together. We will find the truth. Perhaps things aren't as bad as we think. At that moment, Lin Yunze's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Lu Yi. He hurriedly answered the phone, and Lu Yi's voice came through the receiver, tinged with a hint of nervousness and excitement. Teacher Lin, I found some important information. Jiang Minjie left the company yesterday at noon with President Liao, and then they went to a hidden conference room. They stayed inside for a long time, and when they came out, Jiang Minjie looked very strange. Lin Yunze's heart tightened. Are you sure? Where's that conference room? Is there any way to find out what they were discussing in there? Lu Yi hesitated for a moment. I could only find this out. That conference room is very concealed. Usually very few people go in, and there are no surveillance cameras around. However, I feel they must have been discussing something secretive. Lin Yunze hung up the phone and looked at Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, I need to go to Jiang Minjie's company. I must find out what they are up to. Lin Wanqing frowned. Isn't that too dangerous? They must not want anyone to know, since they are being so secretive. Lin Yunze shook his head. I can't worry about that anymore. I can't keep being left in the dark. Lin Wanqing bit her lip. Then I'll go with you. Lin Yunze was about to refuse, but when he saw the determination in Lin Wanqing's eyes, he nodded. The two arrived at the entrance of Mingxing Fashion Company, Limited, where fine rain began to fall, cooling their faces. Lin Yunze looked at the towering building, and his unease grew stronger. They walked into the company, but the receptionist stopped them. Lin Yunze tried to keep his tone calm. We're looking for Jiang Minjie. She is my wife. The receptionist looked at them and dialed Jiang Minjie's phone. Soon, Jiang Minjie hurriedly came out. Upon seeing Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing, her expression slightly changed. What are you two doing here? Jiang Minjie's voice was somewhat cold. Lin Yunze fixed his gaze on her eyes. Minjie, I need to ask you something. Where did you go with President Liao yesterday at noon? What were you doing in that conference room? A flash of panic crossed Jiang Minjie's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. What are you talking about? I was only discussing work with President Liao. It was about some important project for the company. Lin Yunze sneered. Discussing work? Why did you need to go to such a concealed conference room? And you looked so strange when you came out. Minjie, stop lying to me. Jiang Minjie's face turned ugly. Lin Yunze, don't make a scene. You don't understand company matters. Don't jump to conclusions. At this moment, some employees around began to notice their argument and cast curious glances. Lin Wanqing, seeing this, softly said, Let's find a quiet place to talk. It's not good to influence others here. Jiang Minjie hesitated for a moment and nodded. They went to a small conference room in the company, and Jiang Minjie closed the door. Lin Yunze directly asked, Minjie, do you have some undisclosed relationship with Manager Liao? Your behavior has been too abnormal recently. What are you hiding? Jiang Minjie's emotions were a bit agitated. I'm not hiding anything. I work hard every day for this family, yet you don't believe me. On what basis do you suspect me? Lin Yunze took out some photos from his pocket, which Lu Yi had secretly given him. The pictures showed Jiang Minjie and Liao Junqiao together entering and leaving various places. How do you explain these? You and Liao Junqiao are often together, and your behavior is very intimate. Minjie, do you still want to quibble? Jiang Minjie looked at the photos. Her face turned pale, and her lips trembled slightly. It's not what you think. Lin Yunze slammed the table in anger. Then what is it? You keep lying to me. How can I still believe you? Tears welled up in Jiang Minjie's eyes. Yunze, I really haven't betrayed you. I admit that I have some work interactions with Manager Liao, but it's all for the company and for our family. Lin Yunze scoffed. For the family? Do you think I would believe that? You went to a lingerie shop, and you smell like some unfamiliar shower gel. How do you explain that? Jiang Minjie lowered her head and was silent for a moment. I went to buy lingerie to prepare a surprise for you. As for the shower gel, I used it when I went for a beauty treatment outside. Lin Yunze clearly did not believe her. Do you think I would believe that? Minjie, we've been married for so many years. Why would you do this to me? Jiang Minjie started to cry. Yunze, I know I was wrong for hiding this from you. I really haven't done anything to hurt you. You have to believe me. Seeing her cry, Lin Yunze's anger eased a little, but he still couldn't let it go. Lin Wanqing quietly watched from the side. She could feel Lin Yunze's pain and Jiang Minjie's helplessness. She spoke up, Jiang Jie, Yunze is very hurt right now. He just wants the truth. If you really haven't done anything, just clarify things. Jiang Minjie wiped her tears. I really have nothing to say. I know you won't believe me. So think whatever you want. Lin Yunze took a deep breath. Minjie, I hope you can think about it carefully. If you still want to save our marriage, don't lie anymore. After saying this, Lin Yunze turned and walked out of the conference room. Lin Wanqing glanced at Jiang Minjie and followed him out. They exited the company building, and the rain was pouring down harder, with raindrops hitting the ground and splashing up little waterflowers. Lin Yunze stood in the rain, letting the water soak his hair and clothes. Lin Wanqing approached, holding an umbrella to shield him from the rain. Yunze, don't be like this. Let's go back. Lin Yunze turned his head to look at Lin Wanqing, his eyes full of exhaustion. Wanqing, what should I do? I really don't know if I can still trust her. Lin Wanqing said with concern. Don't think too much. Let's go back first. There will be a way. No matter what, I will always be here for you. In the rain, the figures of Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing gradually faded away, while Jiang Minjie stood behind the office window, watching their departing silhouettes, tears once again blurring her vision. The rain finally stopped, but the air still lingered with a damp atmosphere, giving a sticky discomfort. In the campus of No. 1 Middle School, the sounds of students chatting during the break echoed, as if trying to disperse the oppressive atmosphere. After returning from Jiang Minjie's office, Lin Yunze felt increasingly heavy-hearted, as if a large stone was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. He listlessly walked into the office, the scene of his argument with Jiang Minjie still echoing in his mind. His colleagues were busy with their own tasks, and no one noticed his unusual demeanor. Lin Yunze sat at his desk and casually flipped through an art book, trying to distract himself. At that moment, the office door was gently pushed open, and Sun Lana walked in. She was wearing a tight-fitting dress that accentuated her curvy figure, with her curly hair casually draped over her shoulders. Sun Lana held a delivery package in her hand, a hint of a mysterious smile on her face. She walked straight to her desk, and just as she opened the package, a strange object fell out. Lin Yunze instinctively glanced over, and his face instantly turned crimson. It was actually a piece of adult toy, and the style was quite bold. Sun Lana hadn't expected such a thing to happen, and in a fluster, she crouched down to try to pick up the item and hide it away. I'm so sorry, Teacher Lin. I didn't mean to. Sun Lana's voice trembled slightly, her face filled with embarrassment. Lin Yunze didn't know what to say. His gaze shifted awkwardly, unsure where to look. It's fine, you just tidy it up. Sun Lana fumbled to put the item back into the package, but her hands were shaking uncontrollably, making it difficult to do so. Teacher Lin, can you help me? Sun Lana looked up, her eyes pleading. Lin Yunze hesitated for a moment, but still went over. He crouched down to help Sun Lana organize the items. During this process, their hands accidentally brushed against each other, causing Sun Lana's face to flush even more. Thank you, Teacher Lin, Sun Lana said softly. Lin Yunze stood up, feeling a bit uneasy as he said, No need to mention it. Just be more careful next time. Sun Lana bit her lip, as if making a significant decision. Teacher Lin, actually, I want to tell you something. Lin Yunze looked at her and nodded. Go ahead. Sun Lana took a deep breath. I've been encountering some trouble lately. My ex-boyfriend has been harassing me, and he's been threatening me. Lin Yunze frowned. How was he threatening you? Have you reported it to the police? Sun Lana shook her head. I'm afraid to report it. He said if I do, he would expose some bad things about me. Lin Yunze felt a bit puzzled. What bad things? Sun Lana lowered her head, hesitating for a moment. I did some disgraceful things due to financial difficulties in the past. When we were together, he found out about these things, and now he's using that to threaten me. Lin Yunze felt a bit of sympathy for her. So what do you plan to do now? Sun Lana raised her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. I don't know. I'm really scared. Teacher Lin, I think you're a good person, so I wanted to talk to you and hope you can give me some advice. Lin Yunze thought for a moment. I think you should face it bravely. You can't let him continue to threaten you. You could try talking to him directly and ask him to stop bothering you. If he doesn't listen, then you might have to call the police. Sun Lana sighed. I'm afraid he won't let go easily. He's very stubborn. Lin Yunze comforted her. No matter what, you can't let him control you like this. You need to believe that you have the ability to solve this problem. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Wanqing walked in. She saw Lin Yunze and Sun Lana standing together, and Sun Lana's expression seemed a bit off, which made her feel puzzled. Yunze, what are you two talking about? Lin Wanqing asked with a smile. Lin Yunze felt a bit awkward and said, It's nothing, just that Ms. Sun has encountered some problems, and I was giving her some advice. Lin Wanqing looked at Sun Lana, then at Lin Yunze. Oh, I see. Ms. Sun, if you need any help, you can also talk to me. Sun Lana forced a smile. Thank you, Teacher Lin, I will. Lin Wanqing walked over to Lin Yunze and said softly, Yunze, I need to talk to you about something. Let's step out for a moment. Lin Yunze nodded and walked out of the office with Lin Wanqing. They went to a quiet corner of the campus where only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. Lin Wanqing looked at Lin Yunze. Yunze, what were you two really talking about just now? I noticed that Ms. Sun didn't seem right. Lin Yunze recounted what Sun Lana had told him. Lin Wanqing frowned. I didn't expect Ms. Sun to be dealing with such issues. But why would she talk to you about these things? Lin Yunze shook his head. I don't know. Maybe she feels that I can help her. Lin Wanqing felt a bit worried. Yunze, I think you should be careful. Ms. Sun's situation is quite complicated, and we don't know what her ex-boyfriend might do. Lin Yunze nodded. I understand. I will be careful, but she's in a difficult situation right now. I can't just ignore it. Lin Wanqing looked at Lin Yunze, feeling a bit helpless. I know you have a kind heart, but we still have our own problems to deal with. Jiang Minjie's situation is getting more complicated, and we can't let ourselves be distracted by other matters. Lin Yunze sighed. I understand. I just feel that helping a little is better than nothing. Lin Wanqing looked at him, wanted to say something, but holding back. She knew that Lin Yunze was a soft-hearted person, and it was hard for him to stand by when he saw others in trouble. All right, you take care of yourself. If anything happens, be sure to tell me right away, Lin Wanqing instructed. Lin Yunze nodded. I will, you can rest assured. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Lin Yunze left the office. Sun Lana was already gone. Lin Yunze sat down at his desk, lost in thought. He didn't know how Sun Lana's situation would develop, nor whether he could actually help her. The situation with Jiang Minjie was like a dark cloud, always hanging over his heart, making him feel incredibly depressed. The night fell like thick ink, heavily pressing down on the city, with only the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow, projecting dark halos on the ground. Lin Yunze sat on the sofa in the living room, the television playing silent images, but his gaze was empty and wandering, his mind constantly churning with Jiang Minjie's puzzling behavior and Sun Lana's painful past, leaving him restless. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone broke the silence in the room. Lin Yunze picked up his phone and saw that it was a call from Lu Yi. A wave of unease surged within him. Teacher Lin, it's bad. Liao Junqiao asked Jiang Minjie to go to his office after work. It's so late, it can't be anything good. Lu Yi's voice was filled with obvious urgency, sounding especially clear in the quiet night. Lin Yunze's heart tightened. Are you sure? Are they still in the office? I'm sure. I just saw Jiang Minjie go in not long ago. Teacher Lin, you have to think of a way. Liu Yi urgit. Lin Yunze hung up the phone. Not having time to think, he grabbed his coat and rushed out the door. As he ran, he called Lin Wanqing. When the call connected, Lin Yunze spoke urgently. Wanqing, Minjie is in the office with Liao Junqiao. I'm going over now. I'll go with you. Wait for me. I'll be downstairs at your place right away. Lin Wanqing interrupted him without hesitation. Lin Yunze paced anxiously downstairs. Time seemed to freeze, and every second felt incredibly long. Finally, Lin Wanqing's figure appeared under the dim streetlight, slightly out of breath, her hair a bit disheveled, but her eyes showed determination. The two hurried to Ming Sheng Clothing Limited Company. Most of the office floors in the building were already dark, with only Liao Juanchao's office window still emitting a glimmer of light, like a pair of eyes peering out from the darkness. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing quietly entered the building. The elevator made a faint buzzing sound in the quiet night, each sound hitting their tense hearts. Arriving at the floor where Liao Juanchao's office was located, Lin Yunze took a deep breath and suddenly pushed open the office door. "What are you doing?" Lin Yunze shouted angrily, his voice echoing in the empty corridor. However, the scene inside the office instantly stunned him. In the office, Zhao Yuka was sitting on Liao Juanchao's lap, both of them wearing shocked expressions. Seeing Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing burst in, they widened their eyes in fear. What is going on?" Lin Yunze's voice was filled with confusion and embarrassment. He had expected to see an inappropriate scene between Jiang Minjie and Liao Juanchao, but instead, it was Zhao Yuka and Liao Juanchao. Zhao Yuka hurriedly jumped off Liao Juanchao's lap, frantically adjusting her clothes. How did you come in?" "This is a misunderstanding." Liao Juanchao also stood up, his face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Are you crazy? You can't just barge into my office." At this moment, Lin Yunze realized that he had misunderstood. His face turned red with embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Seeing the awkward situation, Lin Wanqing quickly tugged at Lin Yunze's arm. "Yunze, let's go out first." But Lin Yunze stood frozen, the anger in his heart still not extinguished. "Liao Juanchao, as the company's general manager, how can you do this kind of thing? Do you have any respect for the company or for your employees?" Liao Juanchao was furious. "Lin Yunze, this is my private matter. It's none of her business. Don't think that just because you're Jiang Minjie's husband, you can act recklessly." Lin Yunze took a step forward, pointing at Liao Juanchao's nose. "What does your relationship with my wife even mean? You must clarify this today." Liao Juanchao sneered. "Your wife? You can't even control your own wife, and you come to question me." Hearing this, Lin Yunze's anger was reignited. He charged forward, ready to throw a punch, but Lin Wanqing quickly pulled him back. "Yunze, don't act impulsively. Let's first figure out what's going on." At this moment, Zhao Yuko also regained her composure and glared fiercely at Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing. "You two are crazy, coming here at night to ruin our good time." Lin Yunze turned to look at Zhao Yuko. "Do you still have the face to say that? You and Liao Juanchao are doing this kind of thing here. Don't you feel ashamed?" Zhao Yuka scoffed. "This is our choice. Why does it matter to you? You should focus on controlling your wife instead of coming here to cause trouble." Lin Yunze's hands clenched into fists, his body trembling slightly with anger. Lin Wanqing sensed that his emotions were about to spiral out of control and forcefully pulled him towards the door. "Yunze, let's go outside. Don't argue with him here." Lin Yunze was dragged by Lin Wanqing into the hallway, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, filled with both anger and frustration. "Yunze, don't be angry. We might have really misunderstood." Lin Wanqing softly comforted him. Lin Yunze looked up at her, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. "Wanqing, am I ridiculous? I thought I could find evidence, but it ended up being such a big joke." Lin Wanqing shook her head. "This is not your fault. Who would have guessed it would turn out like this? We just wanted to clarify the truth too much." Lin Yunze sighed. "But where is Minjie really? Do she and Liao Juanchao have any relationship? I honestly don't know what to do now." Lin Wanqing held his hand. "Don't worry. We'll think of another way. There will be a day when the truth comes to light." At that moment, the office door was opened again, and Liao Juanchao and Zhao Yuka walked out. Liao Juanchao glared fiercely at Lin Yunze. "Lin Yunze, today's matter isn't over. If you dare to cause trouble at the company again, I won't let you off." Lin Yunze was about to retort when Lin Wanqing spoke first. Director Liao, we were reckless today, but we were just concerned about Jiang Minjie. If you really don't have any inappropriate relationship with her, then that would be best. Liao Junqiao huffed coldly. What kind of relationship could I have with her? Don't guess blindly here. After saying that, he left with Zhao Yuku. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stood in the empty hallway, the dim lights casting long shadows of their figures. Wanqing, what should we do now? Lin Yunze's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. Lin Wanqing thought for a moment. Let's take a break for now. We won't be able to find anything today. Let's plan for tomorrow. Lin Yunze nodded, and the two of them silently walked out of the company building. The streets outside were eerily quiet, with only the occasional car speeding by, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing walked side by side, without saying a word. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind blew by, causing Lin Wanqing to shiver involuntarily. Lin Yunze instinctively took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Lin Wanqing glanced at him, warmth flooding her heart. Thank you. Lin Yunze smiled, though his smile carried a hint of bitterness. No need to thank me. Today, we owe you a lot. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what impulsive thing I might have done. They continued to walk in silence, their figures gradually disappearing into the darkness at the end of the street. The secret regarding Jiang Minjie still loomed over them like a fog, making it hard to see or grasp. The next morning, sunlight filtered through thin clouds, gently illuminating every corner of the city. However, this warm sunlight failed to dispel the gloom in Lin Yunze's heart. He had not slept all night, his mind replaying the absurd scenes from the company the night before, filled with worry for Jiang Minjie and anger at the embarrassing spectacle involving Liao Junqiao and Zhao Yuka. Meanwhile, in the office of Ming Sheng Fashion Company, Lu Yi was sitting at her workstation, her fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard, her eyes revealing a mix of tension and excitement. She had finally found evidence against Zhao Yuka and Liao Junqiao, records of their clandestine manipulation of financial data and irregular approvals for certain projects. She knew the importance of this evidence. If used properly, it could bring down these two bullies in the company. Lu Yi glanced around to ensure no one was watching her. Cautiously, she copied the documents onto a hidden USB drive, then tightly clutched it in her hand as if she were holding onto a lifeline. She decided to give this evidence to Lin Yunze. After all, in this chaotic dispute, she and Lin Yunze shared a common goal: uncovering the truth behind Jiang Minjie and ensuring that Liao Junqiao and Zhao Yuka faced the consequences they deserved. After work, Lu Yi hurried to the school and found Lin Yunze in the art office. At that moment, Lin Yunze was sitting at his desk, lost in thought while staring at an unfinished painting, the brush in his hand rotating aimlessly. Teacher Lin. Lu Yi's voice broke the silence of the office. Lin Yunze looked up, and, seeing Lu Yi, a glimmer of hope crossed his eyes. Lu Yi, you're here. Did you find something new? Lu Yi quickly walked up to Lin Yunze and pulled out the USB drive from her bag. Teacher Lin, this is the evidence I found. Liao Junqiao and Zhao Yuka have done many unsavory things in the company, all documented in these records. Lin Yunze took the USB drive, his eyes reflecting surprise and joy. Really? That's great. Lu Yi, you've really helped us out. Just then, Lin Wanqing also entered the office. Seeing Lu Yi and Lin Yunze together, she showed a concerned expression. What's going on? What happened? Lin Yunze explained the situation regarding the USB drive to Lin Wanqing. After hearing it, a flicker of excitement crossed Lin Wanqing's eyes. This is really good news. Perhaps this evidence can help us uncover more truths. However, they were unaware that danger was quietly approaching. After Zhao Yuka and Liao Junqiao discovered that Lu Yi had their incriminating evidence, they were furious and decided to take revenge against Lu Yi. On the fifth day, as Lu Yi arrived at the company, she sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Her colleagues looked at her strangely, some even whispering behind her back. Before she could think too much, she was called into the office by her department supervisor. Lu E, look at the projects you've worked on this month. What is all this mess? Customer complaints have reached the upper management. Do you not want to work here anymore? The supervisor angrily threw a stack of documents in front of Lu E. Confused, Lu E picked up the documents and carefully examined them, only to find that the data and content had been tampered with. This was definitely not her work. Supervisor, this is not what I did. Someone must have deliberately framed me. The supervisor snorted coldly. Don't try to argue. The evidence is all here. Do you still want to deny it? The company has decided that you're no longer responsible for this project, and you need to write a deep self-reflection report by tomorrow. Feeling wronged, Lu E walked out of the supervisor's office. She knew this was definitely the work of Zhao Yuka and Liao Juanhao. Anger and resentment filled her heart, and she decided that she could not just sit back and wait for things to unfold. After work, Lu E returned to school and found Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing. She recounted her experiences at the company, and as she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Teacher Lin, what should I do? They definitely want to force me out of the company, Lu E sobbed. Lin Yunze frowned and comforted her. Lu E, don't worry. We will definitely find a way. What they are doing is too much. We cannot let them succeed. Lin Wanqing added, Lu E, don't cry just yet. Let's brainstorm some solutions. Since they want to use such underhanded tactics against you, we'll start from the evidence and see if we can find a way to fight back. The three of them went to the school library and found a quiet corner to sit down. Lin Yunze plugged a USB drive into the computer and carefully checked the files inside. Lin Wanqing and Lu E brainstormed strategies on the side. Look here, there's a document about their collusion with a supplier. They are inflating procurement prices to take kickbacks. Lin Yunze pointed at the computer screen. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. This is crucial evidence. If we can expose this, they will definitely face consequences. Lu E also perked up. Yes, we cannot let them get away with this. But how should we expose this evidence? Lin Yunze thought for a moment. We can give this evidence to the upper management of the company and let them handle it. However, we need to ensure that this evidence won't be destroyed by them. Lin Wanqing nodded. I think we should back up the evidence first, then anonymously send it to the upper management. This way, we can ensure the safety of the evidence and let them face the consequences they deserve. After discussing, the three began preparing. Lin Yunze made multiple copies of the evidence on a USB drive and saved them in different locations. Lu E wrote an anonymous letter detailing the source and importance of the evidence. Once everything was ready, Lu E discreetly placed the anonymous letter and the USB drive at the office door of the company's upper management after work. After completing this, she felt both nervous and hopeful, uncertain about what would happen next. However, things did not go as they had hoped. Zhao Yuka and Liao Juanhao noticed Lu Yi's actions and decided to strike first. After Lu Yi left the company, they sent someone to follow her, trying to find more dirt on her and Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing. That night, Lu Yi walked home alone and felt uneasy. Suddenly, she sensed several figures following her from behind. She quickened her pace, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Who are you? Why are you following me? Lu Yi mustered her courage and turned around to shout at the figures behind her. As the figures approached, Lu Yi recognized their faces. It was the thugs hired by Zhao Yuka and Liao Juanhao. Hey, little girl, you're pretty bold to go against us, the lead thug said menacingly. Lu Yi was terrified, but forced herself to remain calm. What do you want? Don't mess with me. The thugs burst into laughter. We don't want anything. We just want to teach you a lesson so you know not to meddle in things that don't concern you. With that, the thugs closed in on her. Lu Yi shut her eyes in fear, silently praying for someone to come to her rescue. At that moment, a car suddenly stopped at the roadside, and Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing rushed out of the vehicle. What are you doing? Let her go. Lin Yunze shouted angrily. The thugs paused in surprise when they saw Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing, then sneered, Oh, look, a hero saving the beauty. Just the two of you think you can handle us. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances and then firmly stood in front of Lu Yi. Although Lin Yunze felt some fear inside, he knew he could not back down. He had to protect Lu Yi. "If you dare to touch a hair on her head, I will call the police," Lin Wanqing shouted. Hearing the word police, the thugs showed a glimmer of hesitation. They knew that if this escalated, it wouldn't be good for them either. Consider yourselves lucky this time." The lead thug glared at them and then turned to leave with his accomplices. Lu Yi looked at Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing, her eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for saving me." Lin Yunze patted Lu Yi on the shoulder. "It's fine. Let's get you home." On the way to Lu Yi's house, both Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing felt heavy-hearted. They knew that this struggle had just begun and more challenges awaited them. But they were determined not to back down. They resolved to fight Zhao Yuke and Liao Juanhao to the end until the truth was revealed. The bustling city began to settle down a little after nightfall, with a faint aroma of fireworks lingering in the streets. After Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing dropped Lu Yi off at home, the two of them strolled down the street, their shadows stretching and shortening under the streetlights. Lin Yunze felt a mix of emotions. After everything that had happened, he felt like his life had been completely disrupted. He glanced at Lin Wanqing, her hair gently swaying in the breeze, the soft light illuminating her face, making her look particularly gentle. During this time, Lin Wanqing had been by his side, providing him with support and comfort, and Lin Yunze felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her. "Wanqing, I really owe you a lot today. If it weren't for you being with me, I honestly don't know what I would have done." Lin Yunze broke the silence, his voice tinged with a hint of fatigue and helplessness. Lin Wanqing shook her head slightly, a faint smile appearing on her face. "Don't say that. We are friends, and it's only right for us to help each other. Moreover, I also hope to help you resolve these troubles as soon as possible." The two of them reached a small park in the center of the street, where the trees cast hazy shadows in the night, and the occasional chirping of insects could be heard. They found a long bench to sit on, and the surroundings fell into deep silence, as if the entire world consisted of just the two of them. Lin Yunze sighed, "I feel very lost right now. The situation with Minjie is exhausting me, and I don't know if I can still trust her. And then Lu Yi got dragged into this. I feel really guilty." Lin Wanqing listened quietly, feeling Lin Yunze's inner pain and struggle. She reached out and gently patted Lin Yunze's shoulder. "Don't blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. We will figure out the situation with Jiang Minjie, and we will continue to help Lu Yi. You are not alone. I will always be by your side." Lin Yunze turned his head and looked into Lin Wanqing's eyes, a warm current surging within him. At that moment, he suddenly realized that her eyes were filled with concern and trust, something he hadn't felt from Jiang Minjie in a long time. "Wanqing, do you think I'm a failure? I can't even manage my own marriage." Lin Yunze's voice carried a hint of self-mockery. Lin Wanqing immediately replied, "Don't think like that. Marriage is very complicated. It's not just your problem. Besides, you've been trying hard to maintain this family. It's Jiang Jie's actions that have led to this situation." Lin Yunze smiled bitterly. "Maybe. I don't even know how to face her anymore. Every time I see her, my heart is filled with contradictions and pain." Seeing Lin Yunze's pained expression, Lin Wanqing felt sad as well. She thought for a moment and said, "Yunze, no matter what, you need to take care of your own emotions first. If you keep feeling this way, it won't solve any problems. Why don't you take a break from thinking about these matters for a while and do something you enjoy to relax?" Lin Yunze shook his head. "It's not that easy. These issues are like a dark cloud hanging over me, and I can't escape from them." Lin Wanqing was silent for a moment before saying, "Then let's try to think about it from a different perspective. Perhaps these issues are reminding you to reevaluate your life. No matter how things end up, you need to plan for your future." Lin Yunze looked at Lin Wanqing, feeling a stir in his heart. He suddenly realized that her words made a lot of sense. He had been so caught up in Jiang Minjie's problems that he had neglected his own feelings and future. Wanqing, thank you. What you said has helped me understand a lot, Lin Yunze said sincerely. Lin Wanqing smiled. No need to thank me. As long as you can feel better, I'll be happy. Their gazes met, and time seemed to stand still. In that moment, they both felt a special emotion flowing between them, warm yet unsettling. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew by, causing Lin Wanqing to shiver. Seeing this, Lin Yunze immediately took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Be careful not to catch a chill, Lin Yunze said softly. Lin Wanqing felt warmth in her heart. Thank you, aren't you cold? Lin Yunze shook his head. I'm fine. Don't freeze yourself. The two were very close, and Lin Wanqing could smell the faint scent of laundry detergent on Lin Yunze. This scent made her feel at ease, and it made her heart race uncontrollably. Lin Yunze also sensed the subtle change in the atmosphere, and he felt a bit flustered. He had known Lin Wanqing for so long, always considering her a good friend, but now he realized that his feelings for her seemed to have surpassed the boundaries of friendship. Wanqing, Lin Yunze wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start. Seeing Lin Yunze's hesitance, Lin Wanqing also felt a bit nervous. She vaguely sensed that Lin Yunze wanted to say something, and she was both flingy and afraid. Just then, Lin Yunze's phone suddenly rang, breaking the delicate atmosphere. He glanced at the phone. It was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he still answered. Hello, is this Lin Yunze? A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, who are you? Lin Yunze asked. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, you better stop investigating your wife's matters, or you will regret it. The voice on the other end was filled with threat. Lin Yunze's heart tightened. What are you talking about? Why would you say that? Don't ask too many questions. Just do as I say, or the people around you will be dragged in. After saying that, the caller hung up. Lin Yunze's hand trembled slightly as he held the phone. He never expected that his investigation would lead to such a threat. Lin Wanqing noticed that Lin Yunze's expression had turned serious and quickly asked, What's wrong? What happened? Lin Yunze recounted the contents of the call to Lin Wanqing, and her expression also changed after listening. This is too much. How can they threaten you like this? Lin Wanqing said angrily. Lin Yunze frowned. It seems they are really afraid of us discovering something. However, I won't be intimidated by them. I must get to the bottom of this. Seeing the determination in Lin Yunze's expression, Lin Wanqing felt a bit worried. But they definitely won't back down easily. We need to be careful. Why don't we report it to the police? Lin Yunze shook his head. There isn't enough evidence yet, and reporting it to the police would be useless. We can only be careful ourselves, and I won't give up on the investigation just because of their threats. Lin Wanqing knew Lin Yunze's temperament. Once he made up his mind, it was hard to change it. She nodded. All right then, no matter what, I'll face it with you. The two stood up and left the park. As they walked home, their mood was heavy. They knew the road ahead would be even more challenging, but they had no intention of backing down. Moonlight poured down on them, casting their shadows on the street, making them appear somewhat lonely. The feelings that had just begun to warm between them became even more complicated and subtle under this sudden threat. On campus at night, the tranquility felt somewhat oppressive. Moonlight seeped through the mottled leaves, casting a layer of broken silver frost on the paths, as if the ground were covered in a delicate sheen. Lin Yunze walked alone on this familiar path, his shadow elongated by the moonlight, each step feeling heavy. His mind was filled with the image of Lin Wanqing, the gentle and kind music teacher who had quietly nestled into his heart without him realizing it. Yet, his marriage was still mired in difficulties. Jiang Minjie's issues loomed over him like a dark cloud, overshadowing him and refusing to dissipate. How can I have such feelings for Lin Wanqing? I haven't resolved my own marriage. This isn't fair to her. Lin Yunze chided himself in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing sat in her room, gazing out at the moonlight. Her eyes were filled with conflict and concern. She knew Lin Yunze had developed different feelings for her, but she also understood that he had not yet extricated himself from the troubles of his marriage. Should I not interfere in his life? But I truly don't want to see him in such pain, Lin Wanqing murmured to herself, her voice resonating clearly in the silent room. The next day, Lin Yunze arrived at school, appearing somewhat distracted. During class, he zoned out several times, giving perfunctory answers to his students' questions. After enduring the class, he found a corner of the playground, sat on a bench, and cradled his head in his hands, lost in thought. At that moment, Lin Wanqing, as usual, keenly sensed Lin Yunze's unusual demeanor. After hesitating for a moment, she walked toward the playground. When she saw Lin Yunze's lonely figure, her heart ached. "Yunze," Lin Wanqing called softly, her voice carrying a gentle concern. Lin Yunze looked up, saw Lin Wanqing, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. He quickly lowered his head and said, "Wanqing, what brings you here?" Lin Wanqing sat down beside him, looked into his eyes earnestly, and said, "Yunze, I know what you're thinking. You don't need to be so conflicted. Whatever decision you make, I will always be by your side." Lin Yunze forced a bitter smile and said, "Wanqing, you're too good to me. But I really don't know what to do. I haven't fully resolved things with Jiang Minjie, yet I have these feelings for you, and I feel like I'm being unfair to you." Lin Wanqing gently shook her head and said, "Feelings have no right or wrong. You don't need to feel so guilty. I like you, not to burden you, but simply to be there for you when you're at your most difficult." Hearing Lin Wanqing's words, Lin Yunze felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He turned to look at her, his eyes filled with complex feelings. Under the moonlight, Lin Wanqing's face appeared particularly gentle and beautiful, her eyes shimmering with a determined light. "Wanqing, do you know, when I'm with you, I feel truly happy, as if all my troubles have vanished. But every time I think of Jiang Minjie and our past marriage, I feel like I shouldn't." Lin Yunze's voice was a bit hoarse, as he struggled internally with a fierce battle. Lin Wanqing reached out and gently held Lin Yunze's hand, saying, "Yunze, the past is unchangeable. We can only face the present. The issues between you and Jiang Minjie need to be resolved by you. Regardless of the outcome, I will respect your choice." Lin Yunze felt the warmth of Lin Wanqing's hand, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He wanted to hold her tightly, to tell her how much he liked her, but he was also afraid that his actions would bring her harm. Just then, a cold wind swept by, causing Lin Wanqing to shiver involuntarily. Lin Yunze quickly took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, saying, "Be careful not to catch a chill." Lin Wanqing looked at him, her heart filled with gratitude. She leaned against Lin Yunze's shoulder and whispered, "Yunze, I truly hope we can have a beautiful future, but I also know that all of this takes time. No matter who you ultimately choose, I hope you can be happy." Lin Yunze felt a sharp pain in his heart. He knew that Lin Wanqing was genuinely thinking of him. He gently stroked her hair and said, "Wanqing, don't worry. I will handle everything. No matter how it ends, I won't let you get hurt." The two sat quietly on the playground, enjoying this moment of tranquility. The moonlight bathed them, as if cloaking them in a layer of silver silk. Suddenly, Lin Yunze's phone rang, breaking the silence. He glanced at the screen, and his expression darkened. It was a call from Jiang Minjie. Lin Yunze hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. On the other end, Jiang Minjie's voice sounded anxious. "Yunze, where are you? I have something important to discuss with you." Lin Yunze looked at Lin Wanqing beside him, feeling a wave of conflict in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, "I'm at school." "What is it?" Jiang Minjie replied, "I'm at home. Can you come back for a bit? It's really important." Lin Yunze fell silent for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll be back soon." After hanging up, Lin Yunze looked at Lin Wanqing with a sense of helplessness and said, "It was Jiang Minjie. She wanted me to go home for a bit." Lin Wanqing nodded and said, "You should go. No matter what happens, stay calm." Lin Yunze stood up, looked deeply at Lin Wanqing, and said, "Wanqing, thank you. Once I handle this, I will give you an explanation." With that, Lin Yunze turned and left the playground. Lin Wanqing watched his retreating figure, filled with worry. She didn't know what would happen when Lin Yunze returned home, nor did she know where their relationship would ultimately lead. When Lin Yunze returned home, he saw Jiang Minjie sitting on the sofa, looking somewhat haggard. As soon as she saw Lin Yunze come back, Jiang Minjie quickly stood up and said, "Yunze, you're finally back." Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie coldly and said, "What do you want from me?" Jiang Minjie walked up to Lin Yunze, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Yunze, I know you've been investigating me, and I know I've done many things to hurt you. But I truly regret it, and I hope you can give me another chance." Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie, feeling a surge of anger. He said, "Do you think I can still trust you? You've deceived me time and again. How can I believe you now?" Jiang Minjie cried and said, "Yunze, I really know I was wrong. The things between me and Liao Junqiao and Chun Junhui were all due to my moment of confusion. I just wanted a promotion, wanted to provide a better life for our family, but I took the wrong path." Lin Yunze sneered and said, "You think wanting a promotion and a better life justifies your actions? Have you ever considered my feelings? Have you thought about our daughter?" Jiang Minjie cried even harder, saying, "Yunze, I know I was wrong, and I truly regret it. Please give me another chance. I will make it up to you, I promise." Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie, feeling a bit shaken. After all, they once had beautiful memories together, and they had a daughter. But then he thought of Lin Wanqing and the happiness and warmth he felt when he was with her. "I really don't know what to do right now," Lin Yunze said in pain. "How can I trust you? How can I face our past?" Jiang Minjie looked at Lin Yunze and suddenly knelt down on the ground, saying, "Yunze, I beg you, please give me another chance. I will really change, I promise." Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie and kneeling on the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. He didn't know how to choose, whether to forgive Jiang Minjie or to be with Lin Wanqing. His heart was undergoing an unprecedented torment. Early in the morning, the sun struggled to penetrate the thick clouds, casting a faint hazy light over the campus of No. 1 Middle School, shrouding this familiar place in a layer of mist. Lin Yunze stood in the corridor of the teaching building, gazing at the playground in the distance, his heart heavy like the sky obscured by clouds. Yesterday's conversation with Lin Wanqing on the playground left his feelings increasingly complex. On one hand, his reliance and affection for Lin Wanqing grew stronger. On the other hand, Jiang Minjie's affection was still like a tangled mess, tightly entwining him and making it difficult for him to break free. At that moment, the class bell rang abruptly, its sharp sound breaking the tranquility of the campus and interrupting Lin Yunze's thoughts. He took a deep breath, turned around, and walked into the classroom, preparing to start the day's lessons. However, he found this class particularly difficult, his mind wandering elsewhere, and he answered students' questions absent-mindedly. Finally, the break arrived, and just as Lin Yunze was about to relax, he saw Lu Yutao approaching him like a light and agile bird. Lu Yutao wore that inscrutable smile and said, "Teacher Lin, you haven't forgotten about my sketch assignment, have you?" Lin Yunze's heart tightened. He suddenly remembered Lu Yutao's request for the assignment. He forced a smile and replied, "I haven't forgotten. I will start drawing in the next couple of days." Lu Yutao nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Great. Teacher Lin, I'm really looking forward to your work. Remember, you have 2 days. Don't let me down." After saying that, she turned and skipped away. Watching Lu Yutao's back, Lin Yunze furrowed his brow. He knew that this task was not simple. Lu Yutao surely had some deeper purpose in making such a request. After classes, Lin Yunze did not return home immediately, but stayed at school. He went to the art classroom, preparing to find inspiration for Lu Yutao's sketch. The classroom was filled with a faint smell of paint, and sunlight streamed through the windows, creating patches of light and shadow on the easel. As usual, Lin Wanqing, knowing about Lin Yunze's situation, also came to the art classroom. She looked at Lin Yunze sitting in front of the easel, his brow furrowed and expression troubled, and felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. "Yunze, don't rush it. Let's think about it slowly together," Lin Wanqing said softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Lin Yunze raised his head to look at Lin Wanqing, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Wanqing, I really don't know where to start. The campus is so big. Where is the most beautiful corner?" Lin Wanqing walked to the window and looked outside. At that moment, the afterglow of the setting sun gradually illuminated the campus, casting a golden edge on the buildings and trees. She pointed to the cherry blossom trees by the playground and said, "Yunze, look over there. The cherry blossom trees in the sunset are really beautiful, aren't they?" Lin Yunze followed Lin Wanqing's zhishang and indeed saw that the cherry blossom trees, bathed in the sunset, looked dreamy and ethereal. The pink petals swayed gently in the breeze, resembling a pink cloud. "That seems like a good choice," Lin Yunze said as he stood up and walked to the window, carefully observing the cherry blossom trees. "But just having the cherry blossom trees isn't enough. I feel like something is missing." Lin Wanqing thought for a moment and said, "How about including the small pavilion next to it? The cherry blossom trees and the pavilion could complement each other, and it might create an unexpected effect." Lin Yunze's eyes lit up. "Wanqing, you're right. You always think ahead." With that, they got to work. Lin Yunze immediately began preparing his drawing tools. He took out paper and brushes and carefully mixed the paints. Lin Wanqing helped him by handing over what he needed and occasionally offering her thoughts. As Lin Yunze immersed himself in the drawing process, he gradually became absorbed. He focused on depicting the shapes of the cherry blossom trees, the textures of the petals, and the outline of the pavilion. Lin Wanqing sat quietly beside him, watching Lin Yunze's serious demeanor, filled with admiration. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the sky gradually darkened. The noise in the campus gradually faded, replaced by a serene quietness. Lin Yunze finally completed a rough sketch and put down his brush, rubbing his sore wrist. "Wanqing, what do you think?" Lin Yunze handed the paper to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing took the paper and examined it closely. The cherry blossom trees and the pavilion in the sketch looked vivid under the afterglow of the sunset, seemingly radiating a unique charm. "Yunze, it's really beautiful. I believe Lu Yutao will definitely like it." Lin Yunze smiled, but his smile carried a hint of fatigue. "I hope so. But this is just a rough sketch. There are still many details that need to be refined." At that moment, Lin Yunze's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Sun Xiaobin. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered. "Hello, Xiaobin, what's up?" Lin Yunze asked. On the other end, Sun Xiaobin's voice sounded a bit panicked. "Yunze, I think I'm in big trouble." Lin Yunze's heart sank. "What happened? Take your time and tell me." Sun Xiaobin said, "I was involved in that underground gambling ring before, and it seems like the police are onto us. Today I received news that they might start investigating." Lin Yunze frowned. "Why were you so reckless? Getting involved in something like that? What do you plan to do now?" Sun Xiaobin said with a sobbing tone, "I don't know. Yunze, you have to help me. I don't want to be arrested by the police. I don't want to go to jail." Lin Yunze was silent for a moment and said, "What can I do to help you?" "This is illegal behavior," Sun Xiaobin pleaded. "Yunze, think of a way, please. I really know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again in the future." Lin Yunze sighed. "I really don't have any good solutions right now. You should calm down and see if you can find some way to remedy the situation." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yunze's mood became even heavier. He didn't expect that Sun Xiaobin would get involved in underground gambling, and now he was in trouble. Lin Wanqing looked at Lin Yunze's expression and asked with concern, "Yunze, what's wrong? Did something happen to Sun Xiaobin?" Lin Yunze briefly recounted the situation. After hearing it, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but frown. "I didn't expect Sun Xiaobin would do something like this." "Yunze, You must not get yourself into trouble because of his situation. Lin Yunze nodded. I know. But we've all been friends for a long time. Now that he's in trouble, I can't just ignore him. Lin Wanqing said, but this kind of illegal activity, there's nothing we can do about it. He made his own choice, and he has to bear the consequences. Lin Yunze fell silent. He felt that Lin Wanqing was right, but he also felt a bit reluctant to watch Sun Xiaobin fall into trouble. Just then, a cold wind blew by, and a window rattled. Both Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing shivered slightly. Lin Yunze got up and walked to the window, preparing to close it. Outside, the night had completely enveloped the campus. In the darkness, he could vaguely see some figures moving. Lin Yunze's heart skipped a beat. He looked carefully, but couldn't see clearly. Wanqing, look over there, isn't there someone? Lin Yunze pointed to the dark figures outside. Lin Wanqing also walked to the window and looked out. It seems like there are people, but it's too dark to see clearly. What are they doing over there? A sense of unease surged in Lin Yunze's heart. He thought for a moment and said, no matter who they are, it's better for us to be cautious. There have been too many strange incidents recently. I feel something is off. Lin Wanqing nodded. Yes, you're right. We should quickly pack up the drawings and go home early. Lin Yunze carefully stored the drawing paper and organized his drawing tools. Lin Wanqing helped him turn off the lights in the classroom, and the two of them left the art classroom together. As they walked along the path in the campus, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing both looked around vigilantly. The moonlight spilled onto the ground, elongating their shadows. Suddenly, faint footsteps could be heard ahead. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing both stopped and watched the front nervously. After a while, a figure emerged from the darkness. Lin Yunze squinted and realized it was the school security guard. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, it's just the security guard. You scared us." The guard smiled and said, "It's so late. Why are you still at school?" Lin Yunze replied, "We were busy working on some things in the art classroom, and we're just about to head home." The guard nodded. "Be careful. It hasn't been very safe around the school lately." Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing thanked the guard and continued walking. Along the way, they didn't speak, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, they reached the school gate. Lin Yunze looked at Lin Wanqing and said, "Wanqing, be careful going back." Lin Wanqing replied, "You too. Let me know when you get home." They exchanged a glance, then turned to walk in opposite directions. Lin Yunze watched Lin Wanqing's back and silently prayed that all this trouble would pass soon. In the early morning, as the city's hustle and bustle had not yet fully awakened, the building of Qingshan Fashion Company Limited stood tall in the faint morning light. Lu Yi stood at the company entrance, taking a deep breath, trying to muster the courage to face a new day of work. However, she knew that what awaited her might once again be a day full of difficulties. Ever since Lu Yi began assisting Lin Yunze in investigating Jiang Minjie, her days at the company had felt like falling into an ice cave. Zhao Yuka and Liao Junqiao were like two venomous snakes, always ready to strike her with a fatal blow. As soon as Lu Yi stepped into the office, she felt the strange gazes of her colleagues, their stares piercing her back like needles. She pretended not to notice and walked toward her desk, only to find it piled high with documents. "Lu Yi, these are all the tasks you need to handle today." Manager Liao said they are urgent and need to be done by this afternoon. One colleague said with a blank expression before hurriedly leaving, as if afraid to say another word to Lu Yi. Looking at the mountain of documents, despair filled Lu Yi's heart. She knew this was a deliberate move by Zhao Yuka and Liao Junqiao. Even an experienced employee wouldn't be able to finish this pile in a whole day, let alone her, who also had to deal with other daily tasks. This is too much. Lu Yi cursed inwardly through gritted teeth, but she had no choice but to brace herself and get to work. As time ticked by, Lu Yi was overwhelmed with work. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, her eyes glued to the screen, leaving no time even to drink water. Meanwhile, at the first high school in the city, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing had finished their morning classes and were sitting in the teacher's office. Lin Yunze looked worried as he picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Yi to check on her situation. Before long, Lu Yi replied, filled with grievances and helplessness. Lin Yunze handed his phone to Lin Wanqing, who frowned upon reading the message. "This is too much bullying," Lin Wanqing said angrily. "How can Zhao Yuka and Liao Junxiao treat Lu Yi like this? She just wants to do her job well." Lin Yunze sighed. "They're retaliating against Lu Yi just because she helped me investigate Jiang Minjie. We need to find a way to help her." Lin Wanqing nodded. "I know, but what can we do? We're not in her company and can't directly help her with her work." Lin Yunze thought for a moment. "We can approach it from other angles. For example, we can see if there are others in the company who aren't fond of Zhao Yuka and Liao Junxiao. Perhaps we can find someone willing to help Lu Yi." Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. I remember Lu Yi mentioned a designer named Zhang Yueju in the company, who she has a good relationship with. Maybe we can find out some information from her." Lin Yunze quickly took out his phone and messaged Lu Yi for Zhang Yuejuan's contact information. Soon, Lu Yi sent back Zhang Yuejuan's phone number. Lin Yunze dialed Zhang Yuejuan's number, and a gentle voice answered. "Hello. Who is this?" "Hello. Is this Zhang Yuejun? I'm Lin Yunze, a friend of Lu Yi. Lu Yi is currently facing some difficulties at the company, and we were wondering if you could help her." After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuejun replied, "I know about Lu Yi's situation, and I sympathize with her. However, Zhao Yuka and Liao Junxiao have a lot of power in the company, and I don't dare to offend them easily." Lin Yunze sensed Zhang Yuejuan's concerns and said, "We understand your worries, and we won't ask you to take any risks. We just hope you can provide us with some internal information about the company to see if there's a way to help Lu Yi out of her current predicament." Zhang Yuejun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. "All right then, let's meet in a cafe near the company after work to discuss." After work, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing hurried to the cafe. Zhang Yuejun was already waiting there. When Zhang Yuejun saw Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing, she stood up to greet them. Once they sat down, Zhang Yuejun sighed and said, "Lu Yi is really pitiful. Zhao Yuka and Liao Junxiao have been making things increasingly difficult for her these past few days. Just yesterday, Zhao Yuka deliberately said in front of everyone that Lu Yi is not serious about her work, pushing all the blame onto her." Lin Wanqing said angrily, "How can this be? Didn't anyone else in the company stand up and say something?" Zhang Yuehun smiled bitterly and said, "Who dares? Zhao Yuka and Liao Junxiao are very domineering, and everyone is afraid of retaliation from them. However, many people in the company are actually unhappy with their behavior. They just don't dare to speak out." Lin Yunze asked, "Do you know what they plan to do next to Lu Yi?" Zhang Yuehun replied, "I heard that they are planning to tamper with an important project, making Lu Yi take the blame. By then, she might be fired from the company." Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged worried glances. Lin Yunze said, "We can't let this happen. Zhang Yuehun, can you help us keep an eye on this project and see how they plan to frame Lu Yi?" Zhang Yuehun nodded. "I'll pay attention as much as I can. Actually, I also hope someone could take care of Zhao Yuka and Liao Junxiao. They do whatever they want in the company, making it a mess." After chatting for a while longer, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing expressed their gratitude to Zhang Yuan. After leaving the cafe, both of them felt heavy-hearted. "It seems Lu Yi's situation is more dangerous than we thought," Lin Wanqing said with concern. Lin Yunze replied, "We need to act quickly. We can't let Zhao Yuka and Liao Junxiao succeed." Back at school, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing used their free time to help Lu Yi organize her work documents. They carefully analyzed each document, trying to find any clues that could help Lu Yi. That night, in the school's teacher's office, the lights were still on. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing sat at the desk, surrounded by piles of documents. Lin Wanqing rubbed her sore eyes and said, "Yunze, it seems there's nothing useful in these documents." Lin Yunze, feeling a bit fatigued, leaned back in his chair and said, "Don't worry. Let's take another careful look. Maybe we can find some evidence of how they plan to frame Lu Yi, so we can prepare in advance." At that moment, Lin Yunze's phone suddenly received a message from Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan said she discovered that Zhao Yuke and Liao Junxiao were planning to tamper with the project documents by changing some key data. When the project goes wrong, the blame will fall on Lu Yi. After reading the message, Lin Yunze immediately shared the content with Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing said anxiously, "What should we do? We need to tell Lu Yi quickly and warn her to be careful." Lin Yunze nodded and sent a message to Lu Yi, informing her of the information provided by Zhang Yuan. Lu Yi quickly replied, saying she would be careful, but she simply didn't have time to check those documents thoroughly because there was too much work. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing looked at Lu Yi's message, feeling extremely anxious. They knew that Lu Yi's situation was very difficult, and if they couldn't solve it in time, she might lose her job. Lin Yunze stood up and paced back and forth in the office. "We can't just watch Lu Yi get framed. We must come up with a solution." Lin Wanqing also stood up and suddenly had an idea. "Yunze, we can help Lu Yi check those documents together. Although we aren't familiar with her company's business, if we look closely, we might discover some issues." Lin Yunze's eyes lit up, right? "We can give it a try. Even if we can't completely solve the problem, at least we can help Lu Yi share some of the burden." So, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing sat back down at the desk and began to carefully review the project documents Lu Yi had sent over. They scrutinized every word, not letting any detail slip by. Time passed by slowly, and the night grew deeper outside. The entire campus was enveloped in silence, with only the bright lights in the teacher's office illuminating Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing, who were still working hard to help Lu Yi. Sunlight dappled the campus path. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if whispering the secrets hidden within the campus. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing walked side by side, searching for the most beautiful corners of the campus for the sketch assignment given by Lu Yi. "Yunze, look over there at the fountain. It's surrounded by vibrant flowers, and under the sunlight, it looks especially beautiful. Should we draw this spot?" Lin Wanqing pointed to the fountain not far away, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Yunze followed her gaze, noticing the water of the fountain sparkling in the sunlight, but he felt something was missing. "Wanqing, this place is indeed beautiful, but it doesn't seem to meet Lu Yi's requirements. It just feels a bit too ordinary." The two continued to stroll through the campus and unknowingly reached the edge, where an abandoned warehouse appeared before them. The large door of the warehouse was tightly shut, and weeds grew all around, looking dilapidated yet mysterious. "This place feels so eerie. We should hurry and leave." Lin Wanqing instinctively moved closer to Lin Yunze, her eyes revealing a hint of fear. Lin Yunze, however, stopped in his tracks, his attention caught by some scattered footprints around the warehouse. "Wanqing, look at these footprints. There shouldn't be anyone here. Why are there so many? And they look quite fresh." Lin Wanqing looked down too, her heart racing. "Yeah, it's strange. Could there be some secret inside?" Just then, a faint murmur of voices came from within the warehouse. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged surprised glances, and they could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. "There's someone inside," Lin Yunze whispered. Driven by curiosity, they cautiously moved closer to the warehouse, trying to hear what was being said inside. "This transaction must be handled carefully. We cannot make any mistakes," a deep male voice echoed from within. "Don't worry, everything has been arranged. However, we need to be cautious lately. I've heard someone is investigating us," another voice replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing felt a tightness in their chests. Their first thought was of Jiang Minjie and her complex connections. Could this warehouse be related to Jiang Minjie? Yunze, could this be connected to Jiang Minjie and that mysterious social circle? Lin Wanqing asked in a low voice, her tone trembling. Lin Yunze frowned. It's very possible. Previously, Lu Yi's mysterious poker game was quite strange, and now it seems this warehouse might be one of their hideouts. They continued to eavesdrop outside the warehouse, but the voices inside suddenly stopped as if they had sensed something. Then a sound of footsteps approached, as if someone was about to come out. Not good. We need to get out of here. Lin Yunze grabbed Lin Wanqing's hand and quickly hid behind a nearby bush. Moments later, the warehouse door slowly creaked open, and two men wearing sunglasses stepped out. They glanced around warily before hurriedly leaving. Once the two men had gone far enough, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing emerged from the bushes. That was too close. Lin Wanqing patted her chest, her heart still racing. Lin Yunze looked at the warehouse door, deep in thought. Wanqing, we need to find a way to figure out what's going on inside. This might be the key to unraveling the mystery of Jiang Minjie. Lin Wanqing expressed her concerns, but this is too dangerous. What if they find us? We'll be in trouble. Lin Yunze understood that Lin Wanqing was right, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Let's be cautious and observe for a few days to see if we can find more clues. From that day on, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing visited the area near the warehouse every day after school, keeping a distance while watching the movements around the warehouse. They noticed that different people entered and exited the warehouse every day, and all of them seemed very mysterious and hurried. One day, they saw a familiar figure walk into the warehouse. Isn't that Sun Xiaobin? Why is he here? Lin Yunze exclaimed in surprise. Lin Wanqing widened her eyes in surprise. Could it be that Sun Xiaobin is also involved with them? What he said before, was it all a lie? Lin Yunze's expression turned grim. He had always considered Sun Xiaobin a friend, but he never expected him to be entangled in such matters. I must confront him and find out the truth, Lin Yunze said, about to rush out. Lin Wanqing quickly grabbed him. Yunze, don't act impulsively. If we confront him now, he definitely won't tell the truth, and it might alert them. We should continue to observe and gather evidence first. Lin Yunze suppressed the anger boiling inside him and nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. But if Sun Xiaobin really is colluding with them, I will never let him off the hook. In the following days, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing continued to stake out near the warehouse, secretly taking photos of people entering and exiting. On one occasion, while they were taking pictures, they nearly got caught. A man suddenly rushed out of the warehouse, shouting at them, "What are you doing there?" Startled, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing quickly turned and ran, hiding around the campus until they finally managed to shake off the man. That was too dangerous. We almost got caught, Lin Wanqing said, panting and still slightly terrified. Lin Yunze felt a lingering fear as well. It seems they have become alert. We need to be more cautious and not let them discover us. Despite the dangers, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing did not give up. They knew that the secrets behind this warehouse could be related to many significant issues, and they had to uncover the truth. One afternoon, they arrived at the warehouse as usual, but noticed that the atmosphere around it felt different. It was unusually quiet. Yunze, why is it so quiet today? Could it be a trap? Lin Wanqing asked with some concern. Lin Yunze also sensed that something was off. I don't know. We should still be careful. Just as they were preparing to approach the warehouse, they suddenly heard a heated argument coming from inside. What do you want to do? You're going to get us killed, a man shouted angrily. I can't keep doing this anymore. I want out, another voice responded. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances and quietly moved closer to the warehouse to try to hear what was being said inside. Do you think you can just walk away? You know too much? We won't let you leave. This is illegal. I can't keep being part of this. Hearing this, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing felt a surge of excitement, believing they were getting closer to the truth. However, just then, a scream suddenly came from the warehouse. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing turned pale, unsure of what was happening inside. After hesitating for a moment, they ultimately decided to go in and check it out. Lin Yunze cautiously pushed open the warehouse door, and a pungent smell hit them. Inside the warehouse, the light was dim, and they saw a man lying on the ground, moaning in pain. A few men stood nearby, glaring at them menacingly. Who are you? We'll let you in here, one of the men shouted loudly. After Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing narrowly escaped from the warehouse, Their hearts were still racing, as if they might burst from their chests at any moment. That was terrifying, Yunze. What on earth are those people doing? Lin Wanqing's voice trembled, her hands instinctively gripping Lin Yunze's arm. Lin Yunze took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down. I don't know, but it definitely isn't anything good. It looks like we need to get more clues from Lu Yuyo as soon as possible. For the past few days, Lin Yunze had been immersed in painting, his mind filled with the images of the corners of the campus, where light and shadow intertwined in his thoughts. Finally, just before the deadline, he completed the sketch that Lu Yuyo had requested. In the drawing, the evening sun cast its golden hue on the cherry blossom trees and the small pavilion by the playground, the petals tinged with a golden powder, floating gracefully in the wind, seemingly carrying a hint of mystery. Lin Wanqing watched the completed work from the side, her eyes full of admiration. Yunze, this is really beautiful. Lu Yuyo will definitely like it. Lin Yunze nodded slightly, though there was not much joy on his face. I hope this painting can lead to useful clues. The next day during the break, Lin Yunze took the painting and went to Lu Yuyo's classroom. When Lu Yuyo saw him, her eyes lit up and a sly smile appeared on her face. Mr. Lin, your work is finished? Lu Yuyo's voice was crisp, laced with anticipation. Lin Yunze handed her the painting. Yes, take a look. Does it meet your requirements? Lu Yuyo eagerly unfolded the painting, her eyes instantly captivated by the image. Wow, Mr. Lin, this is amazing. This is the most beautiful corner of the campus in my mind. Seeing her satisfaction, Lin Yunze quickly got to the point. Then about what you promised me. Lu Yuyo blinked and took out a note from her backpack, waving it in front of Lin Yunze. Mr. Lin, this is the time and place for the next gathering of the mysterious social circle. But I must remind you, it's not an ordinary place, so be careful when you go. Lin Yunze reached out to take the note, but Lu Yuyo suddenly pulled it back. Mr. Lin, are you sure you want to go? Once you do, you might get wrapped up in things you can't even imagine. Lin Yunze's expression hardened. I'm sure. Give me the note. Lu Yuyo shrugged and handed the note to him. All right then, Mr. Lin, good luck. Lin Yunze took the note and turned to leave the classroom. When he returned to the office, he looked at the information on the note, feeling a mix of emotions. Lin Wanqing saw him come back and hurried over. Yunze, how was it? Did Lu Yuyo give you any clues? Lin Yunze handed her the note. This is the time and place for the gathering, but Lu Yuyo said it's dangerous there. Lin Wanqing frowned after reading the note. That's too dangerous, Yunze. Why don't we not go and think of other ways? Lin Yunze shook his head. Right now, this is our only lead. I can't give up. Plus, I want to find out what relationships Sun Xiaobin has with them. Lin Wanqing knew she couldn't change his mind and bit her lip. Then I'll go with you. Lin Yunze immediately opposed. No, it's too dangerous there. I can't let you take the risk. Lin Wanqing was adamant. I can't just let you go alone. What if something happens to you? Plus, having another person can provide more support. The two began to argue, neither willing to back down. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened, and dark clouds began to gather, covering the once bright sky. A cool breeze blew through, rustling the leaves, as if foretelling the impending unease. Wanqing, I know you're worried about me, but this is really too dangerous. Lin Yunze tried to persuade her. Lin Wanqing looked at him, her eyes filled with worry and determination. It's exactly because it's dangerous that I want to be with you. We've been through so much together. How could I let you face it alone? Lin Yunze sighed helplessly. He knew Lin Wanqing's temperament. Once she made up her mind, it was hard to change it. All right then, but you have to promise me that when the time comes, you will listen to me and not act impulsively. Lin Wanqing quickly nodded. I promise you, Yunze. As long as we are together, we will be safe. The two began discussing how to disguise themselves to attend the gathering, carefully considering everything from their outfits to their makeup. Lin Yunze found a hat and a pair of sunglasses, while Lin Wanqing changed into a low-key dark coat and styled her hair up. The day of the gathering soon arrived. In the early evening, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, casting a hazy veil over the entire city. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stood near the venue, looking at the mysterious building, feeling both nervous and excited. "Are you ready, Wanqing?" Lin Yunze asked softly. Lin Wanqing nodded. "I'm ready, Yunze." They took a deep breath, holding hands as they walked toward the building. The security guard at the entrance stopped them. Lin Yunze skillfully responded according to the prepared lines, and the guard finally let them through. Once inside the building, the luxurious decor dazzled them, but they had no time to admire it. The air was filled with a mix of perfume and alcohol, and the music was deafening. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing carefully navigated through the crowd, observing everything around them. They noticed that although the people here were dressed differently, their eyes all conveyed a sense of mystery and vigilance. Suddenly, a man approached them, sizing them up with his gaze. "You two are new here, aren't you?" Lin Yunze was startled, but maintained a calm facade. "Yeah, we were brought here by a friend." The man chuckled. "This place isn't simple. You'd better be careful." With that, he turned and walked away. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances and quickened their pace, trying to find clues related to Jiang Minjie. However, their actions seemed to attract the attention of some people. Several tall men began to surround them with unfriendly expressions. "Not good. Wanqing, I think we're being watched," Lin Yunze whispered. Lin Wanqing tightly squeezed his hand. "Yunze, what should we do?" Lin Yunze scanned the surroundings, looking for an escape route. "Don't panic. Let's slowly back away and find a chance to leave." They retreated cautiously while keeping an eye on those men. Suddenly, one man rushed forward, reaching out to grab Lin Yunze. Lin Yunze quickly sidestepped, grabbing Lin Wanqing and running. Those men chased after them relentlessly as they darted through the complex maze of corridors, their heartbeats echoing in their ears. In the chaos, Lin Wanqing accidentally bumped into a waiter, spilling drinks everywhere. The waiter shouted angrily, and the scene became even more chaotic. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing slipped into a room, closing the door and leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. "Whoa, we're safe for now," Lin Yunze said. Lin Wanqing was about to speak when they heard footsteps and voices coming from outside the door. The night fell like a massive black satin, heavy and oppressive over the city. The neon lights flickered in the streets, sketching out ethereal shadows in the ink-like darkness. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stood before what appeared to be an ordinary abandoned factory, the mysterious social gathering location noted on the paper Liu Yuzhao had given them. The factory's exterior was covered in mottled moss, exuding an ancient and decayed scent under the dim streetlights. Surrounding them was a dead silence, occasionally pierced by the distant roar of passing vehicles, accentuating the remoteness and eeriness of the place. "Are we really going in?" Lin Wanqing's voice trembled slightly as she instinctively tightened her coat around her. The cold wind seemed to penetrate her clothing, drilling straight to her bones. Lin Yunze took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the half-open iron door. "We've come this far. How can we not go in? Let's be careful. If anything feels off, we'll leave." Saying this, he gently held Lin Wanqing's hand, trying to impart some strength. Feeling the warmth of his palm calmed her a little, and she nodded slightly. The two cautiously approached the iron door, and as they pushed it open, a sharp creak echoed in the silence, startling Lin Wanqing almost into a gasp. Lin Yunze quickly covered her mouth, signaling her to be quiet as they crouched and entered the factory. Inside, the dimness was oppressive, and a pungent smell lingered, a mix of paint and rust. Huge machine parts lay scattered on the ground, barely visible in the hazy light, resembling dormant beasts. Moonlight streamed through the broken windows, casting a few pale beams that barely illuminated their path. As they ventured further, faint music and the sounds of laughter became discernible. With each step closer, the noise grew clearer, revealing a chaotic yet strange atmosphere. Finally, they arrived at the core area of the gathering. Here, the contrast with the outside decay was stark, It was brilliantly lit, with a massive crystal chandelier hanging overhead, illuminating the space as bright as day. Elegantly dressed people moved about, holding wine glasses, their faces displaying either false or fervent smiles. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing, dressed in the ordinary attire they had prepared, tried their best to blend into the crowd, but the tension and unease in their eyes were hard to conceal. They pretended to meander through the throng, their gazes constantly searching for clues related to Jiang Minjie. "Look over there." Lin Wanqing gently nudged Lin Yunze with her elbow, indicating a corner. There, a tall woman was engaged in an intimate conversation with a man, and the woman's back bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Minjie. Lin Yunze's heart tightened. Just as he intended to approach, a person resembling a server blocked his way. "Excuse me, sir, madam. May I ask who you are guests of?" The server smiled, but there was a hint of wariness in his eyes. "We are." Lin Yunze found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his mind blank with anxiety. Lin Wanqing quickly chimed in. "We're friends of Mr. Chun. He asked us to come here to find him." The server frowned slightly. "Mr. Chun? Which Mr. Chun? There are quite a few here." Lin Yunze felt a rush of dread, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Oh, isn't this Lin Laoshi?" Startled, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing turned to find Lu Yuzhao approaching them. She was dressed in a stunning red evening gown, her makeup exquisite, completely shedding the innocent look she had in school. "Yuzhao." Lin Yunze struggled to find the right words. But Lu Yuzhao smiled as she stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm through Lin Yunze's. "Lin Laoshi, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for ages." She then turned to Lin Wanqing. "This must be Lin Laoshi's friend, right? Come in and have some fun." With Lu Yuzhao leading the way, they temporarily escaped the server's scrutiny. Lin Wanqing leaned closer to Lin Yunze, whispering, "How did she end up here? Have we been set up?" Before Lin Yunze could respond, he noticed the increasingly suspicious glances from those around them. Suddenly, a burly man stepped forward, blocking their path. "You two look unfamiliar." His voice was deep and hoarse, as if forced from deep within his throat. "We're here for the gathering," Lin Yunze said, feigning calmness. The man laughed coldly. "Here for the gathering? I've been around here for so long and never seen you before. Now, tell me, what's your purpose?" As people began to gather around, surrounding the three of them, the atmosphere turned tense, the music now grating and dissonant. Lin Wanqing clutched Lin Yunze's hand tightly, her nails almost digging into his palm. He could feel her fear, and his own heart raced in response. "We're really just here to have fun," Lu Yuzhao tried to explain, but her voice was weak against the cacophony. "Have fun." The man grabbed Lin Yunze by the collar. "Stop playing dumb. If you don't clarify things today, no one's leaving." Lin Yunze struggled fiercely, saying, "Let go of me." In the chaos, Lin Wanqing was knocked to the ground by the crowd and twisted her ankle. "Ah!" She cried out in pain. Lin Yunze was anxious, ignoring the danger in front of him. He broke free from the man's grip and crouched down to help Lin Wanqing. "Wanqing, are you okay?" My foot," Lin Wanqing said, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. At this moment, the crowd around them began to stir, seeming ready to charge at them at any moment. Lin Yunze gritted his teeth and picked Lin Wanqing up in his arms, saying, "No time to waste. We need to get out of here." He pushed his way through the crowd, finally fighting his way out. The people behind them chased relentlessly, shouting and cursing in a cacophony. They ran to a secluded corner of the factory, where clutter was piled high, creating a dead end. As they saw their pursuers getting closer, Lin Yunze felt desperate, but had no plan. "What do we do? We're trapped," Lin Wanqing said in despair. Just then, they heard a slight noise coming from the pile of clutter nearby. Without thinking, Lin Yunze hurriedly hid behind the clutter with Lin Wanqing in his arms. The people chasing them arrived at that spot, looking around but failing to find any trace of them. They cursed and left. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing held their breaths, afraid to make a sound. After a long while, confirming that those people had truly left, Lin Yunze sighed in relief and gently set Lin Wanqing down. "Does it hurt a lot?" he asked concernedly. Lin Wanqing bit her lip and nodded. "It hurts a bit, but I don't think it's broken." As they were talking, they suddenly heard voices not far away. "Chen Junwei, you need to be careful with that Jiang Minjie. Don't let anyone find out," a man's voice said. She's just a foolish woman, completely under my control. As long as she obediently helps me get the core secrets of Jingxing fashion, I won't mistreat her," another man's voice replied. Lin Yunze recognized it immediately. It was Chen Junwei. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged shocked glances, both seeing surprise and excitement in each other's eyes. They didn't expect to hear such important information here. They strained to listen, trying not to make a sound, afraid of missing any words. "What if she changes her mind?" one man asked. "She dares? If she doesn't listen, I have my ways to deal with her. I have evidence against her and Liao Junqiao. In the end, she'll be ruined and end up in prison." Chen Junhui's voice was filled with menace. "Haha, you're really ruthless. But I heard that her old man has been investigating her recently. You should be careful," the other man warned. "But she's just a small art teacher. What kind of storm can she create? I've already warned him. He won't dare to investigate any further," Chen Junhui replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunze clenched his fists, his anger burning like a raging fire. Lin Wanqing quickly grabbed him, signaling him not to act impulsively. They both held back their fury and continued to listen. But soon, the two men's voices faded into the distance, becoming inaudible. Lin Yunze helped Lin Wanqing to her feet, saying, "We need to leave here. I must let Jiang Minjie hear this. Let's see how she can argue her way out of it." Lin Wanqing nodded. Although her foot hurt, she gritted her teeth and, with Lin Yunze's support, limped toward the factory exit. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable. Lin Yunze carefully supported Lin Wanqing as they escaped from the perilous abandoned factory. The streets were eerily quiet, with only a few cars speeding by, stirring up a gust of wind that made Lin Wanqing's injured foot throb even more painfully. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Hearing this, Lin Yunze paused, guilt etched on his face as he looked at her. "Wanqing, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for putting you in danger and letting you get hurt." Lin Wanqing forced a faint smile. "Don't say that. It's not something you could have predicted. Besides, we did gain something from it." Despite her words, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead from the pain, making her look especially haggard under the dim yellow glow of the streetlights. Lin Yunze's heart ached for her, and without thinking, he bent down and said, "Let me carry you. This way we can get home faster." Lin Wanqing hesitated for a moment before climbing onto Lin Yunze's back. Her hair brushed against his cheek, carrying a faint scent of shampoo, and in this tense and exhausting atmosphere, it stirred a different kind of ripple in Lin Yunze's heart. The two remained silent on the way back. Lin Yunze focused on carrying Lin Wanqing, listening to her occasional stifled gasps from the bumps, filled with self-reproach. Lin Wanqing, resting against his back, felt his warm and strong body, but her thoughts drifted back to what they had heard inside the factory. When they returned to Lin Yunze's home, he gently set Lin Wanqing down on the sofa and then turned to the bathroom. A moment later, he emerged with a first aid kit. Kneeling in front of Lin Wanqing, he carefully helped her take off her shoes. "This might hurt a bit, just bear with it," Lin Yunze said, glancing at her, his eyes full of concern. Lin Wanqing nodded, biting her lip. When Lin Yunze gently lifted her foot to check the injury, she couldn't help but gasp in pain. Her ankle was swollen and bruised, a shocking sight. Lin Yunze's brows furrowed tighter. He opened a bottle of iodine and dipped a cotton swab into it, gently cleaning the wound on Lin Wanqing's foot, each movement cautious, as if he were handling an incredibly precious porcelain item. "Ah!" Lin Wanqing trembled from the pain. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Lin Yunze apologized repeatedly, softening his touch. Yunze, please don't blame yourself. I really don't hold it against you, Lin Wanqing said, seeing the guilt on his face and feeling the urge to comfort him. Yet, Lin Yunze remained silent, merely focusing on tending to her wound. After a while, he finally spoke softly. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. That damn place. I should have never taken you there. Lin Wanqing reached out and gently stroked Lin Yunze's hair. We went together, and we gathered important clues. This adventure wasn't in vain. Lin Yunze looked up at Lin Wanqing, his eyes filled with complicated emotions, gratitude, guilt, and something even he couldn't quite identify. After treating the wound, Lin Yunze poured Lin Wanqing a glass of warm water. Drink some water and take a rest. Lin Wanqing took the cup, sipped it, and felt a trace of warmth return to her body. She watched Lin Yunze pacing anxiously in the living room, unable to hold back any longer. Yunze, don't be too anxious. We'll take our time. Lin Yunze stopped and looked at Lin Wanqing. How can I not be anxious? Jiang Minjie. She actually did something like this. I've been kept in the dark all this time. And that Shen Junhui, he's so despicable. I have to make him pay. As he spoke, Lin Yunze's voice was filled with anger. Lin Wanqing set the cup of water aside and patted the sofa next to her. Come sit with me for a while. Running back and forth like this won't solve the problem. Lin Yunze moved over and sat beside Lin Wanqing, cradling his head in his hands, looking utterly exhausted. We have already gathered some clues, and now we just need to find a way to connect them and seek more evidence, Lin Wanqing said softly. Lin Yunze looked up at Lin Wanqing. But I don't know where to start, and I'm worried they might retaliate against us. At the factory today, if it weren't for our luck, we might have. He didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Wanqing understood what he meant. We just need to be careful. I believe that good will ultimately prevail over evil, Lin Wanqing said. Besides, we have friends who can help. Lu Yi at Jiang Minjie's company might be able to find more useful information. And then there's your classmate Chunhaoren. He's a lawyer and can provide us with legal assistance. Listening to Lin Wanqing's words, Lin Yunze gradually felt a sense of reassurance. He looked at Lin Wanqing and suddenly realized how strong and reliable this woman by his side was. Wanqing, thank you. If it weren't for you always being there for me, I really wouldn't know what to do, Lin Yunze said sincerely. Lin Wanqing smiled. What are you saying? We're friends. Friends should help each other. The two stared at each other, and for a moment, the living room was so quiet that they could only hear each other's breathing. Lin Yunze's gaze unconsciously fell on Lin Wanqing's lips, and his heart suddenly raced, a wave of uncontrollable impulse rising within him. Just as he couldn't help but want to lean in closer, Lin Wanqing seemed to sense something, slightly turning her head and breaking the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Yunze awkwardly looked away. It's getting late. You should stay here tonight. Your foot isn't convenient. Lin Wanqing hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Lin Yunze stood up to prepare the guest room for Lin Wanqing. Leaning against the sofa, Lin Wanqing watched Lin Yunze's busy figure, feeling somewhat flustered. She knew she had different feelings for Lin Yunze, but he hadn't resolved his issues with Jiang Minjie yet, and she didn't know how to face these feelings. After a while, Lin Yunze finished preparing the guest room. Wanqing, you should go rest. If you need anything, just call me. Lin Wanqing got up and limped towards the guest room. Seeing this, Lin Yunze quickly stepped forward to support her. Let me help you. Lin Wanqing didn't refuse, and with Lin Yunze's assistance, she hobbled into the guest room. Lying on the bed, Lin Wanqing stared at the ceiling, her mind racing. So much had happened today. Her foot hurt, and her heart was in turmoil. In the living room, Lin Yunze sat on the sofa, cradling his head in his hands, lost in thought. He recalled the moments he had shared with Jiang Minjie, those beautiful memories now feeling like sharp blades, piercing his heart. Then he thought of Lin Wanqing, the gentle and kind woman who had stood by him during his darkest times, giving him warmth and strength. His heart was a tangled mess, and he didn't know how to face it all. Early morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains like a long blade, piercing directly into Jiang Minjie's face. She awoke with a start from her dreams, suddenly opening her eyes, her gaze filled with panic and unease, beads of fine sweat covering her forehead, and her hair sticking messily to her cheeks. Last night, in a half-dreaming state, it seemed she had heard the voices of Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing, their voices haunting her mind like ghosts, refusing to fade away. She sat up, forcefully rubbing her temples, trying to bring herself back to clarity. No, they can't have discovered anything, Jiang Minjie murmured to herself, her voice betraying a hint of barely concealed trembling. Dragging her heavy footsteps toward the bathroom, she turned on the tap, and the cold water splashed onto her face, helping her calm down slightly. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, a haggard face and hollow eyes, Jiang Minjie felt a surge of sadness within her. "How did I end up like this?" she softly asked her reflection, but in response, all she heard was the dripping sound of the faucet. After changing her clothes, Jiang Minjie went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She mechanically opened the refrigerator to take out ingredients, but her hands couldn't stop trembling slightly. She tried to focus, but her thoughts inevitably drifted back to Lin Yunze and his investigation. How much does he know? Jiang Minjie bit her lip, a tide of fear spreading through her heart. She recalled her phone conversation with Chun Junhui last night. His tone had grown tense, warning her to be careful and to never expose herself. "Minjie, you must stay composed. You can't let Lin Yunze catch any clues. If he finds out anything, we're all doomed." Chun Junhui's voice echoed in her ears. "Understand. I'll be careful," Jiang Minjie had replied at the time, but now she felt her words were so powerless. Breakfast was ready, but Jiang Minjie had no appetite at all. She sat at the dining table, staring at the food in front of her, her mind filled with the potential consequences of Lin Yunze discovering the truth. "No, I can't just sit here and wait for my doom." Suddenly, Jiang Minjie stood up, a hint of resolution flashing in her eyes. She picked up her phone and dialed Chun Junhui's number. The phone rang for quite a while before it was picked up. "Hello." Chun Junhui's voice sounded a bit tired. "Junhui, we need to come up with a plan. Lin Yunze's recent behavior is very unusual. I'm worried he's already discovered some clues." Jiang Minjie's voice had a hint of a whimper. "Don't panic. Has he said anything to you?" Chun Junhui's tone became serious. "No, but I can feel that he's suspicious of me. Last night, I kept feeling that something was off at home, as if someone was watching me," Jiang Minjie said, her voice growing smaller. "Don't scare yourself. Maybe you're overthinking it." Although Chun Junhui tried to comfort her, there was also a hint of unease in his tone. "I'm not overthinking it, Junhui. We can't go on like this. I don't want to lose my family. I don't want my daughter to get hurt," Jiang Minjie said, tears streaming down her face. "Minjie, what good does it do to say this now? The situation has already developed to this point. We can only continue forward. As long as we handle the situation well, there won't be any problems." Chun Junhui's tone carried a hint of impatience. "Handle it well? How can we handle it? Now that Lin Yunze is already suspicious, how can we easily cover up our affair?" Jiang Minjie's emotions were becoming agitated. "Calm down, Minjie. Let's think of a way. There will always be a solution," Chun Junhui tried to soothe her. "I can't calm down, Junhui. I'm living in fear every day. I can't take it anymore." Jiang Minjie sobbed. "All right, stop crying. What can crying like this solve?" Chun Junhui's tone turned a bit stern. Hearing Chun Junhui's words, Jiang Minjie felt a wave of grievance in her heart. She felt like a helpless child struggling alone in the dark, while Chun Junhui couldn't give her any substantial comfort. "Junhui, I really don't know what to do. Should we proactively confess everything to Lin Yunze? Maybe he will forgive us." Jiang Minjie hesitated and voiced her thoughts. "Are you crazy?" Chun Junhui almost shouted. "If we confess, we're finished. Think about it. If what we've done gets exposed, we won't just lose our jobs. will also face legal consequences. Do you want to go to jail? Jiang Minjie was frightened by Chen Junhui's words. She didn't dare to speak anymore and just silently shed tears. Minjie, listen to me. The only way out for us now is to continue hiding. You need to find a way to keep Lin Yunze calm and prevent him from investigating further. I will also find a way to handle things with the company. As long as we destroy the evidence, he won't be able to do anything to us. Chen Junhui's voice carried a hint of determination. But I feel like this isn't a solution. The truth will eventually come out. What if one day Lin Yunze really discovers everything? What should we do? Jiang Minjie was still worried. There's no what if, Minjie. We can't let that happen. If you don't want to lose everything, just do as I say. Chen Junhui's tone was firm. Jiang Minjie fell silent. She knew what Chen Junhui said made sense, but her heart was filled with contradictions and pain. She didn't want to lose her family, but she was also afraid of being punished for her mistakes. Minjie, are you listening? Chen Junhui asked when Jiang Minjie didn't respond. I'm listening, Jiang Minjie replied softly. Good. Remember, you must keep Lin Yunze calm. If anything happens, call me right away. After saying that, Chen Junhui hung up the phone. Jiang Minjie held her phone, sitting there in a daze, with tears streaming down her face. She didn't know where to go from here. The future felt like a thick fog, leaving her feeling incredibly lost. At that moment, the sky outside was gloomy, as if it would rain at any moment. Jiang Minjie stood up and walked to the window, looking at the busy street outside. Passers-by hurried by, oblivious to her pain and struggle. What should I do? Jiang Minjie asked herself again, but the answer never came. She thought of her daughter, and a sharp pain shot through her heart. She didn't know how her daughter would view her if she found out about her actions. She didn't want to disappoint her daughter or let her live in a broken family. For my daughter, I can't give up. Jiang Minjie clenched her fists, silently vowing. She decided to follow Chen Junhui's advice, to first keep Lin Yunze calm, and then figure out a way to solve the problem. She knew this was a difficult gamble, but she had no way out. Jiang Minjie took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She turned and walked into the bedroom, tidying up her makeup in the mirror, trying to make herself look more composed. No matter what, I have to face this bravely, Jiang Minjie told herself. Just then, she heard the sound of a key turning in the door. Her heart tightened, knowing that Lin Yunze had returned. She took a deep breath and stepped out of the bedroom, ready to face the unknown challenge. In the evening, the sunset on the horizon looked like a spilled puddle of paint, recklessly smeared across the sky, but it failed to bring any warmth to this home. Lin Yunze stood in the middle of the living room, tightly clutching the crucial information he had overheard at the gathering, his nails almost digging into his palm, leaving behind pale marks. As soon as Jiang Minjie entered the door, she sensed the suffocating atmosphere in the room. She instinctively paused, her gaze landing on Lin Yunze's gloomy face, and her heart sank. An ominous premonition suddenly enveloped her. What's wrong? Jiang Minjie forced herself to sound calm, though her voice trembled slightly. Lin Yunze slowly raised his head, his eyes burning with a mix of anger and disappointment. What's wrong? Don't you know in your heart? His voice was low and cold, each word seemingly wrapped in frost. Jiang Minjie's heart shrank violently. She pretended not to understand, trying to evade the situation. I don't know what you're talking about. Still pretending? Lin Yunze stepped forward, slapping the paper in his hand onto her face. Look at what this is. Jiang Minjie was startled by the sudden movement and instinctively took a step back. She picked up the paper from the floor, glanced at it hurriedly, and her face instantly turned as pale as paper, her legs starting to weaken. This isn't true. Someone is framing me. Jiang Minjie argued in a panic, her voice tinged with a hint of crying. Lin Yunze let out a cold laugh. Framing you? Do you think I would still believe your nonsense? His eyes were filled with disdain. I once regarded you as the person I loved most, as the pillar of our family. But what about you? What have you done? Jiang Minjie's lips trembled as she tried to say something, but she found her throat blocked and couldn't make a sound. Her mind went blank, and she could only helplessly look at Lin Yunze. At that moment, Lin Wanqing came out from the room. She stood quietly to the side, watching the chaotic scene unfold, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She felt both sympathy for Lin Yunze's plight and anger at Jiang Minjie's actions. Jiang Minjie, at this point, stopped making excuses. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but speak up, her voice gentle, yet carrying an undeniable strength. We all heard it, your conversation with Chen Junhui. You were willing to engage in a transactional relationship with Liao Junqiao for a promotion, and later you were manipulated by Chen Junhui to help him steal company secrets. How could you do this? Hearing Lin Wanqing's words, Jiang Minjie's body swayed, nearly falling over. She grasped the nearby table to steady herself. I was forced into this. Jiang Minjie finally found her voice. Liao Junqiao threatened me. If I didn't agree to him, he would make it impossible for me to stay at the company. I did it for this family, to give my daughter a better life. For this family? Lin Yunze interrupted angrily. You destroyed this family. Do you know how disgusting your actions are? Tears streamed down Jiang Minjie's face as she cried. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. But I've already come this far. I have no way to turn back. No way to turn back. Lin Yunze's voice turned hoarse with anger. You shouldn't have taken this step from the very beginning. You betrayed our marriage, betrayed my trust in you. How can you expect me to forgive you? Jiang Minjie fell to her knees, clutching Lin Yunze's leg. Yunze, I beg you, give me one more chance. I really know I was wrong. I will never do it again. For the sake of our many years as a couple, for our daughter's sake, please forgive me this once. Lin Yunze's body trembled slightly. He looked at Jiang Minjie kneeling on the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. The once gentle and kind wife had become this way, and he couldn't understand how it had come to this. Get up, stop pretending to be pitiful here. Lin Yunze said coldly, his voice devoid of any warmth. Jiang Minjie raised her head, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Lin Yunze. Yunze, are you really that heartless? Is our relationship really so fragile? Lin Yunze turned his head away, unable to meet Jiang Minjie's gaze. What good is saying all this now? Every time I think about what you did, I feel disgusted. Lin Wanqing watched this scene unfold, feeling a pang of sympathy in her heart. She stepped forward and gently helped Jiang Minjie to her feet. Jiang Minjie, please get up. Jiang Minjie stood up, leaning against the table, her eyes filled with despair. Yunze, I know I hurt you, but I truly love you. Everything I did was for our family. I didn't want our lives to be so difficult. Jiang Minjie tried to explain again. Love me? Lin Yunze turned his head, looking at Jiang Minjie. If you really loved me, you wouldn't have done those things. You think you're doing this for our family, but you don't realize you've already shattered our home into pieces. Jiang Minjie fell helplessly to the ground, knowing that no matter how much she explained, Lin Yunze would not easily believe her anymore. Her heart was filled with regret. Regret for her foolishness and greed in the past. Yunze, I know I'm unforgivable, but I truly hope you can give me another chance. I will cut all ties with Liao Junqiao and Chen Junhui. I will do everything to make up for my mistakes, Jiang Minjie cried out. Lin Yunze remained silent, unsure how to face Jiang Minjie's pleas. His heart was filled with conflict. On one hand, he felt an overwhelming anger at her betrayal and couldn't easily forgive her. On the other hand, he remembered the moments they had shared, the years they had walked together, and he felt a little reluctant to let go. Lin Wanqing watched Lin Yunze's silence and understood his inner turmoil. She stepped beside him and softly said, Yunze, don't be too hard on yourself. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Lin Yunze turned to look at Lin Wanqing, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. He knew that at this moment, only Lin Wanqing could truly understand his pain. Thank you, Wanqing, Lin Yunze said softly. Jiang Minjie watched Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing, a wave of jealousy and unwillingness rising in her heart. She had once been Lin Yunze's most beloved, but now everything had changed. Yunze, are you really going to give up our family for her? Jiang Minjie asked, unwilling to accept it. Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie, his eyes filled with disappointment. You brought all this upon yourself. Don't shift the blame onto others. Jiang Minjie fell silent, only silently shedding tears. She knew she had lost Lin Yunze's trust and love. Now, she felt like a kite with a broken string, not knowing where to drift. The room fell into a dead silence, with only Jiang Minjie's sobs echoing in the air. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and the darkness surged into the room like a tide, enveloping the three of them. Lin Yunze took a deep breath and turned to walk into his room. He needed to calm down and think about how to face all of this. Lin Wanqing glanced at Jiang Minjie, then at Lin Yunze's room, feeling a sense of helplessness. She didn't know when this storm would settle or what the future held for Lin Yunze and Jiang Minjie. Jiang Minjie sat on the ground, her gaze hollow as she stared at the ceiling. Her heart was filled with despair and helplessness. She knew that her life had been completely ruined. In the early morning, the sun struggled to break through the thick clouds, casting its rays on the Ming Shun Clothing Company's building. Yet it failed to dispel the gloom in Lu Yisin's heart. She sat at her desk, her gaze fixed intently on the computer screen, but the contents of the document were completely lost on her. Recalling the various difficulties she had faced in the company recently, the ugly faces of Zhao Yuke and Liao Junqiao lingered in her mind like a nightmare that she couldn't shake off. Lu Yisin bit her lip tightly, her hands unconsciously forming fists, her knuckles turning white with the pressure. I can't go on like this. I must fight back, she silently vowed in her heart. At that moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open forcefully, and Zhao Yuke swaggered in, followed by a few colleagues who usually echoed her. Lu Yisin, how did you do this document? It's full of loopholes. Get it done again and submit it before the meeting this afternoon. Zhao Yuke slammed the document down on Lu Yisin's desk, scattering papers everywhere. Lu Yisin endured the anger boiling within her, bent down to pick up the documents, and coldly replied, Zhao Yuke, don't go too far. I followed the company's standard procedures in preparing this document. There's nothing wrong with it. You're just looking for trouble on purpose. Looking for trouble? Zhao Yuke sneered. Look at the stuff you've produced. Can this be presented? Even Manager Liao is dissatisfied. If you don't want to work, just say so and stop wasting everyone's time here. Manager Liao? Lu Yisin stood up and locked eyes with Zhao Yuke. Is it really Manager Liao who is dissatisfied, or is it you who wants to use this as an opportunity to target me? Do you think I don't know about the shady dealings between you and Liao Junqiao? Hearing this, Zhao Yuke's expression instantly darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? If you keep talking like this, I'll sue you for defamation. Defamation? Lu Yisin's lips curled into a slight, mocking smile. There are already people in the company who disapprove of your and Liao Junqiao's actions. You exploit your power to suppress others and have committed numerous illegal and unethical acts. Don't think you can get away with everything. The colleagues around them looked at each other in surprise, whispering among themselves. Zhao Yuke felt a wave of panic. She hadn't expected Lu Yisin to suddenly be so assertive and to dare say such things in front of everyone. You don't slander me, Zhao Yuke said, her voice slightly trembling. Slander? Lu Yisin opened her drawer and pulled out a stack of documents. These are the evidence of your illegal and unethical actions, including financial fraud, sexual harassment of employees, and your collusion to damage the company's interests for personal gain. I've already collected them and have been waiting for the right moment to expose you. Zhao Yuke's face turned pale as she looked at the documents in Lu Yisin's hands, her body trembling slightly. How do you have these? If you want to keep something from others, you must first not do it yourself, Lu Yisin said coldly. When you were doing these bad deeds, you should have thought about the consequences. At this moment, the colleagues standing behind Zhao Yuke began to waver. They hadn't expected Lu Yisin to have so much evidence, and Judging by her demeanor, it seemed she was really prepared to go all out against Zhao Yuke and Liao Junqiao. Zhao Yuke, I think you should stop being so arrogant. One of the colleagues couldn't help but say. What Lu Yisin is saying might just be true. We don't want to be implicated by you. Exactly, we don't want to continue doing these illegal things with you, another colleague echoed. Listening to her colleague's words, Zhao Yuke felt both angry and anxious. You don't listen to her nonsense. She's trying to scare us. Lu Yisin, however, no longer paid attention to Zhao Yuke. She turned to the other colleagues and said, everyone can see clearly now that Zhao Yuke and Liao Junqiao care only for their own selfish desires, completely disregarding the company's interests and our well-being. We cannot let them continue to act with impunity. The colleagues nodded in agreement, beginning to express their dissatisfaction with Zhao Yuke and Liao Junqiao. Seeing the situation turning against her, Zhao Yuke glared fiercely at Lu Yisin. You wait. I won't let this go so easily. With that, she hurriedly left the office with a few colleagues behind her. Lu Yi watched Zhao Yuke's departing figure, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She knew that the conflict between herself, Zhao Yuke, and Liao Junqiao had completely escalated, and the days ahead would not be easy. She had no way out left. She had to stand up for herself and for her colleagues in the company who had been bullied. After work, Lu Yi brought the evidence to Lin Yunze's school. She found Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing and told them everything that had happened at the company that day in great detail. Lu Yi, you're really brave, Lin Wanqing exclaimed after hearing her. But you know they won't let this go easily, so you need to be careful. Lu Yi nodded. I know, but I can't worry about that anymore. They've pushed me too far, and I can't endure it any longer. Lin Yunze looked at the evidence in Lu Yi's hands, a glimmer of hope igniting in his heart. This evidence is very important. If we can hand it over to the company's upper management, maybe we can take down Liao Junqiao and Zhao Yuke. That's what I think too, Lu Yi said, but I'm worried they might get wind of it and destroy the evidence or retaliate against me. Lin Wanqing frowned. That is indeed a problem. We need to find a way to safely deliver the evidence to upper management while also ensuring your safety. The three fell into deep thought, and for a moment, the office was quiet. Only the sound of rustling leaves outside could be heard. After a while, Lin Yunze suddenly said, I have an idea. We can make several copies of the evidence, one for upper management, one for the police to keep on record. Even if they try to destroy the evidence, it won't matter. As for your safety, I can ask a friend of mine for help. He's a police officer and has experience in this area. Lu Yi's eyes lit up with surprise. Really? That's great. Yunze, Wanqing, thank you. If it weren't for you two helping me, I wouldn't know what to do. Lin Wanqing smiled. Don't mention it. We're friends, and friends should help each other. Besides, what they did deserves to be punished. So, the three began to discuss specific plans. They carefully studied the content of the evidence and determined which pieces were the most critical and should be handed over to upper management first. At the same time, Lin Yunze contacted his police friend, explained the situation, and asked for his assistance. In the following days, Lu Yi cautiously handed the evidence to a senior leader in the company, according to the plan. This leader had always been dissatisfied with Liao Junqiao's behavior, and upon seeing the evidence, he immediately stated that he would handle it seriously. Meanwhile, Lin Yunze's police friend also began to investigate Liao Junqiao and Zhao Yuke's illegal activities in secret. They collected more evidence, preparing to strike at the right time. However, Zhao Yuke and Liao Junqiao also sensed that something was amiss. They started to inquire around, trying to find out who was behind the scheme. When they learned that it was Lu Yi collecting evidence and that she had already handed it over to upper management, they were both furious. This Lu Yi actually dares to ruin our plans. Liao Junqiao slammed his hand on the table. We must make her pay for this. Zhao Yuke gritted her teeth and said, Yes, we can't let her off so easily. We need to come up with a plan to retrieve that evidence and teach her a lesson. Thus, they began to plot a scheme to reclaim the evidence and ruin Lu Yi's reputation. Rain was falling steadily, drumming on the campus of #1 high school like a gray veil draped over the entire school. Lin Yunze was hurrying along the narrow path in the campus, holding an umbrella. His mind was filled with the suspicious behavior of Sun Xiaobin, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something wasn't right. Ever since he discovered Sun Xiaobin's close ties with some questionable individuals outside the school, he had a nagging feeling that there was a big secret hidden in this matter. What on earth is Sun Xiaobin up to? Lin Yunze muttered to himself, his brow furrowed tightly. He quickened his pace, planning to return to the office to see if there were any clues. At that moment, Lin Wanqing was also in the office. She sat at her desk, music textbooks spread out before her, but her mind was far from them. She was worried about Lin Yunze and was thinking about Sun Xiaobin's situation. I hope Yunze doesn't get into any trouble, she murmured softly, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Yunze entered the office, noticed Lin Wanqing, and paused for a moment, then revealed a wry smile. Wanqing, what are you doing here? Lin Wanqing stood up, walked over to him, took his umbrella, and said, I couldn't stop worrying about you. I knew you would definitely be investigating Sun Xiaobin's matter. Lin Yunze looked at her gratefully, moved to his desk, and began sifting through the materials he had collected about Sun Xiaobin. I've been keeping an eye on Sun Xiaobin these days, and found that not only is he in contact with some local delinquents, but he also frequently goes out at strange hours. Lin Wanqing sat down beside him, listening intently. And I've heard that he's involved with Guo Jiejie's dropout issue. Guo Jiejie was originally a promising student. How could she suddenly drop out? There must be something behind this. Lin Yunze nodded. I think so too. I've talked to some of Guo Jiejie's friends to learn more, but they all seem hesitant and unwilling to say much. The rain continued to pour down, pattering against the windows. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat oppressive, and both of them fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Lin Yunze seemed to remember something and slammed his hand on the desk. That's right. I remember once seeing Sun Xiaobin with a guy named Zhao Zhihao. That Zhao Zhihao looks like a bad person, good-for-nothing delinquent. They were in a small alley behind the school, acting all mysterious. I don't know what they were discussing. Lin Wanqing's eyes brightened. This could be a breakthrough. We can start with Zhao Zhihao and see if we can dig up some clues about Sun Xiaobin. Lin Yunze frowned. But how can we find Zhao Zhihao? And even if we do find him, he might not tell us the truth. Lin Wanqing bit her lip. I have some connections in school. I can ask them to help find out Zhao Zhihao's whereabouts. As for getting him to tell the truth, we can think of a way. Lin Yunze looked at Lin Wanqing, feeling a warm surge in his heart. Having her support him during this difficult time gave him courage and strength. In the following days, with the help of some students, Lin Wanqing finally found out where Zhao Zhihao often hung out. It was a rundown internet cafe located on the outskirts of the city, a place filled with all sorts of people. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing decided to go there and take a chance. In the evening, they arrived at the internet cafe. The place was filled with a pungent smell of smoke, and under the dim lights, a crowd was fixated on computer screens, furiously typing on keyboards. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing cautiously entered, scanning the room for Zhao Zhihao's figure. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing tugged at Lin Yunze's sleeve and whispered, Look, is that person over there Zhao Zhihao? Lin Yunze followed her gaze and saw a young man with dyed, yellow hair sitting in the corner, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his eyes glued to the computer screen. That should be him, Lin Yunze said quietly. The two of them slowly approached, standing behind Zhao Zhihao. He seemed to sense something, turned around, and looked at them with an impatient expression. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Yunze took a deep breath and said, We want to talk to you about Sun Xiaobin. Upon hearing Sun Xiaobin's name, Zhao Zhihao's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his indifferent demeanor. Sun Xiaobin? I don't know him. You have the wrong person. With that, he turned back to continue playing his game. Lin Wanqing stepped forward and said, Stop pretending. We all know you have a special relationship with him. You must know something about Guo Jiejie's dropout. Zhao Zhihao abruptly stood up, pushing his chair back. You guys stop spouting nonsense. I warn you, don't meddle in other people's business, or it won't be good for you. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of some people nearby. Lin Yunze did not back down. He stared into Zhao Zihao's eyes and said, "Do you think we can't find out anything if you don't talk? We already have some evidence. If you tell the truth now, you might get a lighter punishment." Zhao Zihao sneered. "Evidence? What evidence could you possibly have? Don't try to scare me here." Just then, the cafe owner came over with a frown, saying, "If you want to cause trouble, get out. Don't disrupt my business here." Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances, and Lin Yunze said, "All right, we'll step outside." The three of them exited the internet cafe. The sky had completely darkened, and although the rain had stopped, the air was still filled with a dampness. Zhao Zihao leaned against the wall of the internet cafe, looking at them. "So what do you want?" Lin Yunze replied, "We just want to know what relationship Sun Xiaobin has with Guo Jiejia's dropout, and whether he is involved in other illegal activities." Zhao Zihao was silent for a moment before saying, "Why should I tell you anything?" Lin Wanqing said, "If you don't tell us, once we find out, you won't be able to escape responsibility either. Besides, we know you don't want to be involved in these illegal activities forever. You want a normal life, right?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhao Zihao's eyes, but it quickly turned into determination. "I'm not going to say anything. Don't waste your time." Having said that, he turned to leave. Lin Yunze grabbed his arm. "You're not leaving until you clarify everything today." Zhao Zihao forcefully shook off Lin Yunze's hand. "Let go of me. Otherwise, I won't hold back." The two of them stood there in a standoff, the atmosphere becoming tense. Suddenly, Zhao Zihao swung his fist at Lin Yunze. Lin Yunze quickly dodged to the side and kicked Zhao Zihao's leg. Zhao Zihao fell to the ground, but quickly got back up, pulling a small knife from his pocket. "Don't force me." Lin Wanqing was startled to see the knife and quickly shouted, "Yunze, be careful." Lin Yunze stared at Zhao Zihao without backing down. He knew that if he didn't get something out of Zhao Zihao today, all their previous efforts would be in vain. "You think you can scare us with a knife?" Lin Yunze said coldly. "All you'll do is increase your own guilt." Zhao Zihao was breathing heavily, his hand holding the knife, trembling slightly. He looked at Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing, feeling a bit scared, but he didn't want to give in so easily. Just then, the sound of police sirens suddenly came from a distance. Zhao Zihao's face turned pale when he heard the sirens. He knew he couldn't continue like this. "Okay, I'll talk." Zhao Zihao threw the knife on the ground. "Sun Xiaobin is related to Guo Jiejia's dropout. He violated Guo Jiejia. Guo Jiejia didn't dare to speak up and could only choose to drop out. Also, Sun Xiaobin participated in underground gambling, and I played a few times with him." Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing were shocked to hear this. They had not expected Sun Xiaobin to do such things. "Why are you only saying this now?" Lin Yunze asked. Zhao Zihao lowered his head. "I didn't want to say anything, but I know you won't give up easily. Besides, I don't want to live in fear any longer." The sound of police sirens grew closer. Zhao Zihao looked at Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing. "I've said everything. You can go now." Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing turned to leave, their hearts heavy. They knew that what they had to do next was to hand over this evidence to the police and ensure that Sun Xiaobin received the punishment he deserved. After returning to school, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing found the head teacher, Zhou Yuxuan, and told him everything they had investigated. Zhou Yuxuan was shocked after hearing it. "I didn't expect Sun Xiaobin to do such a thing. We must handle this seriously," Zhou Yuxuan said. Lin Yunze nodded. "We already have some evidence and witnesses. Now we just need to wait for police action." Zhou Yuxuan patted Lin Yunze on the shoulder. "You've done a great job. This matter must be resolved quickly. We can't allow someone like this to remain in school." Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing walked out of the head teacher's office. At this moment, the campus was already silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. "Finally, the truth is about to come out," Lin Wanqing said softly. Lin Yunze looked at her. "Yeah, but this is only part of it. Jiang Minjie's case hasn't been completely cleared up. The two exchanged glances, seeing determination in each other's eyes. They knew that there were still more difficult paths ahead, but they would face them together. The sky was heavy and overcast. Dark clouds piled up as if they would come crashing down at any moment, swallowing the entire city. Lin Yunze walked alone on the familiar road, his footsteps as heavy as if they were filled with lead. In his hand, he clutched the evidence regarding Jiang Minjie, which felt like sharp knives, stabbing at his heart again and again. How did it come to this? Lin Yunze murmured to himself, his voice filled with fatigue and despair. The once happy family, the wife he loved deeply, had been shattered into pieces amidst this turmoil. He opened the door to his home, and the silence inside was overwhelming, devoid of the warmth it once had. Jiang Minjie sat on the sofa, her gaze hollow as she stared ahead, as if she had long anticipated the expression on Lin Yunze's face. "Let's talk." Lin Yunze's voice was hoarse, struggling to suppress the emotions surging within him. Jiang Minjie looked up, her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. Her face bore traces of tears that had not yet dried, and her hair was a bit disheveled, making her look utterly disheartened. Lin Yunze slammed the evidence onto the coffee table. "How do you explain this?" His voice rose a few notches, filled with anger and unwillingness to accept the truth. Jiang Minjie looked at the evidence, her body trembling slightly. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for this family." Her voice choked, barely able to speak. "What good is saying this now?" Lin Yunze glared. "All this time, you've been lying to me. What did you take me for?" They began to argue fiercely, every word like sharp arrows, hitting each other's most vulnerable places. The living room was thick with a sense of oppression and pain, as if the entire space was trembling with their quarrel. Their daughter, Li Weiwei, came out from her room, her face pale with fright at the sound of her parents arguing, her eyes brimming with tears. "Daddy, Mommy, please don't fight," she cried out with a sob. Lin Yunze and Jiang Minjie froze at the sound of their daughter's voice. They looked at Li Weiwei, their hearts filled with guilt. "Weiwei, go back to your room. Mommy and Daddy are fine," Jiang Minjie said, forcing herself to sound calm as she tried to hold back her tears. "No, I don't want to go. Are you two going to separate?" Li Weiwei ran over and hugged Lin Yunze's leg, crying, "Daddy, I don't want you to separate." Lin Yunze squatted down and embraced his daughter, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He looked at her innocent face, filled with mixed emotions. This once happy family was now falling apart in front of their daughter. How could he not feel heartbroken? "Weiwei, Daddy doesn't want it to be this way either," but Lin Yunze couldn't finish his sentence. He didn't know how to explain it all to his daughter. Jiang Minjie also squatted down, embracing both Li Weiwei and Lin Yunze. The three of them held each other tightly, crying aloud. The wind outside howled, as if mourning for this broken family. After that, Lin Yunze and Jiang Minjie began to live separately. Lin Yunze moved to the guest room, while Jiang Minjie stayed in the master bedroom. The atmosphere in the house grew increasingly oppressive, and Li Weiwei tiptoed around, afraid to provoke her parents' anger again. Lin Yunze watched his daughter's increasingly gaunt face and melancholic eyes, filled with deep remorse. He knew that the issues between him and Jiang Minjie had caused immense harm to their daughter. One evening, Lin Yunze sat in the living room, watching his daughter's silhouette as she did her homework in her room, feeling a pang of pain. At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Lin Yunze opened the door to find Lin Wanqing standing there, holding some groceries and smiling at him. "I came to check on you." Lin Yunze forced a smile. "Come in." Lin Wanqing entered the house, and upon seeing the atmosphere inside, had a rough idea of what was going on. She walked over to Lin Yunze and said softly, "Don't be too sad. Everything will be all right." Lin Yunze shook his head. "I don't know what to do now. Seeing Weiwei like this breaks my heart." Lin Wanqing set down the groceries and walked to the door of Li Weiwei's room, gently knocking. "Weiwei, it's Teacher Lin. Can I come in?" Li Weiwei opened the door, surprise flashing in her eyes upon seeing Lin Wanqing. "Teacher Lin, what are you doing here?" Lin Wanqing patted Li Weiwei's head. "I came to see you. How's your schoolwork lately?" Li Weiwei lowered her head. "Not very good. I can't seem to concentrate." Lin Wanqing took Li Weiwei's hand and sat on the edge of the bed. "The situation between your dad and mom is not your fault. Don't worry too much, okay? They just need some time to cool off." Li Weiwei raised her head, tears filling her eyes. "But I don't want them to separate. I want a complete family." Lin Wanqing, feeling heartbroken, hugged Li Weiwei tightly. "Weiwei, no matter what happens, I will always be here with you." Lin Yunze stood at the doorway, watching this scene, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. He knew that during this difficult time, Lin Wanqing had been silently supporting him and his daughter. From that day on, Lin Wanqing often came to Lin Yunze's home. She would help cook, tutor Li Weiwei with her homework, and play with her. With Lin Wanqing's companionship, Li Weiwei gradually put on some smiles, and Lin Yunze felt that his stress had lessened a bit. However, Jiang Minjie, seeing Lin Wanqing frequently visiting their home, was filled with jealousy and resentment. She felt that Lin Wanqing was deliberately trying to take away her husband and daughter. One night, when Lin Wanqing was at their house, Jiang Minjie called her aside. "Can you stop coming to my house?" Jiang Minjie said coldly. Lin Wanqing was taken aback. "I just want to help Yunze and Weiwei. They really need someone to take care of them right now." "I think you have ulterior motives." Jiang Minjie raised her voice. "Are you trying to take my husband away?" Lin Wanqing looked at Jiang Minjie, feeling somewhat helpless. "Jiang Minjie, you've misunderstood. Yunze and I are just friends. I just want to help him through this tough time." "Friends?" Jiang Minjie sneered. "I don't think it's that simple. Ever since you appeared, Yunze has been growing more distant from me." The quarrel between the two attracted Lin Yunze and Li Weiwei. Lin Yunze frowned as he looked at them arguing. "What are you two arguing about?" Jiang Minjie looked at Lin Yunze. "Look at her, always coming to our house. What is she really after?" Lin Yunze said helplessly, "Wanqing is here to help. Don't overthink it." "Help?" Jiang Minjie said angrily. "I think she's just trying to destroy our family." Li Weiwei, watching her parents and Lin Wanqing argue, felt anxious and angry. "Stop fighting. I hate it when you act like this." She cried and ran back to her room. Lin Yunze, Jiang Minjie, and Lin Wanqing were all stunned. They watched Li Weiwei's retreating figure, filled with guilt. Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie. "Look at what you've done. Weiwei is already sad enough. Why do you have to act like this?" Jiang Minjie realized her mistake and lowered her head. I was just too scared of losing you both." Lin Wanqing, observing all this, felt a pang of sadness. "I'll leave for now. I hope you can have a good talk with Weiwei and stop making her sad." With that, she turned and left. Lin Yunze watched Lin Wanqing's departing back, feeling somewhat reluctant. He knew that Lin Wanqing genuinely wanted to help them, while Jiang Minjie had misunderstood her. Lin Yunze walked into Li Weiwei's room and saw his daughter crying on the bed. He went over, sat by her side, and gently patted her back. "Weiwei, I'm sorry. It's Dad and Mom's fault for making you sad." Li Weiwei lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lin Yunze. "Dad, I'm really scared that you and Mom will separate." Lin Yunze hugged his daughter tightly. "Weiwei, Dad doesn't want that either, but some things are beyond my control. No matter what happens, Dad will always love you and will never let you get hurt." Jiang Minjie also entered the room. She walked to the bed, looking at her daughter and Lin Yunze, filled with regret. "Weiwei, Mom was wrong. I won't act like that anymore." Li Weiwei looked at her mom. "Mom, can you and Dad not separate? I want us to be a family like before." Jiang Minjie and Lin Yunze exchanged glances, and they saw pain and helplessness in each other's eyes. They didn't know how to answer their daughter's question because they themselves were uncertain about the future. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable. The city's hustle and bustle gradually faded into silence in this darkness, interrupted only by the occasional roar of passing cars that shattered the oppressive tranquility. Lin Yunze dragged his weary body back home after a long day at school. He had hoped to find a moment of peace in this brief solitude, but the turmoil within him clung like a shadow. He turned on the light, and the dim yellow glow spread through the living room, illuminating his haggard face. Just as he was about to pour himself a glass of water to ease his tense nerves, a letter on the coffee table caught his attention. It was an ordinary white envelope, lacking any sender information, sitting there all alone, yet emanating an inexplicable sense of eeriness. Lin Yunze frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He slowly walked over, picked up the envelope, and gently stroked it with his fingers. After hesitating for a moment, he finally tore it open. A piece of paper slid out, upon which were scrawled a few crooked words. "Stop investigating any further. Otherwise, you and those around you will not have a good ending." His hand trembled violently, and the letter almost slipped from his grasp. "Who is this? Why are they threatening me?" Lin Yunze murmured, his voice trembling in the silence of the room. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Was it Liao Junxiao? Or Qin Junwei? Or perhaps someone from that mysterious social circle? At the same time, Lin Wanqing had just finished a rehearsal at school and was preparing to go home. She hummed a little tune, feeling quite good, although she had been somewhat worried about Lin Yunze these past few days. Still, the thought of being able to help him brought her some comfort. However, as she approached her car, she found a note wedged under the windshield wiper. Curiously, she walked over, took the note, and under the faint glow of the streetlight, read its contents. "Mind your own business. Don't get too close to Lin Yunze, or you will regret it." Lin Wanqing's face turned ashen in an instant, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, filled with fear. "What is going on?" Lin Wanqing's voice trembled as she anxiously looked around. It felt as if countless eyes were watching her from the darkness. She hurriedly opened the car door, sat inside, and quickly started the engine, fleeing from the place that filled her with dread. Back home, Lin Wanqing's emotions remained unsettled. She sat on the sofa, gripping the note tightly in her hand, and Lin Yunze's figure kept flashing through her mind. She knew that Lin Yunze must have received a similar threat. The danger they faced was far greater than they had imagined. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Wanqing eventually dialed Lin Yunze's number. On the other end of the line, Lin Yunze's voice was filled with exhaustion and anxiety. "Yunze, I also received a threatening note," Lin Wanqing said, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "I know. I received one too," Lin Yunze sighed. "It seems they are really anxious and want us to stop our investigation. What should we do? I'm so scared." Lin Wanqing's body trembled slightly. She had never encountered such a situation before and felt utterly helpless. Lin Yunze remained silent for a moment before saying, "Don't be afraid, Wanqing. We can't let them scare us off. However, from now on, we must be careful and try not to act alone." "Okay, I understand," Lin Wanqing nodded. "But I'm still worried they might do something even more extreme. I'll think a way. We won't let them succeed," Lin Yunze replied with a tone that, while firm, lacked confidence. He knew that the enemies they faced might stop at nothing, and they had almost no advantage aside from a few clues they had gathered. After hanging up, Lin Yunze fell in a deep thought. He knew that this threatening letter was not just a warning to him and Lin Wanqing. It was a provocation. The other party clearly realized their investigation and wanted to stop them from digging deeper. Am I really just going to give up? Lin Yunze thought bitterly. The matter surrounding Jiang Minjie, the truths he had long sought to uncover, couldn't just be scared away by a threatening letter. He couldn't accept that. The next day, Lin Yunze arrived at school, seeming somewhat absent-minded. His mind was preoccupied with the threatening letter and how to respond. During class, he nearly miscommunicated several times, drawing strange looks from his students. Lin Wanqing also came to school. Seeing Lin Yunze's condition filled her with concern. During the break, she sought him out, and the two went to the edge of the school's playground. It was deep autumn, and the leaves on the playground were blown around by the wind, rustling as if whispering their unease at this moment. "Yunze, you don't seem well today. Should we not investigate for now?" Lin Wanqing said, looking at Lin Yunze with worry in her eyes. Lin Yunze shook his head. No, we've come this far. How can we give up? Besides, the more we retreat, the more arrogant they will become. But it's too dangerous for us like this, Lin Wanqing frowned. I'm really worried about you. Lin Yunze looked at Lin Wanqing, feeling a warm current surge in his heart. I know you're worried about me, Wanqing. I can't just let this go. We haven't gotten to the bottom of Jiang Minjie's matter, and there are still so many secrets waiting for us to uncover. Lin Wanqing sighed helplessly. She knew that once Lin Yunze had made up his mind about something, it was hard to change it. So what should we do next? Lin Yunze pondered for a moment and said, we can't just sit back and wait. We need to take the initiative. I think we can start with those who have close connections to Jiang Minjie and Liao Junqiao and see if we can find some new leads. But they must be on guard, too. How can we find their flaws? Lin Wanqing asked. There will always be a way, Lin Yunze replied. We should carefully review the evidence we've collected so far. Maybe we can discover something we overlooked. Moreover, we can ask Lu Yi if she has heard any new information at the company. As they were speaking, suddenly a figure hurried past them, creating a gust of wind that sent the fallen leaves swirling into the air again. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing instinctively looked over, but they only caught a glimpse of a blurry silhouette. That person seems a bit strange, Lin Yunze said, furrowing his brow slightly. Lin Wanqing nodded. I think so too. It seems like he's been watching us. The two exchanged glances, a wave of unease washing over them. They knew that since they received the threatening letter, every move they made could be under surveillance. The road ahead would only become more difficult and dangerous. After returning to the office, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing began to reorganize the evidence they had collected earlier. They carefully reviewed every piece of information, trying to find new clues. However, after several hours had passed, they found nothing. Could it be that we really overlooked something? Lin Yunze said, feeling a bit frustrated as he rubbed his temples, feeling like his head was about to explode. Lin Wanqing looked at Lin Yunze, feeling a bit distressed. Don't worry, Yunze. Let's think it through again. Just then, Lin Yunze's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Lu Yi. Hello, Lu Yi. Lin Yunze answered the call. Lin teacher, I heard some news at the company. I don't know if it will be useful to you. Lu Yi's voice came through the phone. What news? Hurry up and tell me. Lin Yunze said, his tone filled with anticipation. I heard that Liao Junqiao has been getting close to someone named Wang Yaozu recently. That Wang Yaozu seems to be an executive at a competing company, Lu Yi said. Wang Yaozu. Lin Yunze's heart stirred. What else do you know? That's all I know. Their relationship seems quite mysterious. They always meet in secret, Lu Yi replied. All right, Lu Yi, thank you. After hanging up, Lin Yunze shared the news with Lin Wanqing. Could this be related to the threatening letter we received? Lin Wanqing speculated. It's possible, Lin Yunze said. It seems we need to investigate Wang Yaozu thoroughly. However, what they didn't know was that danger was slowly closing in on them. In a dark corner, a pair of eyes was watching them closely, waiting for the right moment to strike a fatal blow. The rain poured down like a curtain, relentlessly hammering every corner of the city. The wild wind ravaged the streets, causing tree branches to sway violently, as if the entire world was about to be turned upside down. Lin Yunze sat alone in the dimly lit room. The surrounding silence was terrifying, with only the sound of raindrops hitting the window, echoing like the merciless beat of fate. In front of him was a spread of various documents, evidence he had gathered over this period to uncover Jiang Minjie's secrets. The photos of Jiang Minjie with Liao Junqiao and Qin Junhui pierced his eyes again and again. Each glance felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart, the pain radiating throughout his body. Why? Why do this to me? Lin Yunze murmured, his voice hoarse with despair. His fingers trembled as he picked up a photo where Jiang Minjie and Liao Junqiao were behaving intimately, their smiles blinding. The wife he once loved deeply had now become a stranger he was most familiar with. Lin Wanqing rushed through the rain, her hair and clothes soaked, clinging to her body, looking utterly disheveled. She gently pushed open Lin Yunze's door and, upon seeing the scene inside, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. "Yunze," Lin Wanqing called softly, her voice filled with concern. Lin Yunze looked up at Lin Wanqing, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, gratitude mixed with helplessness. "Wanqing, what are you doing here?" Lin Wanqing sat beside him, glancing at the photos and documents, her eyes turning red. "I was worried about you. It's such heavy rain. I was afraid you." She didn't finish her sentence, but Lin Yunze understood her meaning. Lin Yunze shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm fine. It's just the more evidence I gather, the closer the truth gets, but I'm more and more afraid to face it." Lin Wanqing sat next to him, holding his hand, trying to give him some strength. "No matter what the truth is, I will always be by your side." Lin Yunze took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. "I've studied these materials carefully and found that Jiang Minjie engaged in a quid pro quo relationship with Liao Junqiao to get promoted. She thought this would help her rise in the ranks, but she didn't realize she was sinking deeper into a quagmire." Lin Wanqing was stunned, covering her mouth. "How could this happen? What about Chen Junhui? What role does he play in this?" Lin Yunze's gaze turned cold. "Chen Junhui is nothing but a devil taking advantage of the situation." After the relationship between Jiang Minjie and Liao Junqiao showed signs of strain, he appeared, using sweet words to confuse Jiang Minjie, leading her deeper into his emotional trap. Lin Wanqing frowned. "Do they have other secrets that cannot be disclosed?" Lin Yunze nodded. "I suspect they are also involved in some illegal dealings within the company. Lu Yi provided me with some leads, saying that there are several suspicious accounts recently, likely related to them." The rain continued to fall incessantly, seemingly without end. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing sat there, carefully analyzing every clue, trying to piece together a complete truth. "If all this is true, then Jiang Minjie is really too foolish," Lin Wanqing sighed. Lin Yunze smiled bitterly. She was blinded by desire, completely unaware of what she was doing. "Now, I must clarify these matters, for myself and for our daughter." Lin Wanqing looked at Lin Yunze, filled with worry. She knew that as the truth gradually surfaced, the dangers they faced would also increase. Those whose interests they had touched would not let them off easily. "Yunze, we must be careful. Those people definitely won't sit idly by. They're likely to resort to extreme measures," Lin Wanqing warned. Lin Yunze nodded. "I know, so we need to speed up the investigation and gather enough evidence before they take action to bring them to justice." The two studied for a while longer, and Lin Yunze decided to find Lu Yi again to see if there were any new discoveries at her company. Lin Wanqing wanted to go along, but Lin Yunze was worried about her safety and insisted that she stay behind. Lin Yunze put on a raincoat and stepped into the rain. The strong wind whipped the rain towards him, making it difficult to move forward. But he did not back down. His only thought was to uncover the truth. Arriving near the company, Lin Yunze waited in an inconspicuous corner for Lu Yi. The rain was pouring heavily, and there were almost no pedestrians on the streets, only the occasional vehicle passing by, splashing water high into the air. After a while, Lu Yi hurried over. When she saw Lin Yunze, she quickly rushed over. "Teacher Lin, you're here," Lu Yi said, her voice a bit anxious. "What's wrong? Did you find anything important?" Lin Yunze asked. Lu Yi nodded. "I found something in the old documents of the company today that may be related to Jiang Minjie and their illegal transactions." Saying this, she took out a document folder from her bag and handed it to Lin Yunze. Lin Yunze opened the folder, which contained several documents and agreements. He began to read carefully. As he read, his expression became increasingly serious. "This evidence is crucial," Lin Yunze said. "If this is verified, they will be finished." Lu Yi said worriedly, "Teacher Lin, I'm a bit scared. If they find out about this evidence, I'll be in big trouble." Lin Yunze patted Lu Yi's shoulder. Don't worry, I will protect this evidence. You should also be careful and try not to attract their attention during this time. The two discussed for a while longer, and then Lin Yunze prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, he suddenly felt a gaze on him from behind. He instinctively looked back, but only saw the empty street with rainwater flowing freely. Lin Yunze was startled. He knew he might be being followed. He quickened his pace, trying to shake off the potential danger. After returning home, Lin Yunze carefully studied the documents with Lin Wanqing. They discovered that the evidence was sufficient to prove that Jiang Minjie, Liao Junqiao, and Chen Junhui not only had improper relationships, but were also involved in business crimes, including leaking company secrets and illegal transactions. This evidence is already enough. We can hand it over to the police, Lin Wanqing said. However, Lin Yunze hesitated. Although the evidence is almost complete, I still feel that there are some key aspects that haven't been clarified. Besides, Jiang Minjie was once my wife. Lin Wanqing understood Lin Yunze's feelings and held his hand. I know it's hard for you, but some things must be faced. We cannot let them continue to evade justice. Lin Yunze nodded. I know, I just need a bit more time. Moreover, we need to think about how to safely hand this evidence to the police. Those people will definitely not let us succeed easily. Night, thick as unbreakable ink, pressed heavily against the city skyline. Lin Yunze sat alone on the sofa in the living room. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified, oppressive enough to make one gasp for breath. On the coffee table, the evidence that could send Jiang Minjie, Liao Junqiao, and Chen Junhui to prison sat there like heavy bombs, burdensome and ominous. Lin Yunze's gaze was blankly fixed on this evidence, his thoughts tangled like a mess of threads. His fingers unconsciously tapped on his knee, producing a faint tap-tap sound that seemed particularly jarring in the silence of the night. What should I do? Lin Yunze mumbled to himself, his voice hoarse and weary, as if it had squeezed out from the depths of his soul. Memories of the moments he had shared with Jiang Minjie flickered through his mind. Those once sweet and warm times now felt like blades stabbing painfully at his heart. Once, they were a loving couple with a happy family. But everything had turned to ashes due to Jiang Minjie's betrayal and a series of illegal events. Lin Yunze felt as if he were trapped in a dark abyss, unable to find a way out. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang, the crisp sound piercing through the quiet night. Lin Yunze snapped back to reality, stood up, and slowly walked to the door. He opened it to find Lin Wanqing standing there. A trace of worry was etched on Lin Wanqing's face, her hair tousled by the night wind, and her eyes reflected her concern for Lin Yunze. Yunze, I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. Lin Yunze forced a smile. Wanqing, come in. Lin Wanqing entered the living room, her heart tightening as she saw the evidence on the coffee table. She knew that Lin Yunze was facing one of the toughest choices of his life. Yunze, don't be too hard on yourself, Lin Wanqing said softly as she walked over to him and gently patted his shoulder. Lin Yunze shook his head with a bitter smile. Wanqing, I really don't know what to do right now. On one hand, I hate Jiang Minjie's betrayal. This evidence is enough to make her face the consequences. On the other hand, she is still the mother of my child. How can I bear to see her go to prison? Seeing Lin Yunze's pained expression, Lin Wanqing felt a pang of sympathy. She sat down beside him, took his hand, and said, I understand how you feel. This is indeed a very difficult decision. But you also have to think about yourself and your child. Lin Yunze nodded. I know. The child is my greatest concern. She is still so young. If she knows her mother went to prison because of these things, how heartbroken would she be? Lin Wanqing sighed. But Jiang Minjie's actions have already harmed you, harmed the entire family. If you don't expose the truth and let them face punishment, can you live with yourself? Lin Yunze fell silent, lowering his head with his hands clutching his hair, deep in despair. Lin Wanqing was right. Jiang Minjie's actions were unforgivable, and though she hurt needed an explanation. However, as a husband and a father, how could he bear to send his own wife to prison? If I hand this evidence over to the police, how will Wei Wei face her studies and friends in the future? Will she hate me? Lin Yunze raised his head, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. Lin Wanqing looked at him seriously and said, Yunze, I think you should have a good talk with Wei Wei. Although she is still young, she has the right to know the truth. Moreover, you're a good father. I believe Wei Wei will understand you. Lin Yunze shook his head. I can't imagine how Wei Wei would react to the truth. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. Lin Wanqing tightened her grip on his hand. Avoiding the problem won't solve it. The more you hide, the greater the potential harm to Wei Wei. Besides, you still have me. I will always be here to support you and Wei Wei through this tough time. Lin Yunze looked at her, feeling a warmth rise in his heart. In this difficult moment, Lin Wanqing had been silently supporting him, giving him warmth and strength. He felt truly grateful to her. Wanqing, thank you, Lin Yunze said, his voice slightly choked. Lin Wanqing gently hugged him. Don't mention it. We are friends, right? Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Lin Yunze leaned against her, feeling his pain lessen a bit. He closed his eyes, savoring Lin Wanqing's warmth and comfort. After a while, Lin Yunze slowly pushed Lin Wanqing away and looked in her eyes, saying, Wanqing, I want to give Jiang Minjie another chance. I want to have a good talk with her and see if she can recognize her mistakes and turn back. Lin Wanqing was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Yunze to make such a decision. But she also understood his feelings. After all, he had years of relationship with Jiang Minjie and a child together. Okay, I support you, Lin Wanqing replied, but you need to be careful. I'm afraid Jiang Minjie might. Lin Yunze nodded. I know, I will be careful. I just want to give her a chance, and give myself a chance too. If she remains unrepentant, then I won't be soft-hearted anymore. Lin Wanqing looked at him with some concern, but chose to trust him. When do you plan to talk to her? Lin Yunze thought for a moment and said, Tomorrow. I'll find a time tomorrow to talk to her properly. I hope she can understand my intentions. Lin Wanqing nodded. All right, just be careful tomorrow. If anything happens, make sure to call me right away. Lin Yunze looked at Lin Wanqing with gratitude. I will. Thank you, Wanqing. Lin Wanqing stayed with Lin Yunze for a while longer before leaving. As he watched her departing figure, he silently prayed in his heart, hoping that the conversation the next day would have a good outcome. The next day, the sky was overcast, as if it were about to rain at any moment. Lin Yunze arrived early at the office building where Jiang Minjie worked. He sent Jiang Minjie a message, asking her to meet him at a cafe near the office after work. Jiang Minjie quickly replied, agreeing to meet. Lin Yunze felt a wave of nervousness as he read her response on his phone. He was uncertain about what would happen during this meeting and whether Jiang Minjie would be willing to turn back. After work, Lin Yunze went to the cafe. He found a window seat, ordered a cup of coffee, and quietly waited for Jiang Minjie to arrive. Before long, Jiang Minjie walked into the cafe. She paused for a moment when she saw Lin Yunze, then slowly walked over. Yunze, what did you want to talk to me about? Jiang Minjie asked, her voice somewhat cold, a hint of unease in her eyes. Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie, his heart filled with mixed feelings. The woman he once knew so well now felt so unfamiliar. Minjie, let's talk, Lin Yunze said, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable firmness. Jiang Minjie sat down, looking at Lin Yunze, feeling a bit apprehensive. She knew that he must have gathered some evidence, and this meeting was unlikely to be simple. Yunze, just say what you want to say, Jiang Minjie urged, avoiding direct eye contact with him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yunze said, Minjie, I know about your involvement with Liao Junhao and Qin Junhui. I also have some evidence that could lead to legal consequences for you. Jiang Minjie's face instantly turned pale, and her body trembled slightly. Yunze, you have to let me explain. Lin Yunze waved his hand. I don't want to hear your explanations. I just want to know what you plan to do now. Jiang Minjie lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Yunze, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I was confused and made such mistakes. Please forgive me. I will never do it again. Looking at Jiang Minjie, Lin Yunze felt a pang of compassion. However, he knew that mere apologies were not enough. Minjie, do you think an apology can solve the problem? You hurt me, you hurt our family, and you hurt many others. You must pay the price for your actions, Lin Yunze replied. Jiang Minjie looked up at him. Yunze, I know my sins are unforgivable, but considering our years together as husband and wife, and for Wei Wei's sake, can you give me another chance? I will truly change. Lin Yunze fell silent, looking at Jiang Minjie, his heart filled with conflict and pain. He didn't know whether to give her another chance or to hand over the evidence to the police and let her face the consequences. The atmosphere in the cafe grew unusually tense, and people around them cast curious glances. Lin Yunze and Jiang Minjie were oblivious, their minds consumed by each other in this difficult choice. Yunze, I beg you, Jiang Minjie cried, her voice filled with despair and helplessness. Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie, feeling his defenses slowly crumbling. He remembered their shared moments, the beautiful times they had together. Could he really harden his heart and send his wife to prison? Minjie, let me think about it, Lin Yunze said, his voice tinged with helplessness and fatigue. Jiang Minjie nodded. Okay, Yunze, I will wait for your decision. No matter what you decide, I won't blame you. Lin Yunze stood up. I'll leave for now. You think it over. After saying that, he turned and left the cafe. Jiang Minjie watched Lin Yunze's retreating figure, tears blurring her vision. She knew that her fate was in Lin Yunze's hands at this moment, and all she could do was wait for an uncertain outcome. As Lin Yunze stepped out of the cafe, it had started to rain. He didn't open an umbrella, letting the rain drench him. His mind was in chaos, unsure of how to face this difficult decision. Rainwater trickled down his face, and he couldn't tell if it was rain or tears. He only knew that he stood at a crossroads in life, where every choice could change the destinies of himself and those around him. The night fell like ink, thickly splashed across every corner of the city. Lin Yunze stood by the window, gazing at the flickering neon lights outside, but his thoughts were tangled like a mess of yarn. Inside the room, the dim yellow light felt stifled by the oppressive atmosphere. He unconsciously clenched and then released his hand, in it a bag containing all the evidence he had gathered over this time, evidence that could shatter the once happy family he had. Jiang Minjie had not yet returned home. At this time, she would usually still be busy at the company. Lin Yunze's lips curled into a bitter smile. He used to feel sorry for her hard work, but now he realized that behind that so-called busyness perhaps lay countless lies. Lin Wanqing sat quietly on the sofa, watching Lin Yunze. Her eyes were filled with worry. During this time, she had accompanied Lin Yunze through too much, watching him transform from a happy husband into someone tormented by pain and suspicion. Her heart ached for him. Yunze, have you really made up your mind? Lin Wanqing asked softly, her voice sounding particularly clear in the quiet room. Lin Yunze turned around to look at Lin Wanqing, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. I don't know, but I can't keep going like this. I need the truth. Lin Wanqing stood up and walked to Lin Yunze's side, gently patting his shoulder. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Her voice was gentle yet firm, giving Lin Yunze a bit of strength. Outside, a cold wind swept by, making the window rattle, as if heralding the storm that was about to come. Lin Yunze took a deep breath. I'll wait for her to come back and lay everything out. Time passed slowly. Each second felt like a torment for Lin Yunze. Finally, the sound of keys turning in the lock came from outside the door. Lin Yunze's body instantly tensed up, while Lin Wanqing quietly stepped aside, knowing that this was a moment Lin Yunze had to face with Jiang Minjie. Jiang Minjie pushed open the door and saw Lin Yunze standing in the middle of the living room, his expression somewhat unusual. A wave of unease surged in her heart, but she forced herself to smile. "Why are you home so early today?" Lin Yunze did not answer her question, but stared at her intently, his gaze filled with complex emotions that made Jiang Minjie feel flustered. "Minjie, we need to talk." Lin Yunze's voice was low and cold, starkly different from his usual gentleness. Jiang Minjie's heart sank. She instinctively wanted to avoid this confrontation. "I'm really tired today. Can we talk about it tomorrow?" she said, attempting to walk toward the bedroom. "Stop!" Lin Yunze suddenly raised his voice, the shout freezing Jiang Minjie in her tracks. She turned around to see the bag in Lin Yunze's hand, her unease intensifying. What are you doing?" Her voice trembled slightly. Lin Yunze walked towards Jiang Minjie step by step, each step feeling like he was treading on his own shattered heart. "Minjie, what else are you hiding from me?" His voice carried a hint of anger, but more so disappointment. Jiang Minjie's gaze began to dodge. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't know?" Lin Yunze scoffed. "Then let me make you understand." He slammed the bag down onto the coffee table, and the contents, photos and documents, scattered across the floor. Jiang Minjie lowered her head and looked, her face instantly turning pale. The photos showed her with Liao Junqiao and Chun Junhui in intimate moments. Each picture felt like a sharp blade stabbing into her heart. This isn't what you think," Jiang Minjie hurriedly explained, but her words seemed so pale and powerless in front of this undeniable evidence. Lin Yunze looked at her, anger blazing in his eyes. "What is it then? You keep deceiving me. Do you know how I've been living during this time?" His voice trembled slightly due to his agitation. Jiang Minjie burst into tears. I had no choice. I did it for our family, to give us a better life." "For this family?" Lin Yunze interrupted her. "You were with other men, and this is for our family? Do you know what your actions have done to me and our daughter?" At that moment, the wind outside grew stronger, howling and battering against the window, seemingly cheering on this fierce argument. Jiang Minjie collapsed onto the floor, crying uncontrollably. "I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Yunze, please forgive me this once. I promise I won't do it again." Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie on the floor, his anger gradually being replaced by pain. The woman he once loved deeply now felt so foreign to him. "Minjie, how can I forgive you? These days, I've been struggling in pain. I want to believe you, but the truth keeps stabbing me again and again." Jiang Minjie raised her head, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Lin Yunze. "I know I've hurt you, but I was truly forced into it. Liao Junqiao threatened me. If I didn't agree to him, he would make me lose my job, and our lives would fall into hardship." Lin Yunze closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "And what about Chun Junhui? What happened with him?" Jiang Minjie lowered her head, her voice even smaller. I was just momentarily confused. I regret it. I truly regret it." Lin Yunze sat weakly on the sofa, holding his head in his hands. He didn't know how to face all of this. What was once a happy family was now shattered. Jiang Minjie slowly got up and walked to Lin Yunze, wanting to reach out to touch him, but then hesitated, pulling back in fear. "Yunze, we still have our daughter. For her sake, please give me one more chance. I will make amends for my mistakes." Lin Yunze looked up at Jiang Minjie, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. "Our daughter, because of our issues, she has become withdrawn and her performance has declined significantly. Do you think we can still provide her with a good, growing environment?" Jiang Minjie cried again. "I know it's all my fault. I'm sorry for both of you, but I really don't want to leave this home. Yunze, I beg you." The room was filled with a sad atmosphere, with only Jiang Minjie's sobs echoing. Lin Yunze looked at everything before him, feeling a mix of emotions. He didn't know how to choose, whether to forgive Jiang Minjie and start over, or to let go and free them both. On the side, Lin Wanqing quietly watched everything unfold, her heart also heavy. She felt for the pain Lin Yunze was enduring, as well as the sorrow for Jiang Minjie's predicament. But she knew that at this moment, all she could do was silently accompany Lin Yunze. The morning sun filtered through thick clouds, casting a sparse light on the building of Ximing Fashion Company. Limited, but it couldn't dispel the tension and chaos that permeated the company. Lu Yi stood in the office pantry, her hands tightly gripping a coffee cup, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Through the glass wall, she could see her colleagues in the office area whispering to each other, their eyes filled with anxiety and speculation. Lu Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but the scene from yesterday, when she reported Liao Junxiao and Zhao Yuku to the company's higher-ups, kept replaying in her mind. Lu Yi, are you really sure about this? It's not a small matter. Once you report it, your days in the company will never be the same. Her colleague Zhang Yuran had warned her when she made the decision to report. I'm sure. I can't just stand by and watch them act recklessly. Lu Yi had gritted her teeth, determination evident in her eyes. At that moment, her heart raced, uncertain of what awaited her next. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from behind her. Oh, look, it's our great contributor Lu Yi, stealing the spotlight now. Without turning around, Lu Yi knew it was Wu Siyao. She frowned and coldly replied, I just did what I had to do, unlike some people who only talk behind others' backs. Wu Siyao's expression soured. Just as she was about to retort, the department manager hurried past. Their eyes met, and the manager's gaze held a hint of warning. Wu Siyao simply huffed and turned to leave. Returning to her desk, Lu Yi had just sat down when her phone rang. It was Lin Yunze calling. Lu Yi, what's the situation at the company? Lin Yunze's anxious voice came through the receiver. Lu Yi sighed. It's a complete mess. The higher-ups have already started an investigation, and everyone is on edge. However, some people have come to me quietly, wanting to share some information. Be careful. Let me know if anything happens, Lin Yunze instructed. After hanging up, Lu Yi rubbed her temples. Just then, an older employee, Aunt Xiao, appeared in front of her. Lu Yi, you truly showed remarkable courage this time, Aunt Xiao said in a low voice. Actually, many people in the company know about Liao Junxiao and Zhao Yuku's dirty deeds. They just don't dare to speak up. Your report has given everyone a sense of relief. Lu Yi forced a smile. Aunt Xiao, I'm not sure if I did the right thing. I'm just afraid they might retaliate against me out of desperation. Aunt Xiao patted her shoulder. Don't worry. The higher-ups are paying attention to this matter. They won't act recklessly. By the way, I heard they might try to shift some responsibility onto Jiang Minjie to protect themselves. You're on good terms with her, so give her a heads up. Lu Yi was taken aback. How could that happen? Even though Jiang Minjie has had dealings with them, but Aunt Xiao shook her head helplessly. In this company, who can say for certain? Just be careful. There's only so much I can do to help. With that, Aunt Xiao hurried off. Lu Yi sat at her desk in a daze, her heart filled with mixed emotions. On one hand, she felt a glimmer of satisfaction at the thought of potentially bringing down Liao Junxiao and Zhao Yuku. On the other hand, she was terrified of the consequences that were about to unfold. Meanwhile, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing were also discussing the situation in their school office. The situation with Lu Yi isn't looking good. The dynamics in the company are quite complicated, Lin Yunze said with a furrowed brow. I'm worried that Jiang Minjie might get dragged into this. Although she did something wrong, I don't want to see her being used by others. Lin Wanqing let out a soft sigh. The matters of the heart are already complicated enough, and now we have to deal with these company issues. However, Jiang Minjie should take responsibility for her actions. Lin Yunze leaned back in his chair, exhaustion evident in his eyes. I know. I just didn't expect things to develop this way. When I investigated her, I only wanted to find out the truth. I didn't think it would cause such a huge uproar. Lin Wanqing walked over to Lin Yunze's side and gently held his hand. Don't think too much. Take it one step at a time. No matter what happens, I'll be here with you. Lin Yunze looked at her gratefully, about to say something when the office door was suddenly pushed open and Sun Xiaobin barged in. Lin Yunze, you really know how to stir things up. Sun Xiaobin's face was full of anger. You investigated Jiang Minjie, and now you've made such a mess of the company's affairs. What exactly do you want to do? Lin Yunze stood up, coldly staring at him. What do I want to do? I'm just looking for the truth. What about you, Sun Xiaobin? You think I don't know about your dirty dealings? Sun Xiaobin's complexion changed. Don't talk nonsense. What could I possibly have done? About Guojia and your dealings with those people outside the school. Do you think I don't know? Lin Yunze stared unyieldingly at him. A flash of panic crossed Sun Xiaobin's eyes, but it quickly hardened again. Don't slander me. If you can't provide evidence, I won't let this go. Lin Wanqing stood by, nervously watching the two. You guys stop arguing and talk it out calmly. There's nothing to discuss. Sun Xiaobin shot Lin Yunze a fierce glare. You'd better not interfere with the company's affairs again, or you'll regret it. With that, he turned and slammed the door behind him. Lin Yunze was furious, his face flushed. That Sun Xiaobin must be colluding with Liao Junqiao and the others. I have to expose his true colors. Lin Wanqing gently patted Lin Yunze's back, soothing his emotions. Don't be impulsive. Let's take it slow. Right now, the most important thing is to handle the company's issues and see what's going on with Jiang Minjie. Lin Yunze took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. You're right. I can't lose my composure. I'll call Louis again and ask about Jiang Minjie's situation. Meanwhile, at Mingxing Fashion Company, Jiang Minjie had just come out of the conference room, her face as pale as paper. Her immediate supervisor, who usually appeared amiable, now looked at her with a cold gaze. Jiang Minjie, you better come clean about how many unspeakable secrets you have with Liao Junqiao and Zhao Yuka. The company's higher-ups are furious now, and if you don't cooperate, you know the consequences. The supervisor's voice held no warmth. Jiang Minjie opened her mouth but found her throat dry, unable to make a sound. She never expected to be at the center of this storm, becoming the target of everyone's ire. Jiang Minjie stammered. I was also coerced by them. I didn't do anything illegal. The supervisor snorted coldly. You better prove your innocence, or the company won't let you off, and neither will the law. After saying that, the supervisor turned and left, leaving Jiang Minjie alone in the empty corridor, trembling. Jiang Minjie leaned against the wall and slowly crouched down, tears streaming down her face. She thought of the argument with Lin Yunze the night before, recalling the disappointment in his eyes. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret and helplessness. She didn't know how to cope with all of this. The future seemed shrouded in a thick fog, with not a glimmer of light in sight. In the Lin Yunze household, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt hard to breathe. Outside, the city's hustle and bustle contrasted sharply with the silence inside the house. Lin Yunze sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the floor. The cigarette in his hand had burned down to the halfway point, ashes falling to the ground. Jiang Minjie curled up on a chair nearby, her hair a mess, eyes swollen and red, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Yunze, I really know I was wrong. Jiang Minjie's voice, thick with sobs, broke the silence. These past few years at the company have been really tough for me. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her words were filled with pain and regret. Lin Yunze slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Jiang Minjie, his eyes filled with exhaustion and despair. Tough. Is that your reason for betraying me? His voice was hoarse, trembling with a hint of anger. Jiang Minjie bit her lip. That bastard Liao Junqiao threatened me. He said if I didn't agree to him, he would reassign me to the lowest position and make it impossible for me to stay in the company. For the sake of this family, to give you and our daughter a better life, I was momentarily confused. At this point, she broke down in tears. Lin Yunze took a deep drag from his cigarette and stubbed it roughly into the ashtray. And what about Chen Junwei? How do you explain that? His voice rose, laced with accusation. I admit, I had an inappropriate relationship with him, Jiang Minjie said, lowering her head, her voice barely a whisper. But it was just a momentary lapse. I regretted it long ago and have been trying to find an opportunity to cut ties with him, but he wouldn't let go. Outside, a cold wind blew, causing the window to rattle, as if providing accompaniment to their intense argument. Lin Yunze stood up and began pacing the room. Do you know? During this time, I felt like a walking corpse. I can't believe that the wife I deeply loved would do something like this. His voice choked with emotion. Jiang Minjie suddenly stood up and rushed in front of Lin Yunze, kneeling down with a thud. Yunze, please give me another chance. For the sake of our many years of marriage, for our daughter. She grabbed tightly onto Lin Yunze's pant leg, tears streaming down her face. Lin Yunze's body stiffened as he looked at Jiang Minjie kneeling on the ground, his heart a mix of conflicting emotions. Once, they had loved each other deeply, dreaming of a future together. But now everything felt so alien. Minjie, get up. Lin Yunze's voice was weak as he tried to help Jiang Minjie up, but she clung to him tightly. No, if you don't agree, I won't get up. Jiang Minjie cried out, I know I have wronged you, and I am willing to do anything to make amends. Lin Yunze took a deep breath, closing his eyes, trying to calm himself. Minjie, how can I believe you? You've deceived me time and again. My heart has already been shattered by you. Jiang Minjie looked up, her eyes filled with despair. I know I was wrong. I will cut off all contact with them. I will resign from my job and take care of you and our daughter at home. Lin Yunze shook his head with a bitter smile. Resign from your job? Do you think that will solve the problem? The trust between us has been broken. Do you understand? At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Both Lin Yunze and Jiang Minjie were startled and exchanged a glance, panic evident in their eyes. Lin Yunze composed himself and went to open the door. Standing outside was Lin Wanqing, holding some groceries. Her smiling face turned awkward when she saw the scene inside. I came to check on you both. Lin Wanqing's voice was somewhat hesitant as she looked at Lin Yunze and then at Jiang Minjie, who was still kneeling on the floor. Seeing Lin Wanqing, Jiang Minjie's eyes flashed with complex emotions, jealousy mixed with resentment. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. Lin Wanqing was taken aback by the sudden question. I'm just worried about Yunze. Lin Yunze sighed. Wanqing, come in first. Lin Wanqing walked into the room and placed the dishes aside. I originally wanted to make you all dinner, but it seems... She left her sentence unfinished, and the atmosphere in the room became even more tense. Jiang Minjie stood up from the floor and tidied her hair. Yunze, do you like her? Her voice carried a hint of sharpness. Lin Yunze frowned. Minjie, don't jump to conclusions. Wanqing is just my friend. She has been helping me during this time. Helping you? Jiang Minjie sneered. Helping you investigate me? Her gaze turned to Lin Wanqing, filled with hostility. Lin Wanqing hurriedly explained, It's not what you think. I just don't want to see Yunze in so much pain. But Jiang Minjie didn't listen at all. You all think I'm the villain, that I ruined this family. But do you know how much I've suffered in the company? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice growing louder. Lin Yunze helplessly rubbed his temples. Minjie, now is not the time to discuss this. Let's calm down, okay? Jiang Minjie, however, seemed not to hear him and continued, I've worked so hard for this family, but what I get in return is your suspicion and blame. What have I done wrong? Her emotions completely unraveled, and she began to cry loudly. Lin Wanqing looked at Jiang Minjie, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Sister Jiang, I know it's not easy for you either. Some things, if they're wrong, they're wrong. We have to face them. Jiang Minjie shot Lin Wanqing a fierce glare. What do you understand? You haven't experienced my situation. What right do you have to say these things? Lin Yunze stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Minjie's hand. Minjie, don't be like this. Wanqing is well-meaning. Let's all stop arguing. Jiang Minjie shook off Lin Yunze's hand. Fine, you're all on her side. I'm the sinner. I'll just leave. Saying this, she turned and rushed into the bedroom, slamming the door shut. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stood in the living room, exchanging glances. After a while, Lin Yunze sighed helplessly. I'm sorry you had to witness this. Lin Wanqing shook her head. It's okay. I can understand. But you two need to have a good talk. This can't go on like this. Lin Yunze looked at the tightly closed bedroom door, his eyes filled with confusion. I don't know what to do. My mind is a mess. Lin Wanqing gently patted Lin Yunze's shoulder. Don't worry. There will always be a solution. Give each other some time to calm down. The sky gradually darkened, and the hustle and bustle of the city slowly settled in the twilight. However, the living room of the Lin family was filled with silence, marked only by the ticking of the wall clock, each sound striking Lin Yunze's tense nerves. Lin Yunze sat alone on the sofa, his eyes blankly fixed on the documents scattered across the coffee table, evidence of his investigation into Jiang Minjie and a testament to the disintegration of their marriage. His hand hung limply over the armrest, his entire being felt drained of strength. At that moment, the door to his daughter Weiwei's room gently swayed, and Weiwei cautiously peeked out. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having cried recently. She looked at the scene in the living room, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly walked out. Dad, Weiwei's voice trembled slightly, breaking the silence. Lin Yunze raised his head, and upon seeing his daughter, his heart tightened with pain. He forced a faint smile. Weiwei, why aren't you asleep yet? Weiwei didn't answer. She walked to Lin Yunze's side and suddenly burst into tears. Dad, are you and Mom going to get a divorce? Lin Yunze's body stiffened. He hadn't expected his daughter to ask such a direct question. He reached out his hand, wanting to hold her, but hesitated in midair, finally just gently patting her shoulder. Weiwei, don't think too much. Weiwei looked up at Lin Yunze, her tear-filled eyes searching his. I heard you. You and Mom had a fight last night, and Mom was crying the whole time. Her small hand tightly grasped the corner of Lin Yunze's shirt, as if that could keep this family from falling apart. Lin Yunze felt a pang of bitterness in his heart as he held his daughter close. Weiwei, there are some conflicts between your mom and me, but we will resolve them. We won't abandon you. Weiwei sobbed in Lin Yunze's arms. I don't want you to get divorced. I want us to be together as a family. Her voice was filled with despair and fear. Lin Yunze held his daughter tighter, his throat constricted as if something was lodged in it, leaving him speechless. He knew his daughter had already sensed the crisis in their home, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Both Lin Yunze and Weiwei jumped in surprise. Lin Yunze gently set his daughter down and stood up to open the door. Standing outside was Lin Wanqing, holding some fruit and wearing a concerned expression. Upon seeing Lin Yunze's weary appearance, her heart ached. Yunze, I came to check on you all. Lin Yunze forced a smile. Wanqing, please come in. Lin Wanqing entered the house and noticed Weiwei's red and swollen eyes, understanding a bit of what had happened. She walked over to Weiwei, squatted down, and gently said, Weiwei, why are you crying? Weiwei looked at Lin Wanqing, hesitated for a moment, then threw herself in her arms. Ms. Lin, I don't want Dad and Mom to get divorced. A complex emotion flickered in Lin Wanqing's eyes as she gently patted Weiwei's back. Weiwei, don't worry. Your dad and Mom will talk it over properly. Lin Yunze watched this scene unfold from the side, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. He didn't know how to face his daughter's expectations, nor how to respond to Lin Wanqing's concern. Wanqing, thank you. Lin Yunze's voice was somewhat hoarse. During this time, if it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Lin Wanqing looked up at Lin Yunze. Yunze, don't say that. I just don't want to see you in so much pain. Her eyes were filled with concern and worry. Li Weiwei lifted her head from Lin Wanqing's arms and looked at Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing. Teacher Lin, can you help me and make my mom and dad not get divorced? Her eyes were full of hope. Lin Wanqing's heart tightened as she looked at Lin Yunze and then at Li Weiwei, unsure of how to respond. Weiwei, this is something between your mom and dad. But Li Weiwei was persistent. Teacher Lin, you're Dad's good friend. You must have a way. I really don't want to lose my dad, and I don't want to lose my mom either. Tears welled up in her eyes again. Lin Yunze stepped forward and picked up Li Weiwei. Weiwei, don't make things difficult for Teacher Lin. Your mom and dad will handle this. Li Weiwei leaned against Lin Yunze, sobbing, Dad, you should forgive Mom. I want our family to be happy like before. Her words felt like a dagger, piercing Lin Yunze's heart. Lin Yunze looked at his daughter, and the conflict within him grew stronger. He recalled Jiang Minjie's betrayal, and painful memories surged back like a tide. But seeing his daughter's longing gaze, how could he bear to let her down? Weiwei, Dad will think about it. Lin Yunze could only respond like this, unsure of how to give his daughter a definitive answer. Lin Wanqing watched this scene from the side, feeling uneasy herself. She understood Lin Yunze's pain in this moment, and was also aware of Li Weiwei's wish. She wanted to say something, but her words felt powerless in the face of this complicated situation. Yunze, how about I take Weiwei to rest in her room for a while? Lin Wanqing suggested, wanted to give Lin Yunze some time to calm down and think. Lin Yunze nodded and handed Li Weiwei to Lin Wanqing. Weiwei, listen to Teacher Lin and go to sleep for now. Though Li Weiwei was reluctant, she nodded. Dad, you must talk to Mom properly. Lin Wanqing took Li Weiwei into the room and gently closed the door. Lin Yunze stood alone in the living room, watching the closed door of his daughter's room, feeling the pressure mounting within him. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and a cold breeze blew in, refreshing his face and making him feel a bit more awake. He gazed out at the night scene. The city was brightly lit, yet there was nowhere he felt at ease. In the bedroom, Jiang Minjie also heard the conversation from the living room. She leaned against the door, tears streaming down her face. She knew her daughter's wish and understood the immense damage her mistakes had brought to the family. She wanted to go out and plead with Lin Yunze again, but she was afraid her appearance would only make things worse. In the living room, Lin Yunze took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down. He knew he had to make a decision that would determine the fate of this family. But this decision was truly too difficult for him. Images of his daughter's cries, Jiang Minjie's pleas, and Lin Wanqing's concerned gaze kept flashing in his mind, intertwining and causing his heart to become a chaotic mess. In the late night, the city's hustle and bustle gradually fell silent, with only the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow, illuminating the streets in hazy shadows. Lin Yunze dragged his weary body home from school. After a day of classes, the cries of his daughter, Jiang Minjie's pleas, and Lin Wanqing's hesitant expression still lingered in his mind. Suddenly, a cold wind swept by, causing Lin Yunze to shiver. He instinctively wrapped his coat tighter around himself. Just then, he noticed a shadow darting past, not far ahead, moving swiftly as if deliberately trying to avoid his gaze. Lin Yunze's heart sank, and an ominous premonition surged within him. He quickened his pace, wanting to see who the shadow was. But when he reached the spot where the shadow had disappeared, all he saw was an empty street. Nothing was there. Frowning, Lin Yunze felt his unease intensify, and he hurried toward home, vigilantly observing his surroundings. At the same time, Lin Wanqing had just left her friend Su Xiaoyan's house and was preparing to call a taxi to go home. The nighttime streets were desolate, with only the occasional vehicle whizzing by. Lin Wanqing hugged her arms tightly, waiting at the roadside for a cab. Suddenly, she felt as if a pair of eyes were watching her from behind, sending chills down her spine. She turned around abruptly, but found only the quiet street and dim lights behind her. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she tried to convince herself that she was just being overly anxious, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. She quickly took out her phone, intending to call Lin Yunze, her hands trembling uncontrollably. When Lin Yunze returned home, he opened the door to find a package on the coffee table in the living room. His heart raced as he walked closer to the table, noticing that there was no sender information on the package. He hesitated for a moment, but carefully opened it. Inside were several photographs depicting scenes from gatherings of him and Lin Wanqing's mysterious social circle, each photo altered to appear ambiguous and eerie. Beneath the photos was a note that read, "Stop investigating, or these photos will be revealed to everyone." Lin Yunze's face turned ashen, and he gripped the note tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He understood that this was a warning from the people in the mysterious social circle. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Lin Wanqing. He quickly answered, but before he could speak, he heard Lin Wanqing's tearful voice. "Yunze, I feel like someone is following me. I'm so scared." Lin Yunze's heart clenched. "Wanqing, don't panic. Where are you right now? I'll come right away." As he spoke, he grabbed his coat and rushed out the door. Lin Wanqing stood by the roadside, her body trembling. She looked around, trying to find the person following her, but all she saw was darkness. Nothing else was visible. Gripping her phone tightly, it felt like her only lifeline. Before long, Lin Yunze's car stopped in front of her. Seeing him felt like seeing a savior, and she immediately threw herself into his arms. "Yunze, I'm so scared." Lin Yunze gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's okay. I'm here." He helped Lin Wanqing into the car, all the while carefully scanning the surroundings, yet he saw no suspicious signs. Back at Lin Yunze's home, Lin Wanqing noticed the photos and note on the coffee table, and her face paled. What is this?" Lin Yunze recounted the situation, frowning afterwards. "It seems they are really getting anxious and trying to threaten us with these methods." Lin Wanqing bit her lip. "What should we do? Do we really have to give up?" A hint of unwillingness flickered in her eyes. Lin Yunze clenched his fists. "No way. We've come this far. How can we give up? I must expose their true colors." Just then, Jiang Minjie walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Lin Wanqing and Lin Yunze together, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. "What happened?" she asked. Lin Yunze briefly explained the situation to her, and Jiang Minjie's face turned pale. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't," her voice choked up. Lin Yunze looked at her, and his emotions were complicated. He remained silent, turning to the window to gaze out at the night. Outside, the wind howled and the branches swayed violently, as if a storm was about to break. Lin Yunze knew that their confrontation with the mysterious social circle had reached a critical point. The other side was starting to retaliate with unscrupulous methods, and they had to find a way to respond. Otherwise, not only would his family be shattered, but he and Lin Wanqing would also fall into even greater danger. Lin Wanqing approached Lin Yunze, softly saying, "Yunze, we'll figure this out together. We can get through this." Her voice, though gentle, was filled with strength. Lin Yunze turned to look at Lin Wanqing's determined gaze, and a warm current surged within him. He nodded. "Yes, we'll face this together." Jiang Minjie stood to the side, watching the two of them, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She knew she had already lost Lin Yunze's trust, and now, as the family faced a greater crisis, she felt unsure of how to make amends for her mistakes. Can I help with anything?" Jiang Minjie asked cautiously. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances. After a moment of silence, Lin Yunze said, "Just take care of yourself and our daughter for now." His tone had lost its previous warmth, leaving only fatigue and helplessness. Jiang Minjie lowered her head, tears once again blurring her vision. She knew Lin Yunze was thoroughly disappointed in her, but she really didn't want to lose this family. The room fell into silence, with only the sound of the wind and rustling leaves outside. Lin Yunze, Lin Wanqing, and Jiang Minjie each harbored different emotions, facing the quiet night with unknown dangers and challenges ahead. They all understood that this confrontation was just beginning, and the road ahead would be fraught with thorns and obstacles. The sky was gloomy, and the heavy clouds seemed to press down, enveloping the entire campus in a suffocating atmosphere. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing were in an empty classroom at their school, spread out with all the information they had gathered about Sun Xiaobin during this time. Papers were scattered across the table, filled with dense handwriting and photos, documenting Sun Xiaobin's shady dealings. "Teacher Lin, Do you think we can really expose Sun Xiaobin's crimes? He has such close ties with those gangsters outside. I'm afraid. Lin Wanqing's voice carried a hint of concern, her fingers gently tracing the materials, her eyes filled with anxiety. Lin Yunze clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, and gritted his teeth, saying, "We definitely can. This bastard has done so many bad things. He absolutely cannot get away with it. Guojia was forced to drop out because of him and has suffered so much pain. We must seek justice for her." Just then, the head of the teaching department, Zhou Yuxuan, hurried into the classroom. His face was serious, and beads of sweat were still on his forehead, clearly having rushed in. Teacher Lin, there's a new lead," Zhou Yuxuan said, panting for breath. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing immediately stood up, anxiously looking at him. "I had someone inquire among those gangsters, and it turns out that Sun Xiaobin is involved in underground gambling, with deeper interests entangled with the bosses behind it. To cover up their crimes, they have been destroying evidence. However, one gangster who had a falling out with Sun Xiaobin is willing to provide key evidence," Zhou Yuxuan said in one breath. Lin Yunze's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "That's great. This is a crucial breakthrough. Director Zhou, what do you think our next step should be?" Zhou Yuxuan adjusted his glasses and thought for a moment before saying, "We must quickly hand over this evidence to the police and let them investigate. However, Sun Xiaobin has likely sensed that we are investigating him. His recent actions have been suspicious, so you both must be careful." Lin Wanqing nervously edged closer to Lin Yunze, instinctively grabbing the hem of his shirt. Lin Yunze gently patted her hand, giving her a reassuring look. "All right, Director Zhou, we'll organize the evidence right away and contact the police immediately," Lin Yunze said decisively. They got busy sorting and organizing all the evidence and placing it into a folder. Lin Yunze gripped the folder tightly, as if holding on to the hope of justice. As they exited the classroom, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, with raindrops hitting the ground and splashing up little puddles. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing opened an umbrella and walked towards the school gate, preparing to meet with the police. Suddenly, a figure sprang out from the nearby bushes, blocking their path. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing were startled, and when they focused, they found it was Sun Xiaobin. Sun Xiaobin's hair was wet, rainwater running down his cheeks, and his eyes were filled with anger and resentment. "Lin Yunze, Lin Wanqing, you two meddling fools. I warn you, don't investigate any further, or you'll regret it," Sun Xiaobin said fiercely. Lin Yunze stepped forward without fear, standing protectively in front of Lin Wanqing, and shouted, "Sun Xiaobin, don't be arrogant. Your crimes will eventually be exposed. Today is your end." Sun Xiaobin sneered. "End? I see it as your end. You think finding a gangster who has fallen out with me will take me down? You're too naive." Lin Wanqing mustered her courage and shouted, "Sun Xiaobin, you've done so many bad things, you deserve to be punished. Don't think you can threaten us. We won't back down." A flicker of panic crossed Sun Xiaobin's eyes, but it quickly turned back to ferocity. "Fine, since you refuse to listen to reason, don't blame me for being ruthless." Saying this, he pulled out a dagger from behind him and brandished it in the rain. Seeing this, Lin Yunze quickly protected Lin Wanqing behind him, picking up a stick from the side, ready to defend himself. "Sun Xiaobin, don't act recklessly. If you persist in your folly, it will only worsen your situation," Lin Yunze shouted. Just then, the sound of police sirens could be heard in the distance. Sun Xiaobin's face changed drastically upon hearing the sirens. He looked around in panic, then turned to run. Lin Yunze wouldn't give him the chance. He dashed forward and grabbed Sun Xiaobin's arm. Sun Xiaobin struggled, and the two began to wrestle in the rain. Lin Wanqing was anxious. She wanted to help, but was afraid of making things worse. Just then, she spotted the folder on the ground, and an idea struck her. She picked it up and swung it at Sun Xiaobin's head. With a loud thud, the folder hit Sun Xiaobin on the head, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. Lin Yunze seized the opportunity and kicked him in the leg, causing Sun Xiaobin to kneel on the ground. Soon, the police arrived at the scene. They quickly subdued Sun Xiaobin and put handcuffs on him. "Are you two all right?" a police officer asked with concern. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing both breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yunze wiped the rainwater off his face and said, "We're fine. Thank you for arriving in time. This is the evidence we collected." He handed the folder to the police. The officer took it and nodded, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. The evidence you provided is crucial." Sun Xiaobin was taken away by the police, glaring at Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing with malice. "Just wait, I won't let you off." Lin Yunze looked at Sun Xiaobin coldly and said, "You should think about your own fate." The police car slowly drove away, disappearing into the rain curtain. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stood in the rain, watching the police car depart, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The rain gradually stopped, and a ray of sunlight peeked through the clouds, shining down on them. "We finally caught him. Guijia can finally rest easy," Lin Wanqing said with a sigh. Lin Yunze gently put his arm around Lin Wanqing's shoulder. "Yes, this is just the first step. Jiang Minjie's case is not over yet. We still have to keep working hard." Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Yunze, nodding. "Yes, no matter what difficulties we encounter, I'll face them with you." Hand in hand, they walked back to the school. The students on campus were still unaware of the thrilling events that had just transpired, continuing to mingle in laughter and joy. Yet Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing knew they were one step closer to the truth and one step closer to shedding these shadows. The night was as dark as ink, gradually enveloping the entire city. The daytime clamor slowly fell silent, leaving only the dim yellow streetlights lining the sides of the road, emitting a weak glow that sketched mottled shadows on the ground. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing had just finished giving their statements at the police station. After the events surrounding the arrest of Sun Xiaobin during the day, both of them felt somewhat fatigued, yet a sense of indescribable excitement and relaxation surged within them. After all, the revelation of a crime made them feel one step closer to breaking free from their predicament. "Wanqing, I'm really grateful for you today." Lin Yunze broke the silence, his voice carrying a hint of warmth. He turned to look at Lin Wanqing, the yellow light casting a glow on her face, outlining her soft features. A few strands of hair, dampened by the rain, clung to her cheeks, adding to her charm. Lin Wanqing gently shook her head, the corners of her mouth curling upwards to reveal a faint smile. "What are you talking about? We were in this together. If it weren't for your quick reaction, I wouldn't have known what to do." The two walked side by side on their way home, their pace unconsciously slowing down. There were few people on the street, and occasionally vehicles sped by, splashing the puddles at the roadside. Their shadows stretched long under the streetlights, sometimes overlapping, sometimes separating, resembling a tranquil silhouette painting. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept by, and Lin Wanqing couldn't help but shiver. Observing this, Lin Yunze promptly took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, his movements natural and affectionate. "Put it on quickly, don't catch a cold," Lin Yunze said, his tone filled with concern. A warmth spread in Lin Wanqing's heart as she adjusted the coat around her. It still held Lin Yunze's body warmth, giving her an extra sense of security. She secretly glanced up at him. Under the dim light, his side profile was resolute. After enduring so much, there was a hint of weariness on his face, yet also made him more attractive. "Yunze," Lin Wanqing called out softly, her voice tinged with hesitation. Lin Yunze stopped and turned to look at her, his eyes filled with inquiry. Lin Wanqing bit her lip, seemingly grappling with her thoughts. In the end, she mustered the courage to ask, "Do you think we can go back to the way things were?" Her voice was soft, as if afraid of breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Lin Yunze was momentarily taken aback. He understood that Lin Wanqing's "the way things were" referred not only to the days without these troubling matters, but also to the pure relationship they once shared. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond, and could only look at her in silence. At that moment, a sudden hurried sound of footsteps approached from behind, shattering the brief tranquility. The two instinctively turned their heads, only to see several shadows rapidly advancing toward them. Damn it, it's Sun Xiaobin's gang. Lin Yunze's expression changed dramatically as he immediately positioned himself in front of Lin Wanqing, keeping a wary eye on the approaching figures. In the blink of an eye, a group of thugs surrounded them. The leader was a young man with dyed yellow hair and a menacing scar across his face that appeared particularly terrifying under the dim light. "It's you two who got my brother arrested," the yellow-haired thug spat, his eyes glinting with malice. Lin Yunze clenched his fists and replied coolly, "He got what he deserved. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Still acting tough, huh? I'm not leaving until you're begging for mercy." The yellow-haired thug waved his hand, and the other thugs immediately moved in, cracking their knuckles, ready to fight. Lin Wanqing's heart raced as she anxiously grabbed Lin Yunze's arm, but she tried to steady herself and whispered, "Yunze, don't act rashly. Let's think of a way together." Lin Yunze nodded. His mind raced as he contemplated a strategy. They were not far from the police station. Perhaps they could find a way to attract the attention of the police. Just don't do anything reckless. The police are nearby. If they find out, none of you will get away. Lin Yunze shouted, trying to intimidate the thugs. The yellow-haired thug, however, sneered dismissively. "Who are you trying to scare? Brothers, get them." As soon as the words fell, a thug lunged at Lin Yunze. Lin Yunze swiftly sidestepped, cleverly avoiding the attack, and then kicked the thug in the stomach, knocking him down to the ground. Seeing this, the other thugs rushed forward. Lin Yunze protected Lin Wanqing while dealing with the thugs. Lin Wanqing didn't stay idle either. She picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the nearest thug. However, there were too many thugs, and Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing gradually found themselves overwhelmed. Lin Yunze was struck in the arm by a thug's fist, a sharp pain shooting through him, but he gritted his teeth and continued to fight back. "Yunze, be careful," Lin Wanqing suddenly exclaimed, and Lin Yunze turned to see a thug swinging a steel pipe towards his back. With no time to dodge, just at that critical moment, Lin Wanqing, without knowing where she found the courage, dashed forward and blocked Lin Yunze from behind. Bang! The steel pipe struck hard against Lin Wanqing's shoulder, and she cried out in pain, falling forward. "Wanqing!" The feeling in Lin Yunze's heart felt as if it were being torn apart. He roared in anger, turned around, and grabbed the thug with the steel pipe, throwing him violently to the ground. At that moment, Lin Yunze only had eyes for Lin Wanqing. He didn't care about the surrounding thugs and hurriedly held Lin Wanqing in his arms. "Wanqing, how are you? Don't scare me." Lin Yunze's voice trembled, filled with anxiety and heartache. Lin Wanqing's face was pale, her forehead covered in sweat, but she still forced a smile. I'm fine, don't worry." Just as the thugs were preparing to strike again, the sound of police sirens echoed from a distance. Huang Mao and the others changed their expressions, clearly frightened by the sirens. "You're lucky this time. Don't let me see you again." Huang Mao spat out a vicious remark and quickly disappeared into the darkness with the other thugs. Lin Yunze tightly held Lin Wanqing until the sirens grew closer, and only then did he let out a slight sigh of relief. The police quickly arrived at the scene, inquiring about the situation before taking them to the nearest hospital. In the emergency room of the hospital, Lin Yunze anxiously paced back and forth in the corridor, the image of Lin Wanqing being struck by the steel pipe constantly replaying in his mind, filled with guilt. "It's all my fault. If I had been more careful, Wanqing wouldn't have been hurt," Lin Yunze muttered to himself, his face filled with pain. After a long while, the emergency room door finally opened. The doctor came out, removing his mask and saying, "The patient has a fractured shoulder. She will need to be hospitalized for a while, but fortunately, she's not in life-threatening danger." Only then did Lin Yunze let out a sigh of relief. He walked into the hospital room and looked at Lin Wanqing lying on the bed, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Lin Wanqing's face was still pale, but when she saw Lin Yunze enter, she still tried hard to put on a smile. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Lin Yunze walked to the bedside, gently holding her hand, his voice hoarse as he said, "Wanqing, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'll let you get hurt for me." Lin Wanqing shook her head, gripping his hand in return. "Don't say that. We're facing this together, and I don't regret it." Their eyes met, and at that moment, the bond between them seemed to deepen once again. A tranquil and warm atmosphere enveloped the hospital room, while the moonlight outside poured in, draping the entire room in a silvery veil. Lin Yunze sat by the bedside, quietly watching Lin Wanqing, his hand never letting go. Lin Wanqing also gazed at him, her eyes filled with tenderness. They did not speak, but their mutual feelings were conveyed through this silent exchange. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Wanqing slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Lin Yunze gently tucked her in, remaining by her side, guarding her. His mind was filled with countless thoughts. After experiencing so many dangers and setbacks, he became increasingly aware of Lin Wanqing's importance in his heart. As the night grew deeper, the entire hospital was enveloped in a silence, with only Lin Yunze's figure guarding Lin Wanqing by the bedside and the occasional sound of her steady breathing, weaving a warm and moving picture. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the hospital room curtains, casting delicate rays onto Lin Wanqing's bed. She slowly awakened, the pain in her shoulder causing her to unconsciously furrow her brow. Lin Yunze was leaning by the bed, still fast asleep, his face showing signs of exhaustion. The days of running around and worry had left clear marks on his face. Lin Wanqing looked at him with a heart full of concern and couldn't help but lift her uninjured hand to gently stroke his hair. Just then, the door of the ward was softly pushed open, and Jiang Minjie appeared at the doorway. She looked a bit haggard, holding a thermos. When she saw Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing, her steps paused for a moment. Lin Wanqing noticed Jiang Minjie and was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the still sleeping Lin Yunze. Jiang Minjie walked into the ward and softly said, "I made some kanji for Wanqing to help her recover." Her voice was gentle, carrying a hint of caution. Lin Wanqing was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Jiang Minjie to come. She looked at Jiang Minjie and then at the thermos, momentarily unsure what to say. Why are you here?" Lin Wanqing hesitated to speak. Her voice kept very low, afraid of waking Lin Yunze. Jiang Minjie placed the thermos on the table beside her and forced a smile, saying, "I heard that you were attacked last night, and Wanqing, you were injured and hospitalized. I truly feel guilty about it. After all, this happened because of me." Lin Wanqing looked at Jiang Minjie, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Once, she and Jiang Minjie were friends, but later, due to Lin Yunze's marital crisis, their relationship had become complicated and delicate. "Thank you for the kanji," Lin Wanqing said softly, "but this isn't your fault. It was Sun Xiaobin and the others who went too far." Jiang Minjie shook her head. "If it weren't for me, Sai, let's not talk about this. Wanqing, you should take good care of yourself. If you need anything, just let me know." At that moment, Lin Yunze stirred, slowly raised his head, and upon seeing Jiang Minjie, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes before he sat up straight. "What are you doing here?" Lin Yunze's voice carried a note of vigilance. Jiang Minjie looked at Lin Yunze, her eyes filled with guilt. "Yunze, I came to see Wanqing. She was injured because of our issues." Lin Yunze was silent for a moment before saying, "We appreciate your intentions. You can go now." His tone was very indifferent, yet it conveyed a sense of distance. Jiang Minjie bit her lip, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately just nodded. "All right, then I'll leave now. Yunze, Wanqing, take care of yourselves." After saying that, she turned and left the ward. Lin Yunze watched Jiang Minjie's departing figure, his brow slightly furrowing. Lin Wanqing noticed a change in mood and softly asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Yunze shook his head. "It's nothing, just feel like she seems a bit strange today." Lin Wanqing pondered and said, Maybe she really has had a change of heart? After all, so much has happened during this time. Lin Yunze remained silent, still filled with doubt about Jiang Minjie. In his opinion, Jiang Minjie's previous actions made it hard for him to easily trust her again. In the following days, Jiang Minjie's behavior became increasingly inscrutable. Not only did she apply to be transferred from projects related to Liao Junqiao and Qin Junhui, but she also began to frequently contact Lin Yunze to report on her whereabouts. One day, after work, Lin Yunze opened the door to find Jiang Minjie sitting in the living room. Upon seeing him return, she immediately stood up, a hint of nervousness in her smile. "Yunze, you're back," Jiang Minjie said. "I made your favorite dishes. Let's have dinner together." Lin Yunze looked at the table full of food, feeling no sense of warmth, only confusion. He stared at Jiang Minjie and coldly asked, "What exactly do you want?" Jiang Minjie's smile froze on her face. Her eyes slightly reddened, and her voice trembled with a hint of choking emotion. "Yunze, I know I was wrong. I just want to make amends. I've thought a lot during this time, and I really don't want to lose this family." Lin Yunze looked at her, his anger surging again. "Make amends? Do you think this can compensate for the harm you've done to me and this family? I will never forget what you did with Liao Junqiao and Qin Junhui." With a thud, Jiang Minjie fell to her knees, crying, "Yunze, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. For the sake of our years as husband and wife, and for our daughter, please." Lin Yunze's heart ached. He watched Jiang Minjie kneeling on the ground, and scenes of their past happiness flashed in his mind. But soon, those images were replaced by memories of Jiang Minjie's betrayal. "Get up. I don't want to talk about this right now." Lin Yunze turned away, not wanting Jiang Minjie to see the struggle in his eyes. Jiang Minjie slowly stood up, her eyes filled with despair. "Yunze, are you really that heartless?" Lin Yunze did not respond. He walked into the bedroom and closed the door. Inside, he leaned against the door, his mind in chaos. He didn't know how to face Jiang Minjie or what choice to make. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing was also thinking about Lin Yunze and Jiang Minjie's situation in the hospital. Although she had special feelings for Lin Yunze, she didn't want to see him in such pain. What should Yunze do? Lin Wanqing murmured to herself, her eyes filled with worry. At that moment, the door to the ward opened, and Lin Yunze walked in. Seeing Lin Wanqing, he forced a smile. "Wanqing, how are you feeling?" Lin Wanqing looked at him, understanding the pain in his heart. She gently said, "I'm feeling much better. And you? What about Jiang Minjie?" Lin Yunze sighed and sat by the bed, recounting the earlier situation to Lin Wanqing. After listening, Lin Wanqing remained silent for a long time. "Yunze, I know you're in a difficult position. Jiang Minjie is after all your wife, and you have a daughter together. But her actions have also hurt you deeply," Lin Wanqing slowly said. "Whatever decision you make, I will support you." Lin Yunze looked at Lin Wanqing, a warm current surging in his heart. He grasped Lin Wanqing's hand and said, "Wanqing, thank you for staying by my side. Without you, I really wouldn't know what to do." Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head and softly replied, "Don't say that. I just don't want to see you suffer." The rain pattered down, hitting the hospital room's window and making a dull sound. Lin Yunze sat by Lin Wanqing's bedside, watching her peaceful sleeping face, feeling a mix of emotions. After days of careful nursing, Lin Wanqing's injuries had somewhat improved, but Lin Yunze dared not relax his vigilance. The troubles surrounding them were like the dark clouds of this rainy day, lingering and refusing to dissipate. At that moment, someone gently knocked on the door of the ward. Lin Yunze stood up to open it, and a stranger stood at the entrance. The man was thin, with a sullen complexion. His hair was wet from the rain, sticking to his forehead, and his eyes held a fierce intensity that sent chills down one's spine. "Are you Lin Yunze?" the man asked, his voice deep and hoarse, carrying an oppressive tone. Lin Yunze's heart tightened, and he warily assessed the stranger. "I am. Who are you? What do you want?" The man sneered, pulling out an envelope from his pocket and handing it to Lin Yunze. "Take a look. This is for you. Lin Yunze hesitated for a moment, but took the envelope and opened it. Inside were several photos depicting him and Lin Wanqing in seemingly intimate situations. Some showed him helping her after her injury, while others captured moments of them huddling close together on the street to avoid Sun Xiaobin's gang. These photos have been deliberately edited and pieced together, looking extremely ambiguous. What does this mean? Lin Yunze's expression changed suddenly, anger flashing in his eyes as he glared at the man. The man crossed his arms and smirked. It means very simply, stop investigating Jiang Minjie's incident, where these photos will end up at your school, Jiang Minjie's company, and on all major social media platforms. At that time, you could just wait for your reputation to be ruined. Lin Yunze's hands clenched tightly around the photos, his knuckles turning white. He glared fiercely and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Why are you doing this?" The man ignored his anger and replied calmly, "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you need to obey. The matter regarding Jiang Minjie should end here. Don't ask for trouble." Just as Lin Yunze was about to retort, Lin Wanqing's voice came from behind him. "Yunze, what's going on?" Lin Yunze turned to see Lin Wanqing awake, looking at them with concern. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and hid the photos behind his back, saying to Lin Wanqing, "It's nothing. You should rest well. I'm just having a chat with this gentleman." After speaking, he turned and walked out of the ward, heading down the corridor, with a man following him. "Don't be too arrogant. These photos are taken out of context. Do you really think you can threaten me like this?" Lin Yunze gritted his teeth. The man shrugged. "Believe it or not, the consequences are for you to weigh. The people behind Jiang Minjie are not someone you can afford to provoke. If you continue to investigate, it will only lead to ruin for you and those around you." Lin Yunze understood in his heart that this was definitely Chen Junhui or Liao Junchao's doing. They were desperate and resorting to such underhanded tactics to stop him. But how could he give up? The truth needed to be revealed, and the people who had been harmed made it impossible for him to back down. "I'm not going to be threatened by you. You've done so many bad things, and you will eventually be punished," Lin Yunze said fearlessly. The man's expression instantly turned fierce. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Just wait and see how your life will be ruined by these photos." After saying that, the man turned and quickly walked away, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Lin Yunze stood there, his anger and unwillingness surging like a tidal wave, almost overwhelming him. He looked at the photos in his hand, wishing he could tear them into pieces. Back in the hospital room, Lin Wanqing was anxiously waiting for him. "Yunze, what happened? Who was that person?" Lin Yunze knew he couldn't hide it from Lin Wanqing. He sat beside the bed, handed her the photos, and told her everything the man had said. Lin Wanqing looked at the photos, her expression darkening. How can they do this? So despicable. Lin Yunze sighed. They are desperate now. Wanqing, I won't let them succeed, but it might bring you trouble, and I... Lin Wanqing interrupted him. Yunze, don't say that. We will face this together. I'm not afraid. They want to use these photos to threaten us, but we won't let them have their way. Looking into Lin Wanqing's determined eyes, a warm current surged in Lin Yunze's heart, but more than that was worry. He was concerned that Lin Wanqing would suffer more harm because of him, especially since she was already injured and hospitalized. Outside, the rain was pouring harder, with raindrops relentlessly beating against the window, as if expressing their inner anger and helplessness. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing sat in the hospital room, lost in thought. They knew that this struggle had reached a critical moment. Their enemies were becoming ruthless, and they had to be more careful while also speeding up their investigation to find evidence that could completely take down Chen Junhui and Liao Junchao. Yunze, we can't be intimidated by them. Since they want to use these photos to threaten us, we should find a way to expose their true colors and let everyone know that they are the real villains. Lin Wanqing broke the silence, her tone resolute. Lin Yunze nodded. Yes, I think the same way. However, we need to plan carefully and not give them any chance to exploit. In the following days, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing kept an eye on Jiang Minjie's movements while searching for criminal evidence against Chen Junhui and Liao Junqiao. They inquired everywhere, leaving no possible clue unchecked. Even if the hope seemed very slim, they did not give up. That threatening photo hung over their heads like a sword, ready to fall at any moment. Lin Yunze remained vigilant, worried that the photo would be exposed, causing them even more trouble. Lin Wanqing also worked hard to adjust her mindset, knowing that at this critical moment, she couldn't panic and had to fight alongside Lin Yunze. One day, while Lin Yunze was organizing the information he had collected, he suddenly discovered a previously overlooked detail. It was a financial report from Yinshan Clothing Company Limited, and there were suspicious fund flows that seemed to be related to Chen Junhui. He excitedly shared this finding with Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, look, there's definitely something wrong here. The flow of these funds is very strange. This might be key evidence to take down Chen Junhui, Lin Yunze said excitedly, pointing at the report. Lin Wanqing carefully examined the report, and a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. That's right, Yunze, you're right. If we follow this lead, we might find solid evidence of their crimes. As they were preparing to dig deeper into this lead, an unexpected event occurred. Lin Yunze received an anonymous phone call, and a sinister voice came from the other end. Don't think that just because you found a clue, you could do anything. If you keep investigating, the next one to get hurt won't just have broken arms and legs. The night was as dark as ink, thick and unbreakable, and the city's clamor gradually faded into silence in the darkness. Only in the hospital room did the conversation between Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing break this tranquility. Lin Yunze tightly gripped the financial report, his knuckles turning white. His voice was agitated and slightly trembling. Wanqing, I have a feeling that this report hides a big secret. Following this lead, we will definitely uncover Chen Junhui's true motives. Lin Wanqing leaned against the hospital bed. Despite her pale complexion, her eyes shone with determination. I believe in you, Yunze. We've been unsettled by them for too long. It's time to reveal the truth. Outside, a cold wind blew, rustling the branches, as if it was playing a prelude to their upcoming actions. Lin Yunze took a deep breath to calm his emotions and began to analyze. Look, these accounts with suspicious fund flows are very concealed and have nothing to do with the company's normal business. It's very likely that Chen Junhui is transferring company assets or possibly engaging in some illegal dealings. Lin Wanqing listened attentively, nodding from time to time. That's right, and the timeline coincides with the periods when Jiang Minjie was in frequent contact with him. Maybe Jiang Minjie is also involved. Mentioning Jiang Minjie, Lin Yunze's expression dimmed a bit. He fell silent for a moment before saying, in the past few days, Jiang Minjie has acted very cooperative, but I always feel that she is hiding something from me. Lin Wanqing looked at him with concern in her eyes. Yunze, don't think too much. No matter what the truth is, we will face it together. Just then, Lin Yunze's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he answered it. Hello, Lin Yunze asked. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and after a while, a familiar voice came through. Yunze, it's me, Jiang Minjie. Lin Yunze frowned. Where did you get this number? What's up? Jiang Minjie's voice carried a hint of tears. Yunze, I can't take it anymore. I want to tell you everything. Can you come to the cafe near my company? I'll be waiting there. Lin Yunze looked at Lin Wanqing, who nodded, signaling him to go. Okay, I'll be there soon, Lin Yunze said before hanging up. Wanqing, I'm going to check it out. You should rest here at the hospital, Lin Yunze told Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just be careful. Lin Yunze exited the hospital, and the wind outside was strong, stinging his face. He hailed a taxi and headed toward the cafe. On the way, his emotions were incredibly complex. He both looked forward to Jiang Minjie revealing the truth and feared hearing even harsher realities. Soon, the taxi arrived at the cafe. Lin Yunze pushed the door open and immediately spotted Jiang Minjie sitting in the corner. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her eyes swollen and red, looking extremely haggard. "Yunze, you're here," Jiang Minjie said as she stood up, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Yunze sat down across from her, looking at her coldly, and said, "Speak. What exactly do you want to tell me?" Jiang Minjie took a deep breath and slowly said, "Yunze, I was wrong. I really was wrong. It was all Liao Junqiao's scheme. He threatened me, saying that if I didn't cooperate with him, he would make me lose my job and would also hurt our daughter." A flash of anger crossed Lin Yunze's eyes. "So you betrayed me and our family just to keep your job?" Jiang Minjie cried, "No, Yunze, at first I was forced, but later I was bewitched by Chen Junhui's sweet talk. He said he would help me get rid of Liao Junqiao and would give me a better life, so I—" Lin Yunze clenched his fists, the anger inside him nearly consuming him. "Then what were you and Chen Junhui doing? Why are there so many suspicious cash flows in the company's financial reports?" Jiang Minjie hesitated for a moment and said, "Chen Junhui has been using me. He wants to obtain the company's trade secrets through me and then sell them to competitors. Those funds are his rewards for transactions with the competitors. I only found out about it later." Lin Yunze's eyes widened. He never expected the truth to be so complex and sinister. "Do you know the consequences of what you've done? You not only destroyed our family, but almost brought the company to crisis." Jiang Minjie fell to her knees with a thud. "Yunze, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I have already severed ties with them, and I'm telling you everything I know. Please forgive me." Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie kneeling on the ground, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The wife he once deeply loved had brought him such disappointment and pain. "Get up. The situation has come to this point. Saying these things is useless," Lin Yunze said coldly. "Tell me everything you know about Chen Junhui and Liao Junqiao's criminal evidence, and we will bring them to justice together." Jiang Minjie nodded and took out a folder from her bag. "This is the evidence I've gathered during this time. It contains their transaction chat records, transfer receipts, and some evidence of stolen company secrets." Lin Yunze took the folder, opened it, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Perhaps this evidence could really bring Chen Junhui and Liao Junqiao to justice. "Why did you only bring this out now?" Lin Yunze asked. Jiang Minjie lowered her head and said, "At first, I was scared and didn't dare to resist them. But later, I saw you risking everything to uncover the truth, even putting Wanqing in danger, and I regretted it. I don't want to make mistakes anymore. I want to make amends for my wrongs." Lin Yunze said nothing. He put the folder away and stood up. "I'll take this. I will hand this evidence over to the police. As for our relationship, let's talk about it after everything is over." After saying that, Lin Yunze turned and left the cafe. The rain outside had stopped at some point, and the air was filled with the scent of wet soil. He took a deep breath, and the burden in his heart seemed to lighten a little. The truth had finally come out. Next, it was time to make those wrongdoers pay for their crimes. He rushed to the hospital and told Lin Wanqing about the situation. After hearing it, Lin Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. "That's great, Yunze. Now they can't escape." Lin Yunze looked at Lin Wanqing, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Wanqing, thank you for always being with me. Without you, I really wouldn't know what to do." Lin Wanqing smiled and said, "Don't say that. We're in this together. Now that the truth is out, we're not far from getting rid of these troubles." The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere in the hospital room seemed to lighten significantly. However, they both knew that the situation was not completely over. There was still a lot of work to do and many difficulties to face. The night fell like a heavy black curtain pressing down on the city. Lin Yunze sat alone on the sofa in the living room. The air around him seemed to have solidified. In front of him, the coffee table was strewn with evidence that could completely reveal Jiang Minjie's secrets. Photos, recordings, documents, each one like a sharp knife, stabbing at the marriage he once thought was unbreakable. Outside the window, the wind howled, beating against the glass, as if playing a prelude to the storm that was about to arrive. Lin Wanqing quietly sat beside him, her hand gently resting on Lin Yunze's back, trying to give him strength, but her hand trembled slightly. She understood how difficult this moment was for Lin Yunze. Yunze, Lin Wanqing spoke softly, her voice sounding particularly clear in the silent room. No matter what decision you make, I will be by your side. Lin Yunze took a deep breath, lifted his head, and stared blankly ahead. I really don't know what to do, Wanqing. So many years of feelings, and our daughter. How can I let go so easily? I understand. Lin Wanqing's eyes glistened with tears, but you can't keep torturing yourself like this. You have to think about yourself. Lin Yunze let out a bitter laugh. Think about myself? Right now, my mind is filled with memories of the past, both beautiful and painful, all mixed together. I can't sort them out. At that moment, there was a soft sound from outside the door, as if someone was hesitating whether or not to knock. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing simultaneously turned to look at the door, and the air seemed to freeze for an instant. The door slowly opened, and Jiang Minjie appeared at the entrance. Her complexion was pale as paper, her eyes were swollen, and her hair was a bit disheveled. She looked utterly worn out. Yunze, Jiang Minjie's voice was choked with tears. I want to talk to you. Lin Yunze's body instantly tensed up. He looked at Jiang Minjie, his emotions complex and difficult to decipher. Anger, despair, and a touch of indescribable pain. What more is there to say? Lin Yunze replied coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. Jiang Minjie stepped into the room, her gaze sweeping over the evidence on the coffee table, her body shivering slightly. I know I was wrong, Jiang Minjie said, choking on her words. I've been reflecting these days, and I truly regret it. Regret? What good is that now? Lin Yunze suddenly stood up, his emotions flaring. Do you know the damage your actions have caused to me and to this family? With a thud, Jiang Minjie knelt on the floor, tears streaming down her face. Yunze, I beg you, give me one more chance. For our daughter's sake, can we start over? Lin Wanqing watched the scene unfold, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She instinctively stood up, wanting to escape this painful and struggling moment, but she also felt that leaving now wouldn't be appropriate. Minjie, please get up, Lin Wanqing said softly, her voice tinged with reluctance. Jiang Minjie, however, seemed not to hear her, continuously bowing to Lin Yunze. Yunze, I truly know I was wrong. I will be a good person from now on, a good wife, a good mother. Lin Yunze looked at Jiang Minjie kneeling on the ground, his anger and pain intertwining within him. He wanted to reach out to help her up, but remembering her betrayal, he stretched his hand halfway, then let it fall weakly. Please get up, don't do this. Lin Yunze's voice was hoarse. Let's talk. Jiang Minjie slowly stood up, wiping her tears from her face, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yunze, I know I've disappointed you deeply. Jiang Minjie's voice trembled, but I truly love you. I love this family. I was momentarily blinded, deceived by power and money. Love, Lin Yunze scoffed. Is your so-called love about betraying me and making me the laughingstock of others? No, Yunze, Jiang Minjie urgently explained. I was just confused for a moment. I was threatened by that bastard, Liao Junqiao. He said that if I didn't do as he required, he would ruin my career. I was afraid of losing everything. So you chose to sacrifice our marriage, sacrifice our family? Lin Yunze interrupted her, his emotions becoming increasingly agitated. Did you even think about how I and our daughter would feel? Jiang Minjie lowered her head, tears welling up again. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I feel guilty every day, and I regret it. The room fell into a brief silence, only Jiang Minjie's suppressed sobs echoing in the air. So what do you plan to do now? Lin Yunze's voice gradually calmed, but it carried a deep fatigue. I want to make amends. Jiang Minjie raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. I've applied to be reassigned from my original position and have completely severed ties with Liao Junxiao and Chun Junwei. I want to start over with you and our daughter. Lin Yunze looked at her, his eyes filled with skepticism. Do you think it's that simple? Do you think you can just say you're cutting ties and we can pretend nothing ever happened? I know it's hard. Jiang Minjie's voice carried a hint of despair, but I'm willing to try. I will use my actions to prove my love for you, my love for this family. Lin Wanqing stood quietly to the side, listening to their conversation. She watched Lin Yunze's pained expression, her heart aching. She knew that Lin Yunze was at a crossroads in his life, and every choice was incredibly difficult. Yunze, Lin Wanqing softly said, whatever decision you make, follow your heart. Lin Yunze turned to Lin Wanqing, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. He then shifted his gaze back to Jiang Minjie, taking a deep breath. Minjie, Lin Yunze's voice was heavy. I need time. I really can't make a decision right now. A flicker of hope crossed Jiang Minjie's eyes. Okay, Yunze, I'll wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I will wait. After saying that, Jiang Minjie turned and slowly walked out of the room. Her back appeared so lonely, so helpless. Lin Yunze watched Jiang Minjie's retreating figure, his emotions surging like a tide. He didn't know what to do, whether to choose forgiveness and accept again the wife who had betrayed him, or to let go completely and start a new life. Wanqing, Lin Yunze suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with confusion. What do you think I should do? Lin Wanqing stepped forward and gently took his hand. Yunze, this is your life. I can only give you advice, but the final decision must be yours. However, no matter what you decide, I will support you. Lin Yunze tightly grasped Lin Wanqing's hand, as if holding onto a lifeline. In his heart, his reliance on Lin Wanqing grew deeper, while his feelings for Jiang Minjie, after a series of blows, became increasingly fragmented. The sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting patches of golden light in front of Yinqing Fashion Company, Limited S Building. However, an eerie tension permeated the company, like the oppressive atmosphere before a storm. Lu Yi stood in the hallway of the company, tightly gripping a document in her hand. It was the investigation report following her genuine whistleblowing against Liao Junxiao and Zhao Yuka. Her hands trembled slightly, filled with both excitement and anxiety, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Lu Yi, come here for a moment, a steady voice called from behind. Lu Yi turned around to see Li, a senior executive of the company. Her heart raced, and she quickly walked over. Li, did you need something? Lu Yi's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Li looked at her, a rare smile on his face. Lu, you did well this time. The company is lucky to have such a brave employee like you. Lu Yi felt a surge of joy but feigned humility, saying, I just did what I should do, Li. The company can't be ruined by those people. Li Nudda. After discussions among the senior management, we have decided to reward you. Given your outstanding performance in this incident, we are promoting you to the deputy manager of the Human Resources Department. Lu Yi's eyes widened in surprise, her face filled with joy. Really? Li, thank you so much. I'm grateful for the company's trust in me. Work hard. The future development of the company depends on young people like you. Liu Yi excitedly nodded repeatedly. After Li left, she could no longer contain her joy and jumped up and down in the hallway. Once her excitement settled, the first people Lu Yi thought of were Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing. Without their help, she would not have achieved this today. She needed to share this good news with them immediately. Lu Yi took out her phone and dialed Lin Yunze's number. Hey Yunze, it's Lu Yi. Her voice brimmed with joy. Lu Yi, what's up? Lin Yunze was in the school's office dealing with some documents. Yunze, I got promoted. The company has appointed me as the deputy manager of the Human Resources Department. Lu Yi said excitedly. Really? That's great. Congratulations. Lin Yunze was genuinely happy for her. I owe it all to you and Wanqing. Without your help, I wouldn't be where I am today. Lu Yi expressed her gratitude. Don't say that. It's all your hard work. We didn't do much, Lin Yunze replied with a smile. No way. I have to treat you both to dinner. Let's go tonight. You must come. Liu Yi enthusiastically invited. Lin Yunze hesitated for a moment, glancing at the documents on his desk. He wanted to decline, but couldn't bear to turn down Liu Yi's enthusiasm, so he agreed. Okay, but I might be a bit late. I still have some things to handle at school. That's fine. I'll wait for you. Just come over when you're done, Liu Yi said happily. After hanging up, Liu Yi called Lin Wanqing to share the good news with her as well. Lin Wanqing was also delighted for her and promised to come later. After work, Lin Yunze finished up at the school and hurried to the agreed-upon restaurant. Liu Yi had arrived early, sitting at a window-side table, eagerly looking around. Yunze, over here. Liu Yi waved as she spotted Lin Yunze. Lin Yunze walked over, smiling, sorry for being late. Not late at all. Wanqing hasn't arrived yet, Liu Yi said while pouring a glass of water for Lin Yunze. At that moment, the restaurant door opened and Lin Wanqing walked in. She was wearing a light blue dress, her hair casually tied back, looking refreshingly elegant. Wanqing, you finally made it. Liu Yi quickly stood up to greet her. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way. Lin Wanqing smiled apologetically. After the three of them sat down, Liu Yi eagerly recounted the details of her promotion again, her face glowing with happiness. Liu Yi, you're now the star of the company. You have to take care of us more in the future, Lin Wanqing joked. Wanqing, yeah, don't tease me. I wouldn't be where I am today without you all. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I'll definitely help, Liu Yi said earnestly. Just then, the restaurant door was suddenly pushed open with force, and an angry figure stormed in. Everyone turned to see it was Zhao Yuka. Liu Yi, you little bitch, Zhao Yuka shouted as she charged toward Liu Yi. Liu Yi's face instantly turned pale. She never expected Zhao Yuka would find her here. Zhao Yuka, what do you want? Liu Yi asked, trying to sound calm. What do I want? You know very well, Zhao Yuka said as she took a few steps closer to Liu Yi, speaking fiercely. If it weren't for you, how would I have ended up like this today? This is all your own doing. You have no one to blame but yourself, Liu Yi replied, not backing down. Don't get too proud. Just because you got promoted doesn't mean you're exceptional. Let me tell you, this isn't over. Zhao Yuka gritted her teeth and said, Zhao Yuka, calm down. Lin Yunze stood up, positioning himself in front of Liu Yi. Now that things have come to this, making a scene won't help. Mind your own business. Zhao Yuka glared at Lin Yunze. It's all your fault. You all teamed up to ruin me. We only did what we had to do. Lin Wanqing also stood up, her voice calm yet powerful. If you hadn't done those wrong things back then, you wouldn't be in this situation today. Zhao Yuka was momentarily speechless from Lin Wanqing's words. Her eyes were filled with resentment, and suddenly, she lunged forward, attempting to slap Liu Yi's face. Lin Yunze reacted quickly, grabbing Zhao Yuka's wrist. Don't go too far. Let go of me. Zhao Yuka struggled desperately. Liu Yi, I'm not done with you today. The other diners in the restaurant were drawn to the sudden commotion, casting curious glances. The restaurant manager quickly rushed over. What's going on? This is a restaurant. No fighting allowed, the manager said sternly. She's bullying me. Zhao Yuka pointed at Liu Yi, playing the victim. You're talking nonsense, Liu Yi said, her face flushed with anger. You're the one who came here to cause trouble. The manager looked at everyone and frowned. No matter what, don't argue here. It will disturb the other customers. Lin Yunze released Zhao Yuka's wrist and coldly said, Zhao Yuka, if you keep this up, we'll call the police. Hearing this, Zhao Yuka's face showed a trace of fear, but she still stubbornly said, Fine, just wait. This isn't over between us. With that, she turned and angrily left the restaurant. The atmosphere in the restaurant became awkward, and Liu Yi's mood plummeted from cloud 9 to rock bottom. Liu Yi, don't mind her. People like her are just troublemakers, Lin Wanqing comforted her. But I have a feeling she won't let this go easily, Liu Yi said with concern. It's okay. If anything happens, we'll help you, Lin Yunze patted Lu Yi's shoulder. Today is your special day. Don't let her ruin your mood. Louis nodded, forcing a smile. Yeah, thank you all. With you here, I feel at ease. The three of them sat down again and began to eat. However, Zhao Yuka's sudden appearance still cast a shadow over the originally joyful atmosphere. Rain pattered against the window, making a dull sound, as if the heavens were also grieving over the turmoil of this time. Lin Yunze sat in the dimly lit room, his hands tightly gripping the illegal evidence regarding the mysterious social circle. The paper slightly crumpled from his grasp. His gaze wandered, and his mind replayed the hardships he had faced along the way. The pain, anger, and struggle surged like a tide. Yunze, Lin Wanqing's voice came from the doorway, gentle yet laced with concern. Are you ready? Lin Yunze slowly lifted his head to look at Lin Wanqing. His lips moved, but no words came out. He took a deep breath, stood up, and carefully placed the evidence into a folder. Let's go. His voice was hoarse, filled with exhaustion. The two of them stepped out of the room, and the rain hit them like a wall, the chill instantly soaking through their clothes. Lin Wanqing instinctively leaned closer to Lin Yunze as they huddled under one umbrella, hurriedly making their way toward the police station. Along the way, neither spoke, only the sound of rain and their footsteps intertwined. Inside the police station, the lights were harsh and white. The emblem on the wall glimmered with a cold light under the illumination. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stood before an officer, handing over the folder in their hands. Officer, this is the illegal evidence we gathered about that mysterious social circle, Lin Yunze said, his voice slightly trembling. The officer took the folder, his expression serious as he quickly flipped through a few pages, his brows furrowing tighter with each passing moment. How did you obtain this? The officer raised his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at them. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances. Lin Yunze began to recount their investigative journey, starting from Lu Yu's mysterious poker games to the risky infiltration of a gathering and the various clues that followed, detailing everything. The officer listened intently, his demeanor serious. It's not easy to gather this evidence, but it's also very dangerous. In situations like this, you should contact the police immediately. Lin Yunze nodded. We understand. It was just that the situation was complicated at the time, and we wanted to clarify the truth as soon as possible. The officer asked for more details, and Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing answered each question one by one. All right, the evidence you provided is very helpful to us. From here on, it will be handled by the police, the officer said. As they left the police station, the rain had lessened considerably. Raindrops splattered on the ground, sending up small sprays of water. Finally, it's all over, right? Lin Wanqing said softly, her voice carrying a hint of exhaustion mixed with relief. Lin Yunze didn't respond. He looked up at the gray sky, his heart filled with mixed emotions. These days, he felt as if he were trapped in a nightmare. And now that the nightmare seemed to be nearing its end, he didn't feel the relief he had imagined. Back home, Lin Yunze collapsed onto the sofa, staring at the ceiling, motionless. Lin Wanqing sat beside him, gently holding his hand. Yunze, don't think too much. It's all in the past now, Lin Wanqing said softly. Lin Yunze turned his head to look at Lin Wanqing, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. Wanqing, I really don't know how to face my life from now on. Take it slow. You will figure it out, Lin Wanqing reassured him. However, they both didn't realize that the situation was far from simple. A few days later, while Lin Yunze was in class at school, he suddenly received a call from an unknown number. Hello, are you Lin Yunze? A deep voice on the other end carried a hint of threat. I am. Who are you? Lin Yunze asked cautiously. Don't worry about who I am. You'd better bring back what you reported to the police, or you'll regret it, the other party said fiercely. Lin Yunze felt a tightness in his heart. Are you threatening me? Let me tell you, your illegal actions won't go unpunished. Don't be ungrateful. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Lin Yunze's hand trembled slightly as he held his phone. He realized that the people in the mysterious society wouldn't easily let this go. After class, Lin Yunze immediately told Lin Wanqing about the incident. How dare they threaten people? Lin Wanqing said angrily. No, we need to report this to the police again. The two went back to the police station to inform the officer about the threatening call. Don't worry, we have strengthened surveillance on them. They won't dare to act rashly, the officer reassured them. However, things took a turn for the worse. One night, as Lin Wanqing was returning home from work, she felt like someone was following her. She quickened her pace, feeling a sense of unease. When she walked into a dimly lit alley, suddenly, several dark figures sprang out from the corners and surrounded her. What do you want? Lin Wanqing asked in terror. You and Lin Yunze better not meddle in this matter again, or today will be a lesson for you, a hoarse voice said. Lin Wanqing wanted to scream for help, but someone covered her mouth. Just as she felt despair, she suddenly heard a loud shout. Let her go. Lin Yunze rushed in from somewhere, wielding a wooden stick. He swung the stick and charged at those people. Yunze! Lin Wanqing shouted in surprise and joy. The attackers were startled by Lin Yunze's sudden appearance, but they quickly reacted and surrounded him. Lin Yunze fought back desperately, but outnumbered, he began to struggle. At that moment, the sound of police sirens grew louder. Hearing the sirens, the attackers panicked and scattered in all directions. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Why did you come? Lin Wanqing asked tearfully. I was worried about you, so I followed you, Lin Yunze said weakly. After the police arrived, they took them back to the police station. After some investigation, the police identified several suspects, all members of the mysterious society. Rest assured, we will definitely bring them to justice as soon as possible, the officer said firmly. When Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing left the police station, it was already late at night. The streets were quiet and empty, with only the two of them in sight. Wanqing, I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this, Lin Yunze said apologetically. Don't say that. We're facing this together. Lin Wanqing leaned on Lin Yunze's shoulder. As long as we are together, there is no obstacle we can't overcome. The two leaned on each other and slowly walked home, the moonlight casting long shadows on them. They knew that this confrontation with the mysterious society had not truly ended yet. The gloomy sky hung over the city like a massive lead plate, weighing heavily on the air, making it hard to breathe. Lin Yunze sat on the sofa in his home. The atmosphere around him seemed to solidify, so quiet that all he could hear was the ticking of the clock on the wall. On the coffee table in front of him lay a divorce agreement. The black words on white paper felt like sharp knives, piercing his heart. Lin Wanqing cautiously walked in and, upon seeing the agreement, felt a tightening in her chest. She slowly approached Lin Yunze, hesitated for a moment, then gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Yunze, Lin Wanqing's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of caution. Don't be too sad. Lin Yunze looked up. His eyes were hollow and confused, his face etched with fatigue and pain. Wanqing, I really don't know if what I'm doing is right or wrong. Lin Wanqing opened her mouth, but didn't know how to comfort him. She understood that the turmoil and struggle in Lin Yunze's heart at this moment couldn't be soothed with just a few words. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang urgently. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances, and Lin Yunze stood up to open the door. The door opened, and Jiang Minjie stood on the doorstep. Her face was pale as paper, her eyes swollen, her hair a bit messy, and she looked utterly haggard. Yunze, Jiang Minjie's voice was choked with tears. I heard you're planning to sign the divorce agreement. Is it true? Lin Yunze was silent for a moment, stepped aside to let her in. Let's talk inside. As Jiang Minjie walked into the living room and saw the divorce agreement on the coffee table, her body swayed as if she had been struck by something. Yunze, are you really going to be so heartless? Lin Yunze took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound calm. Minjie, between us, it's really impossible to go back. What you did, I truly cannot pretend it never happened. Jiang Minjie suddenly fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Yunze, I beg you, give me another chance. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I will be a good person, a good wife, and a good mother from now on. Lin Wanqing stood aside, watching this scene with mixed feelings. She instinctively took a step back, wanting to give them some space. Minjie, get up. Lin Wanqing said softly, her voice tinged with reluctance. However, Jiang Minjie seemed not to have heard her words, continuously bowing her head to Lin Yunze. Yunze, I really know I was wrong. I feel guilty every day. I regret it every day. For our daughter's sake, please give me another chance. Lin Yunze watched Jiang Minjie kneeling on the ground, the anger and pain in his heart intertwined. He wanted to reach out to help her up, but thinking of her betrayal, he half raised his hand only to let it drop helplessly. Minjie, get up. Don't do this. Lin Yunze's voice was a bit hoarse. The problems between us cannot be solved this way. Jiang Minjie slowly stood up, wiping her tears with her hand, her eyes filled with despair. Yunze, are you really that heartless? All the feelings we've had, do they not deserve your nostalgia at all? Feelings? Lin Yunze sneered. When you betrayed me, didn't you think about our feelings? Didn't you think about this family? Jiang Minjie bowed her head again, tears flowing once more. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blinded by power and money. I thought I could control everything, but in the end, I messed up my life. Lin Wanqing watched the two of them, who were emotionally charged, and hesitated before speaking. Yunze, Minjie, let's not get too worked up. Let's calm down and talk about this properly. Lin Yunze took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Minjie, I didn't want to reach this point either, but what you did truly makes it impossible for me to forgive. Jiang Minjie raised her head, her eyes full of pleading. Yunze, I know I've hurt you deeply, but we still have our daughter. She can't grow up without a complete home. She's so small. What will happen to her if we divorce? Mentioning their daughter, a flicker of pain passed through Lin Yunze's eyes. He knew well how their daughter would feel, but thinking of Jiang Minjie's betrayal made it impossible for him to convince himself to continue this marriage. Minjie, I've considered our daughter too, but can a marriage where we're merely living together but emotionally apart really be good for her? Lin Yunze's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Jiang Minjie was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Yunze to say this. She opened her mouth to argue, but found herself at a loss for words. The living room fell into a heavy silence. Only Jiang Minjie's suppressed sobs reverberated in the air. Outside the window, the wind suddenly picked up, banging against the windows, as if lamenting the shattered marriage. After a long time, Jiang Minjie slowly spoke. Yunze, if you've truly made up your mind, I won't force you. But I hope you can give me some time to spend with our daughter. After all, in the future, Jiang Minjie's words trailed off, but both Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing understood her meaning. Lin Yunze hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll give you some time. A hint of gratitude appeared on Jiang Minjie's face. Thank you, Yunze. After saying that, Jiang Minjie turned and slowly walked out of the room. Her figure seemed so lonely, so helpless. Lin Yunze watched Jiang Minjie's departing back. The emotions in his heart surged like a tide. He didn't know whether this decision was right or wrong, but he knew he could never go back to the past. Lin Wanqing stepped forward and gently held his hand. Yunze, don't think too much. Everything will be all right. Lin Yunze tightly grasped Lin Wanqing's hand, as if holding onto a lifeline. In his heart, his dependence on Lin Wanqing grew deeper, while his feelings for Jiang Minjie, after a series of blows, became shattered. In the early morning, the sunlight broke through the thin clouds and gently fell upon the streets and alleys of the city, giving this world that had just awakened from slumber a faint golden hue. Lin Yunze stood in the teacher's office of the first middle school, slowly scanning everything familiar around him, feeling a mix of emotions. On his desk lay unfinished student artwork, and paintbrushes were scattered nearby, telling tales of his past busyness and fulfillment. Yunze, have you really made up your mind? Lin Wanqing, who had come up behind him at some point, asked softly. Her voice carried a hint of reluctance, but even more so, concern. Lin Yunze turned around to look at Lin Wanqing and gently nodded. Yes, I've thought it through. Every day here reminds me of those unpleasant memories from the past. I need a fresh start. Lin Wanqing bit her lip, a trace of melancholy flashing in her eyes. I understand you. It's just, I won't be able to see you every day at school anymore. I'll find it a bit hard to get used to. Lin Yunze was momentarily taken aback, then reached out to gently hold Lin Wanqing's hand. Silly girl, it's not like we won't see each other. We can stay in touch anytime. Plus, you can come to my training class. Lin Wanqing forced a smile. Ma'am, I will. At that moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Sun Lana rushed in. Teacher Lin, I heard you're resigning? What's going on? Lin Yunze smiled helplessly. Yes, I plan to focus on running my art training class. Sun Lana widened her eyes, incredulous. Why this sudden decision? Being a teacher at school is much more stable. Running a training class isn't as easy. Just as Lin Yunze was about to explain, the head of the teaching department, Zhou Yuxuan, also walked in. Yunze, I heard you're resigning. Can you tell me the reason? Lin Yunze took a deep breath and explained his thoughts once more. After listening, Zhou Yuxuan paused for a moment. Yunze, I understand your decision. If you've really made up your mind, the school will respect your choice. Over the years, you've made significant contributions to the school, and we are all grateful. Lin Yunze felt warmth in his heart. Thank you for your understanding, Director Zhou, and thank you for your care over the years. After completing the resignation procedures, Lin Yunze stepped out of the school gate and looked back at the familiar teaching building, feeling a surge of emotions. He knew that from this moment on, his life would open a new chapter. After leaving the school, Lin Yunze threw himself into the preparations for the art training class. He was busy organizing painting tools, decorating the classroom, and posting enrollment information online, overwhelmed with work. Lin Wanqing rushed over to help as soon as she finished her class. Watching Lin Yunze work so hard, she felt a pang of heartache. Yunze, don't overwork yourself. Take a break for a while. Lin Yunze straightened up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm fine. I'm not tired. Watching this training class gradually take shape makes me happy. Just then, Lin Yunze's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call curiously. Hello? Is this Lin Yunze? I'm Wang Jiqiang. My daughter has taken art classes with you before, and I heard you've opened a training class. We'd like to enroll. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Lin Yunze felt a surge of joy. Mr. Wang, it's you. Thank you so much. Rest assured, I will teach the children well. After hanging up, Lin Yunze excitedly told Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, a parent of a student, contacted me to enroll. It seems our promotion is working. Lin Wanqing was equally delighted. That's great, Yunze. This is a good start. However, things did not go as smoothly as they had imagined. Soon after, Lin Yunze received several more calls, all inquiring about the training class. Upon hearing the prices, they all expressed that it was too expensive and said they needed to think it over. Lin Yunze felt a bit disheartened. How could this happen? I thought the prices I set were quite reasonable. Lin Wanqing comforted him. Don't lose heart. Perhaps they don't fully understand the advantages of our training class yet. We can think of more ways to promote it. Just then, Lu Yi arrived. Seeing the two looking distressed, she curiously asked, What's wrong? Have you encountered any problems? Lin Yunze recounted the situation to Lu Yi, who thought for a moment and said, I think you should hold a trial class, letting parents and students experience the teaching quality firsthand. That might attract more enrollments. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. Lu Yi, that's a great idea. Yunze, we can give it a try. Lin Yunze nodded. All right, let's do it that way. Lu Yi, thanks to you, we wouldn't have known what to do otherwise. Without hesitation, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing began preparing for the trial class. They carefully planned the teaching content, and even prepared some small gifts, hoping to leave a good impression on the students and parents. On the day of the trial class, the classroom was filled with students and parents. Lin Yunze stood on the podium. Though a bit nervous, he tried his best to present his best self. He patiently explained painting techniques and guided the students step by step, creating a lively atmosphere in the classroom. After the trial session, many parents gathered around, expressing their satisfaction with the training class and enrolling their children on the spot. "Teacher Lin, you teach really well. Our child loves it. Just for your teaching level, this money is worth it," one parent said with a smile. The heavy stone in Lin Yunze's heart finally lifted. "Thank you all for your support. I will do my best to teach the children." Seeing the satisfied smiles of the parents, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances and smiled. They knew this was just the beginning, and there was still a long road ahead. In that moment, they were filled with confidence. The morning sun, as usual, streamed through the gaps in the curtains, spilling into the bedroom of Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing got up early. Dressed in loose loungewear, she simply tidied her hair and walked over to the corner of the living room where the piano stood. Her fingers gently fell on the keys, and a series of clear notes flowed out. Lin Yunze was still in the bedroom, awakened from his dreams by the sound of the piano. Groggily, he turned over, pulling the blankets over his head, trying to catch a little more sleep. But the piano music continued, and he sighed helplessly, sitting up and rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Wanqing, can you practice a little later?" Lin Yunze called out to the living room, his voice filled with a hint of dissatisfaction and fatigue. Lin Wanqing didn't stop playing. She just raised her voice to respond. "No way. Yunze, I have to practice every morning. It's become a habit for me." Lin Yunze frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. He got out of bed, still in his pajamas and slippers, and walked into the living room. "This habit of yours is really unbearable. It's so early, and you still won't wake me up." Lin Yunze's tone carried a hint of complaint. Lin Wanqing stopped playing and turned to look at Lin Yunze, a trace of apology on her face, which quickly turned resolute. "Yunze, I know you use a sleeping in, but I have to stick to my hobbies too. It's like your painting. I can't give up practicing the piano just because I'm in a relationship," Lin Wanqing explained patiently. Lin Yunze huffed, walking over to the sofa and plopping down. "But you can't ignore my feelings. I've been so overwhelmed with the training class these past few days that I just want to sleep a little longer in the morning." The two exchanged words, and the atmosphere gradually became a bit tense. Outside, the birds chirped on the branches, seemingly mocking the couple's argument. At that moment, Lin Yunze's phone suddenly rang. Annoyed, he picked it up and glanced at the caller ID. It was a parent from the training class. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm, and answered the call. "Hello, this is Lin. What can I do for you, Mr. Jiang?" Lin Yunze said. On the other end of the line, Mr. Zhang's anxious voice came through. "Teacher Lin, my child seems to have lost interest in painting lately. What should we do about this?" While listening to the call, Lin Yunze rubbed his temples. "Mr. Jiang, please don't worry. Your child might be experiencing some stress from school or hitting a bottleneck. I'll find some time to talk with him." After hanging up, Lin Yunze's mood worsened. He tossed his phone onto the sofa, leaned back, and closed his eyes, looking exhausted. Lin Wanqing watched him with a twinge of sympathy in her heart. She got up, moved to Lin Yunze's side, sat down, and gently held his hand. "Yunze, I'm sorry, I was a bit harsh just now. Don't worry too much about the training class. It will get better," Lin Wanqing said tenderly. Lin Yunze opened his eyes and looked at Lin Wanqing, feeling some of his anger dissipate. "It's fine, Wanqing. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. It's just that the issues with the training class are really giving me a headache." As they spoke, Lin Wanqing suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Yunze, didn't you say you needed to organize the financial report for the training class? I can help you with that. Although I'm not very knowledgeable, I can help you calculate some numbers." Lin Yunze nodded. "Sure, that would be great. Thanks for your help." The two of them went to the study, where Lin Yunze spread out a stack of financial reports on the table. Lin Wanqing sat beside him, looking at the dense numbers, feeling a bit bewildered. Yunze, how do you look at this? I'm a bit dizzy. Lin Wanqing frowned and said. Lin Yunze smiled. It's nothing. I'll teach you. Look, this column is income, and this column is expenditure. Lin Yunze patiently explained to Lin Wanqing, who was trying hard to understand, but there were still some parts she didn't quite grasp. She kept asking questions, and Lin Yunze kept answering, but gradually his patience was wearing thin. Wanqing, why are you so slow? I've explained it several times, and you still don't understand. Lin Yunze said, a bit anxiously. Lin Wanqing's face turned red all of a sudden, feeling wronged. I'm already trying my best to learn. How can you say that about me? I'm not a professional in finance. The two started arguing again, and the atmosphere in the study became tense. Outside the window, the sky had turned overcast, as if a storm was about to arrive. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Both Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing froze for a moment, stopping their argument. Lin Yunze got up to open the door and found Lu Yi standing at the entrance with a big smile, holding some water bottles. Yunze, Wanqing, I came to see you too, Lu Yi said. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged awkward smiles and welcomed Lu Yi into the house. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Lu Yi asked, What happened? Did you two have a fight? Lin Wanqing sighed and recounted the earlier incident to Lu Yi in detail. After listening, Lu Yi smiled and said, What's the big deal? You two shouldn't fight. Yunze, it's good that Wanqing practices piano early. You should be more understanding. Wanqing, Yunze has been working hard for the training class, so you should consider his feelings too. As for this financial report, I know a bit about it. Let me help you. With Lu Yi's mediation, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing's emotions gradually calmed down. The three of them sat together in the study and began to organize the financial report. With Lu Yi's help, things progressed much more smoothly. The dark clouds outside began to dissipate, and sunlight poured in again. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing looked at each other and both smiled a bit shyly. Wanqing, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that to you earlier, Lin Yunze said. I was wrong too, Yunze. I'll pay more attention to your feelings from now on, Lin Wanqing responded. Lu Yi looked at them and said with a smile, That's more like it. In a relationship, you need to be understanding and accommodating to each other. All right, enough of that. Once we finish this, let's go out and have some fun together. The three of them got busy again, and the sunlight streamed through the window, bathing them in a warm glow. On this day, the sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves and illuminated the yard of Lin Yunze's home, creating patches of golden light. Lin Yunze had just returned from the art training class, dragging his weary body as he stepped inside, casually tossing his keys onto the cabinet at the entrance. Wanqing, I'm back, he called out weakly, but all that greeted him was silence. Lin Yunze frowned and walked into the living room, where he saw Lin Wanqing sitting on the sofa, holding a few letters and some small gifts, looking deep in thought. Wanqing, what's wrong with you? Lin Yunze stepped forward, asking in confusion. Lin Wanqing raised her head, her eyes filled with a hint of worry. Yunze, Jiang Minjie sent these for our daughter. Lin Yunze's expression changed instantly. He clenched his hands unconsciously, his eyes flashing with a complex mix of emotions, anger, helplessness, and a pain that was hard to describe. Why is she sending things? Lin Yunze's voice involuntarily rose, tinged with irritation. Lin Wanqing sighed softly. She said she misses our daughter. These are all for her. Lin Yunze snatched the letter and gifts from Lin Wanqing's hands and threw them harshly to the ground. Does she still have the face to miss her? When she did those things, didn't she think about her daughter? Seeing Lin Yunze so emotionally agitated filled Lin Wanqing with heartache. She stood up and walked to Lin Yunze, gently hugging him. Yunze, don't be like this. After all, she is our daughter's mother. Lin Wanqing said softly, her tone carrying a hint of gentle persuasion. Lin Yunze's body trembled slightly as he held Lin Wanqing tightly, as if searching for some comfort. Wanqing, you don't know how much I hate her. She destroyed our family. Outside the window, a gentle breeze blew, rustling the leaves, as if lamenting the broken and complex nature of this family. At that moment, their daughter Lin Yu ran out from her room. She saw the letter and gifts on the ground, and her eyes instantly brightened. "Daddy, Mommy sent me gifts." Lin Yu shouted excitedly, reaching to pick up the things on the ground. Lin Yunze's expression darkened even further as he stopped Lin Yu with a hand. "Yeah, don't pick those up. We can't take these things." Lin Yu looked up at Lin Yunze with a puzzled expression, her big eyes sparkling with confusion. "Why, Daddy? I really miss Mommy." Lin Yunze squatted down, looking into his daughter's eyes, trying hard to soften his tone. "Yeah, Mommy did something wrong to Daddy. She's not a good mother." Lin Yu's eyes turned red instantly, her lips trembling slightly. "But I really want to see her. Daddy, please let me see what she sent me." Looking at his daughter's pitiful expression, Lin Yunze felt a sharp pain in his heart. He slowly relaxed his grip. "All right, yeah, you can look." Lin Yu happily picked up the letter and gifts from the ground, sitting on the sofa and eagerly opening them. Lin Yunze stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the scenery, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Lin Wanqing walked to his side and gently held his hand. "Yunze, I know you're hurting, but Yaya is still small. She needs her mother's love," Lin Wanqing said tenderly. Lin Yunze turned his head to look at Lin Wanqing, his eyes filled with conflict. "Wanqing, I know you're right, but every time I think of what Jiang Minjie did, I just can't forgive her." Lin Wanqing gently stroked Lin Yunze's face. "Yunze, I'm not asking you to forgive her, but for the sake of Yaya, we could try to maintain some contact with her." Lin Yunze fell silent, his eyes revealing a struggle and pain. In the living room, only the sound of Lin Yu tearing open gifts and the occasional chirping of birds outside could be heard. After a while, Lin Yu came over to Lin Yunze with a letter in hand. "Dad, Mom says she misses me very much and that she's doing well outside." Lin Yunze took the letter, looking at the familiar handwriting, and the fire of anger ignited in his heart once again. She's doing well? When she betrayed the family, she should have thought of the consequences today. Lin Yu was startled by Lin Yunze's tone. Her eyes brimmed with tears. "Dad, please don't be angry. I just wanted you to know about Mom's situation." Seeing his daughter's fearful expression, Lin Yunze felt a wave of regret wash over him. He squatted down and hugged her. Yeah, I'm sorry. Dad isn't angry at you. Dad just feels hurt inside." Lin Wanqing also came over, squatting down to join Lin Yunze and Lin Yu in an embrace. Yeah, both Dad and I love you very much, and we will always be here for you." At that moment, it suddenly began to rain outside, and the raindrops tapped against the window, creating a crisp sound. Lin Yunze looked out at the curtain of rain and gradually felt calmer. "Wanqing, what do you think we should do?" Lin Yunze looked at Lin Wanqing, his eyes filled with confusion. Lin Wanqing thought for a moment. "I think we can write a letter back to Jiang Minjie together with Yaya, informing her of Yaya's situation and letting her know that we won't stop her from contacting Yaya." Lin Yunze hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. "All right, let's do it your way." So, the three of them sat at the table in the living room and started writing a letter to Jiang Minjie. Lin Yu spoke about her recent experiences while shedding tears, while Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing added some details on the side. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting a warm glow on the sign of Lin Yunze's art training class. It should have been a day full of hope, but Lin Yunze's tranquility was shattered by the urgent ringing of his phone. As soon as he stepped into the training class, before he could even set down his art supplies, his phone rang. Seeing the familiar name of a parent on the caller ID, Lin Yunze's heart sank, and an ominous premonition surged within him. "Hello, parent. What's the matter?" Lin Yunze tried to keep his voice steady. On the other end of the line, the parent's voice was filled with obvious dissatisfaction and anger. "Mr. Lin, what's going on at your training class? I've heard a lot of negative news. Can my child still learn here?" Lin Yunze's expression instantly changed to one of panic, his hand trembling slightly as he held the phone. Parent, please don't rush. Can you tell me what specific negative news you've heard? Stop pretending. They say your teaching quality is poor, that the teachers are irresponsible, that the kids haven't made any progress, and there are all sorts of rumors claiming that your training class is poorly managed. The parents' barrage of accusations hit Lin Yunze like cannonballs, making his head buzz. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yunze slumped into a chair, his brow furrowed, feeling bewildered about where these rumors had come from. Just as he was contemplating, several more parents called, all inquiring and questioning, with some even demanding to withdraw their children from the class. Lin Wanqing finished her morning duties at school, feeling happy as she headed to the training class to help Lin Yunze. Upon entering, she immediately sensed that something was off. She saw Lin Yunze sitting there, looking troubled, while several staff members were whispering anxiously among themselves. Yunze, what happened? Lin Wanqing hurried over to Lin Yunze, asking with concern. Lin Yunze looked up, his eyes filled with exhaustion and helplessness, and recounted the situation to her. After listening to Lin Wanqing, Lu Mei frowned slightly. This must be someone deliberately causing trouble. We can't just sit here and wait for our doom. At this moment, the sky outside had unknowingly darkened, with dense clouds gathering, seemingly heralding an even greater crisis looming ahead. Lin Yunze stood up and paced back and forth in the room. I've thought about it too, but for the time being, I don't know who did it. We haven't offended anyone from the training class lately. Lin Wanqing bit her lip, and suddenly her eyes lit up. I have an idea. We can't let these rumors spread unchecked. We need to take the initiative. Let's organize a street painting show to let the kids showcase their skills and also show the parents and passersby the quality of our training class's education. Lin Yunze hesitated for a moment after hearing this. Can this really work? Isn't it too risky? Moreover, the time is so tight. Can we prepare in time? There's no time to hesitate. If we delay any longer, all our students will leave, Lin Wanqing said firmly, her eyes revealing a determination not to give up. Without further ado, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing immediately gathered their staff and began preparing for the street painting show. They contacted venues, informed students and parents, and prepared painting tools. All tasks were carried out at breakneck speed. However, just as they were in the midst of their frantic preparations, even worse news came. Several parents of students who had originally agreed to participate in the painting show suddenly changed their minds, saying they were worried about their children being talked about if they participated in such an event, and they all withdrew. What are we going to do? Just when it matters, things fall apart, Lin Yunze said anxiously, stamping his feet as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Don't panic. I'll think of a way. I'll contact my students and ask them to help. Lin Wanqing hurried back to the school, found a few of her students who had some painting skills, and explained the situation to them. To her surprise, the students were all willing to help. Teacher Lin, we believe in you in the training class, and we are willing to help, one student said firmly. With the support of these students, the issue of personnel for the painting show was temporarily resolved. However, Lin Yunze still had to visit each parent who had proposed withdrawing to clarify the misunderstandings. He braved the gradually falling light rain, running through the streets and alleys of the city. At each house, he patiently explained, showcasing the students' excellent works, but still, some parents remained unmoved. Teacher Lin, it's not that we don't trust you, but the rumors outside are very convincing, and we really can't take the risk, one parent said helplessly. Lin Yunze's mood sank to the lowest point. Standing in the rain, droplets ran down his cheeks, making it hard to tell if it was rain or tears. He began to doubt whether he had truly messed up the training class. Just when he was about to lose hope, Lin Wanqing called him. Yunze, the venue is set up and the students are all in place. We're just waiting for you to come back. Lin Wanqing's voice carried a hint of excitement and anticipation. Lin Yunze cheered himself up. Okay, I'll be back right away. Upon returning to the painting show venue, he saw a group of children already ready at their easels, and quite a few passers-by were gathered around. When Lin Wanqing saw Lin Yunze return, she immediately went up to greet him. Yunze, don't be discouraged. We will definitely succeed. Lin Wanqing gave Lin Yunze an encouraging look. With Lin Yunze's shout, the painting show officially began. The children focused on their drawing paper, and soon, one vibrant artwork after another began to emerge. The colorful scenes attracted more and more passers-by to stop and watch, with everyone praising the children's creations. This is really amazing. This training class teaches very well. Yeah, those rumors before must have been false. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing exchanged a glance, both revealing smiles of satisfaction. Just then, a few familiar figures suddenly appeared in the crowd. The parents who had previously wanted to withdraw their children from the class. They looked at the children's works, their faces filled with surprise and regret. Teacher Lin, it seems we misunderstood. The teaching quality is undeniable, one parent said apologetically. Lin Yunze smiled. It's okay. As long as you believe in us, that's enough. This street painting show not only successfully turned around the reputation of the training class, but also attracted many new students to enroll. The originally gloomy sky had cleared up at some point, and the sunlight shone down on everyone's faces as if giving a thumbs up to their efforts and perseverance. In the lazy afternoon sun spreading over the city streets, Lin Yunze came out of the training class, preparing to have lunch with Lin Wanqing. He was in a good mood. The storm around the training class had just passed, and everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. The trees by the roadside were lush and green, their leaves gently swaying in the breeze, with an occasional leaf fluttering down and spiraling on the ground. Lin Yunze hummed a little tune, strolling leisurely when suddenly a figure flashed out from a corner, blocking his path. Lin Yunze was startled and focused his eyes to see that it was Zhao Yuka. She looked haggard, her hair disheveled, and her eyes were filled with a mix of despair and madness, a stark contrast to her previously glamorous self in the company. Zhao Yuka, what do you want? Lin Yunze said warily, stepping back a little. Zhao Yuka sneered. Lin Yunze, stop pretending. I'm here to discuss something important with you today. Lin Yunze frowned. I have nothing to discuss with you. Step aside. Saying this, he tried to go around Zhao Yuka and continue walking. However, Zhao Yuka suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Lin Yunze's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. You can't leave. If you don't agree today, I won't let this go. Lin Yunze shook off her hand forcefully. Are you crazy? If you keep this up, I will call the police. Call the police? Go ahead. Zhao Yuka shouted loudly, attracting the attention of surrounding pedestrians. I have nothing left now. My business is gone. My reputation is ruined, all because of you and Lin Wanqing. Lin Yunze looked at her, a sense of disgust rising in his heart, but he held back his emotions and said, This is all you're doing. You have no one to blame but yourself. You should have known that your actions with Liao Junqiao would lead to this day. A flicker of panic crossed Zhao Yuka's eyes, but quickly returned to a frenzied state. Stop talking nonsense. I have some company secrets in my hands. If you give me some money, I'll give you all the secrets. Lin Yunze was taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhao Yuka to threaten him in this way. You think I would want your worthless secrets? Just leave and stop bothering me. Don't toast if you're not going to drink. Zhao Yuka's voice was sharp and piercing. If this information leaks out, it won't be good for you either. Think about it. When you and Lin Wanqing were investigating Jiang Minjie, you offended quite a few people. If this information ends up in their hands, just wait for trouble. Lin Yunze's expression darkened. He knew that Zhao Yuka's words held some truth, but he would never compromise with someone like her. Don't threaten me. I'm not afraid of you. If you dare to act recklessly, I will definitely not let you off the hook. At this moment, dark clouds drifted into the sky, blocking the sunlight, and the atmosphere on the street became somewhat oppressive. Lin Yunze and Zhao Yuka stood in a standoff, while passers-by kept their distance, fearing trouble. Lin Yunze, I'll ask you one last time, will you agree? Zhao Yuka's voice carried a hint of determination. Lin Yunze took a deep breath. I'll say it again. I won't make any deals with you. If you don't back off, I really will call the police. Zhao Yuka glared fiercely at Lin Yunze, suddenly pulling out a stack of documents from her bag. This is what you forced me to do. These documents contain the company's core information, as well as some things about you and Lin Wanqing. If I release this, you can just wait to be ruined. Lin Yunze looked at the documents with anger surging in his heart, but he still tried to remain calm. He knew he could not let Zhao Yuka lead him by the nose at this moment. Just as Lin Yunze was contemplating how to respond, a voice suddenly shouted from not far away, "Yunze!" Lin Yunze looked up to see Lin Wanqing. She quickly ran over after seeing Lin Yunze and Zhao Yuka in a confrontation. "Zhao Yuka, what are you trying to do again?" Lin Wanqing stood by Lin Yunze's side, looking at Zhao Yuka without fear. Zhao Yuka looked at Lin Wanqing, her eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. "Lin Wanqing, don't get too pleased with yourself. If you don't help Lin Yunze agree to my conditions today, you all can forget about it." Lin Wanqing scoffed. "Do you really think this will threaten us? You're too naive. The so-called information in your hands cannot threaten us at all. If you dare to act recklessly, the law will punish you." Zhao Yuka's hand trembled slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Wanqing to be so resolute. "Don't force me. I can do anything." Lin Wanqing looked at her, a hint of pity in her eyes. "Zhao Yuka, you've already reached this point. Don't go further down the wrong path. It's best to back off now, or you will regret it." However, Zhao Yuka seemed to have touched a nerve and suddenly rushed toward Lin Wanqing, attempting to make a move. Lin Yunze reacted quickly, pulling Lin Wanqing behind him and forcefully pushing Zhao Yuka away. Zhao Yuka stumbled and fell to the ground. The documents scattered everywhere. Sitting on the ground, she looked at the surrounding people and suddenly burst into tears. Lin Wanqing looked at Zhao Yuka, feeling a bit of sympathy, but she knew she couldn't show weakness to someone like her. She took out her phone and dialed the police. "Hello, 110? There's someone extorting us." Before long, the police arrived at the scene. Zhao Yuka was taken away by the officers while still cursing Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stood in place, watching Zhao Yuka's retreating figure, both feeling somewhat emotional. "Yunze, it's all right now." Lin Wanqing gently held Lin Yunze's hand, comforting him. Lin Yunze nodded. "Thanks to you coming, otherwise I really wouldn't know how to deal with her." In the office of Mingxing Apparel Company, the lights were dim, casting a cold frost over the desk. Lu Yi sat at her desk, frowning tightly, staring intently at the email on her computer screen that she had just received. The email contained a project plan that was urgently assigned by her superior for her to complete and execute in a short time. But Lu Yi knew very well that this was a hot potato. "Lu Yi, this project is very important. You must perform well." The department manager passed by and specifically dropped this line, his eyes filled with pressure and a lack of trust. Lu Yi bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously clicking on the mouse. Deep down, she understood that this was the work of her jealous colleagues who were scheming against her. They had intentionally assigned her this nearly impossible task, just waiting to see her fail, eager to bring her down. Outside the window, the city skyline was shrouded in heavy smog, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Lu Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but her heartbeat was racing uncontrollably. She picked up her phone and dialed Lin Wanqing's number. "Wanqing, I can't hold on much longer." Lu Yi's voice was tinged with tears, on the verge of breaking down. On the other end of the line, Lin Wanqing was in the school's music classroom organizing scores. Hearing Lu Yi's voice, she immediately put down what she was doing. "Lu Yi, don't panic. Take your time and tell me what happened." Lu Yi recounted everything in detail, growing more agitated as she spoke. "They're doing this on purpose. They're unhappy that I got promoted and want to set me up." Lin Wanqing frowned. "That's too much. Lu Yi, don't panic. Let's think of a way together. Yunze is here with me. We can brainstorm some ideas." Hearing her voice, Lin Yunze leaned closer and said into the phone, Lu Yi, first send us the specifics of the project requirements and its difficulties. We'll look into it. After hanging up, Lu Yi quickly sent over the materials. Lin Wanqing and Lin Yunze sat in front of the piano in the music classroom, carefully examining the dense documents. This project has tight deadlines, heavy tasks, and involves a wide range of professional fields. Lu Yi can't handle it alone, Lin Yunze analyzed as he read. Lin Wanqing nodded in agreement. Exactly, but we can't just watch her being bullied. We need to help her find a breakthrough. The two fell into deep thought, and the music classroom was eerily quiet, with only the occasional sounds of students outside. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. Yunze, do you think we can leverage Lu Yi's connections? She has some colleagues in the company with whom she has a good relationship. Maybe they can help. Lin Yunze stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, That's a good idea, but we have to be careful not to give those who want to harm her any leverage. So, Lin Wanqing and Lin Yunze began strategizing for Lu Yi. They advised her to privately communicate with a few trusted colleagues, explaining her situation and seeking help. At the same time, leveraging Lin Yunze's previous experience in handling business affairs, they helped Lu Yi outline the project flow and identify key nodes. Following their advice, Lu Yi cautiously reached out to several colleagues, and to her surprise, most of them were willing to lend a hand. Lu Yi, we believe in you. We'll carry this project together, one colleague said, patting their chest. With the support of her colleagues, Lu Yi's confidence soared. She and her team worked tirelessly, putting in overtime to refine the project plan. However, just as the project started to make some progress, new troubles followed. Those jealous of Lu Yi began speaking ill of her in front of the leadership, accusing her of forming cliques and disrupting company unity. The leaders summoned Lu Yi to the office. Their face darkened. Lu Yi, what's going on? Why are there so many negative rumors about you in the company? Lu Yi felt both angry and anxious. Leader, I'm not forming cliques. I'm just seeking help from my colleagues to complete the project. It's too difficult for me to handle alone. The leader snorted coldly. Don't make excuses. I don't care what methods you use. This project must be completed on time and without any mistakes. Otherwise, your position will be at risk. After leaving the office, Lu Yi felt a mix of grievance and rage. She called Lin Wanqing again, her voice breaking. Wanqing, they're going too far. What should I do? Lin Wanqing comforted her. Lu Yi, don't lose heart. Let's think of another solution. Tell me what the leader said and the latest situation with the project so we can analyze it together. Lin Yunze listened nearby, equally outraged. These people are terrible. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Lu Yi, don't worry. We will definitely help you get through this tough time. After hanging up, Lin Wanqing and Lin Yunze fell back into intense thought. They understood that the crisis Lu Yi faced was not just a work-related issue, but a tough battle in workplace relationships. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened, and the neon lights of the city flickered on one by one, but they couldn't dispel the gloom in Lu Yi's heart. Lin Wanqing and Lin Yunze were in the dimly lit music classroom, constantly discussing and trying to find a way out for Lu Yi. After an intense discussion, they finally came up with a plan. Lin Wanqing suggested that Lu Yi highlight the team's collaborative achievements in her project report, while also preparing detailed data and materials to prove that their work was for the benefit of the company and not for forming cliques. Following this method, Lu Yi meticulously prepared the project report materials. On the day of the report, she stood in the conference room, and although she was incredibly nervous, she still tried to calm herself down. She detailed the project's progress, the team's efforts, and the achievements they had made, presenting every piece of data and every detail clearly. As the leaders and colleagues listened to her report, their expressions gradually softened. After the report concluded, the conference room erupted into applause. Lu Yi knew she had temporarily overcome this crisis. Walking out of the conference room, Lu Yi let out a long breath. She took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Wanqing and Lin Yunze. Thank you both. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. At that moment, the stars twinkled in the sky outside, seemingly celebrating Lu Yi's success. The weekend sun warmly bathed every corner of the city, draping everything in a layer of golden gauze. Lin Wanqing woke up early, humming a tune as she rummaged through her wardrobe for suitable clothes, her face beaming with an expectant smile. Lin Yunze, still deep in sleep, was awakened by Lin Wanqing's cheerful voice. "Yunze, get up. We're going to my house for dinner today. We can't be late," Lin Wanqing said, turning her head to Lin Yunze while still picking out clothes. "So early," Lin Yunze mumbled, slowly sitting up in bed. "Is it early? It's almost noon." Lin Wanqing laughed as she walked over and pulled open the curtains, blinding sunlight flooding into the room. Squinting at the energetic Lin Wanqing, Lin Yunze smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll get up now." After washing up, Lin Yunze stood in front of the wardrobe, but found himself in trouble. He flipped through his clothes, unsure of what to wear. "Just wear that white shirt. It looks sharp," Lin Wanqing said, coming over to help him pick out a white shirt and pairing it with a pair of dark casual pants. Dressed in the outfit, Lin Yunze looked in the mirror and took a deep breath. "Don't be nervous. My family is very easy to get along with." Lin Wanqing noticed his anxiety and gently held his hand. Lin Yunze squeezed her hand back and nodded. "Oh, I know." The two left the house and got into the car. During the drive, Lin Yunze was somewhat silent, constantly thinking about what to say when meeting Lin Wanqing's family. Lin Wanqing, on the other hand, chatted beside him about funny stories involving her family, trying to help him relax. The car stopped in front of an old residential building. Lin Wanqing held Lin Yunze's hand and walked into the building. The hallway was filled with the aroma of food, mixed with a faint hint of home-cooked warmth. "Here we are." Lin Wanqing stopped in front of the door and pressed the doorbell. In a moment, the door opened, and a smiling middle-aged woman appeared in front of them. "Wanqing, you finally made it," the woman said warmly, her gaze falling on Lin Yunze. "So this is Yunze. Come in, come in." Lin Wanqing smiled as she pulled Lin Yunze into the house. Inside, the decor was very cozy, with walls adorned with photographs capturing Lin Wanqing's memories from childhood to now. "Mom, this is Yunze," Lin Wanqing introduced. "Yunze, this is my mom." Lin Yunze quickly greeted, "Hello, Annie. It's my first time here, and I didn't know what to bring, so I just bought a few things." As he spoke, he handed over the gift in his hand. "Just come over. No need to bring anything. That's too polite." Lin Wanqing's mother smiled as she accepted the gift. "Come, sit down. The food will be ready soon." At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out of the kitchen, holding a spatula. "This is Yunze, right? This young man looks really energetic," the man said with a smile. "Dad, this is Yunze," Lin Wanqing introduced. "Yunze, this is my dad." Lin Yunze stood up and respectfully said, "Hello, uncle." Hello, please sit down." Lin Wanqing's father warmly invited. "Today I cooked a few of my signature dishes. You all must eat more." Lin Yunze sat down, but still felt a bit anxious. He secretly glanced at Lin Wanqing, who returned him a reassuring look. In the living room, Lin Wanqing and her parents chatted about everyday life, while Lin Yunze occasionally chimed in. Gradually, he found that Lin Wanqing's parents were really kind, and his nervousness slowly relaxed. "Yunze, I heard you were running an art training class?" Lin Wanqing's father suddenly asked. Lin Yunze quickly nodded. "Yes, uncle. The scale isn't big yet, but the students really enjoy it." "That's good. It's great to have your own business." Lin Wanqing's father smiled and said, "When I was young, I also liked painting, but I didn't stick with it." "Really?" Lin Yunze became interested. "Uncle also likes painting? Then we should have a good chat about it later." "Sure. When I have time, I'll find some of my old paintings for you to give me some pointers." Lin Wanqing's father laughed. I dare not. Lin Yunze quickly waved his hand. At this moment, Lin Wanqing's mother came out of the kitchen with the dishes. "The food is ready. Let's eat." Everyone got up to help set the table. The dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes, and the aroma was mouth-watering. "Come, Yunze, try my braised pork." Lin Wanqing's mother enthusiastically served Lin Yunze some food. "Thank you, Auntie." Lin Yunze quickly thanked her and took a bite. Auntie's braised pork is so delicious, even better than in restaurants. If you like it, eat more," Lin Wanqing's mother said with a smile. At the dining table, the atmosphere was very harmonious. Lin Wanqing and her parents kept serving Lin Yunze food and asking about his life and work. Lin Yunze gradually opened up and chatted happily with them. "Wanqing, when do you and Yunze plan to get married?" Lin Wanqing's mother suddenly asked. Lin Wanqing's face immediately turned red, and she reproached, "Mom, what are you saying?" Lin Yunze also felt a bit awkward, scratching his head, not knowing how to respond. "I'm just asking." Lin Wanqing's mother laughed. "You're not young anymore. If your relationship is stable, you should get married sooner. Your dad and I would love to have a grandchild sooner." "Mom, don't worry about it," Lin Wanqing said with a flushed face. "I'm just concerned about you guys," Lin Wanqing's mother said with a smile. "Yunze, you must take good care of Wanqing. She's our precious daughter. Auntie, you can rest assured, I will definitely take good care of Wanqing," Lin Yunze said seriously. After dinner, everyone sat in the living room chatting. Lin Wanqing's father took out an old photo album and started sharing funny stories about Lin Wanqing's childhood with Lin Yunze. As Lin Yunze looked at the adorable pictures of Lin Wanqing in the album, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wanqing was quite mischievous when she was little. She often fought with the neighbor's kids. Lin Wanqing's father laughed. "Dad, don't say that." Lin Wanqing's face turned red as she tried to snatch the album away. "What's wrong with that?" Lin Wanqing's father dodged her hand and continued. "Once she snatched a toy from another kid, and that kid came crying to our door, which embarrassed us terribly." "Ha ha." Lin Yunze couldn't help but laugh. "You're still laughing." Lin Wanqing shot him a glare. "I won't laugh." Lin Yunze quickly tried to suppress his laughter. Before they knew it, the sky grew dark. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stood up to say goodbye. "Yunze, come over to our house to play often when you have time," Lin Wanqing's mother said warmly. "Sure, Auntie, Uncle, I definitely will," Lin Yunze said with a smile. "Be safe on the road," Lin Wanqing's father reminded. "Got it, Dad, Mom. You guys take care," Lin Wanqing said. As they walked out of the building, Lin Yunze took a deep breath, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. "I told you my family is easy to get along with," Lin Wanqing said, linking her arm with his and smiling. "Yeah, your family is really warm. I like them a lot," Lin Yunze said. The two held hands as they walked down the street under the setting sun. The afterglow stretched their shadows long, resembling a beautiful painting. Suddenly, Lin Yunze's phone rang. He took out his phone to check, and his expression instantly turned serious. "What's wrong?" Lin Wanqing noticed his unusual demeanor and asked. Lin Yunze frowned and said, "It's about the training class. It seems there's a problem." After finishing dinner at Lin Wanqing's house, as they stepped out, the afterglow of the sunset had not yet completely faded. The sky was painted orange-red, outlining the city's silhouette with a warm golden edge. On the way, Lin Yunze felt particularly cheerful. The anxiety he initially had about meeting her parents had long since disappeared, replaced by the warmth he felt from Lin Wanqing's parents. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived home. Lin Yunze hummed a little tune, opened the door, and casually tossed the keys onto the cabinet in the entrance. He stretched out with a big yawn, plopped down on the sofa, and just as he was about to savor the warmth of the moment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an envelope on the coffee table. The envelope was plain white, without any handwriting, standing out starkly in the dimly lit living room. Lin Yunze's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition surged within him. He instinctively glanced at Lin Wanqing, who also sensed something unusual. The two exchanged a look filled with confusion. "What is this?" Lin Wanqing asked softly, her voice tinged with unease. Lin Yunze didn't answer. He slowly stood up and cautiously walked toward the coffee table, as if the envelope were some kind of dangerous bomb. He picked it up and noticed it wasn't sealed. There seemed to be something inside. Taking a deep breath, he reached in and pulled out a piece of paper. The moment he unfolded it, his face turned pale, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" Lin Wanqing hurriedly leaned over and snatched the paper from him. On the paper, written in red ink, were the words, "Don't think this is the end. I know everything you've been investigating. Be careful. Don't get too complacent, or you'll regret it." Each character was written in a crooked manner, as if the handwriting were deliberately disguised, yet the threatening tone was palpable. "Wah, who did this?" Lin Wanqing raised her head in terror, her eyes filled with panic. Lin Yunze gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing deeply. It must be related to those matters from before. Could it be the remnants of Liao, Junqiao, and his group? Lin Wanqing covered her mouth with her hand, her voice breaking. "How could this happen? We've been so careful. How could?" A cold wind blew outside, causing the window to rattle ominously, as if some evil force in the darkness was mocking them. Lin Yunze walked to the window, forcefully closed it, and pulled down the curtains, as if that could isolate them from danger. "Don't panic. Let's think this through," Lin Yunze said, trying to calm himself. In a recent period, who could have done this? Lin Wanqing sat on the sofa, cradling her head in her hands, trying to recall. That day at the investigation office, when we were looking into things with Lu Yi, we encountered a few people whose gazes were strange. And there was that Zhao Yuka. Even though she's fallen from grace now, she could still be desperate. Lin Yunze nodded. "Yes, these people are all suspects. However, I think there's someone we can't ignore." "Who?" Lin Wanqing lifted her head, asking nervously. "It's that little staff member who tampered with the investigation documents, the one who was previously under Liao Junqiao's orders. Though he might not be very capable, he has been harboring resentment, and it's possible he's behind this." Lin Yunze's eyes revealed a hint of anger. "What should we do now?" Lin Wanqing looked at Lin Yunze helplessly. She had never faced such a threat before and felt extremely scared. Lin Yunze paced back and forth in the living room, thinking for a moment before saying, "First, let's call the police and have them investigate. We can't be careless. During this time, no matter where we go, we need to be cautious and try not to act alone." Lin Wanqing quickly nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lin Yunze took out his phone and dialed the police. He briefly explained the situation, and the police assured him they would send someone over as soon as possible. After hanging up, Lin Yunze walked over to Lin Wanqing and gently embraced her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. We will definitely find out who is behind this." Lin Wanqing leaned into his embrace, nodding vigorously, but tears couldn't help but flow down her cheeks. "I'm really scared, Yunze. I don't want to lose you, and I don't want to lose our current life." Lin Yunze gently stroked her hair. "That won't happen. We will face this together." Before long, the doorbell rang. Lin Yunze approached the door cautiously and looked through the peephole to see it was the police. He opened the door and let them in. The police carefully examined the letter and asked some questions, taking detailed notes. "Don't worry. We will investigate this as soon as possible. During this time, you must pay attention to your safety. If anything happens, feel free to contact us," the police officer reassured. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing nodded. "Thank you, officer." After the police left, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing stayed awake all night. They sat in the living room, with all the lights on, leaning against each other, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. The next day, Lin Yunze went to his art training class as usual. He was extremely cautious along the way, constantly observing his surroundings, fearing that danger might suddenly strike. When he arrived at the training class, he found that the students were all attending classes normally, and everything seemed calm. Yet, his unease did not diminish at all. He felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the shadows. During the break, Lin Yunze locked the training class door and began to carefully check the surroundings. He inspected every corner, every window, and even rummaged through the trash bins, but found nothing unusual. "Lin teacher, what are you looking for?" a student asked curiously. Lin Yunze quickly forced a smile. "Nothing, just looking for something. You go play." The student nodded and ran off. Watching the student's back, Lin Yunze sighed. He didn't know how long this kind of life would last, nor did he know what that mysterious threat wanted to do. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing was also restless at school. She kept zoning out during class, and her students noticed something was off. "Lin teacher, are you feeling unwell?" a concerned student asked. Lin Wanqing managed a forced smile. "I'm fine. Maybe just didn't sleep well last night." Everyone focused on the class. After class, Lin Wanqing sat alone in the office, thinking about what happened last night, feeling a chill in her heart. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Lin Yunze. "How are things on your end?" After a while, Lin Yunze replied, "Nothing unusual for now. How about you?" Looking at the phone screen, tears welled up in Lin Wanqing's eyes again. She replied, "I'm scared, Yunze. I really don't know what to do." Lin Yunze quickly responded, "Don't be afraid. We will face this together. I'll pick you up after work, and we'll go home together." Reading this message, Lin Wanqing felt a bit more at ease. She wiped her tears and tried to calm herself down, preparing for the next class. After school, Lin Yunze arrived early at the school gate. He stood there, his eyes constantly scanning the crowd, alert for any potential danger. When Lin Wanqing saw Lin Yunze, she hurried over. She tightly hugged him, as if she had found a safe harbor. "Let's go home," Lin Yunze said softly. Hand in hand, they walked on the way home. Along the way, they didn't say a word, simply silently feeling each other's presence, as if this alone could give them some courage. Back home, Lin Yunze checked all the doors and windows one by one. After confirming everything was fine, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "We can't just sit and wait for doom," Lin Yunze said. "We need to take action and find out who is threatening us." Lin Wanqing nodded. "But what should we do?" Lin Yunze pondered for a moment and said, "Let's start with that little staff member. He is the most suspicious. I'll find him and see if I can get anything out of him." "No." Lin Wanqing quickly grabbed him. "That's too dangerous. What if he really is the threat? If you go looking for him, aren't you just walking into a trap?" Lin Yunze patted her hand. "Don't worry. I'll be careful. I won't go alone. I'll call Lin Xiaofeng to come with me. He's a police officer, so it should be fine." Lin Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "All right, just be careful." Lin Yunze took out his phone and called Lin Xiaofeng, explaining the situation. Lin Xiaofeng said he would come over as soon as possible to help investigate that staff member. As dusk fell, the city's hustle and bustle was shrouded in twilight. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing sat in the living room, the air seeming to thicken. The fear brought by the threat letter had yet to dissipate, but life continued to move on. The business expansion plan for the art training class was like a fire burning in this uneasy moment. "Yunze, do you really think this is a good time to expand?" Lin Wanqing frowned, her voice filled with worry. Her fingers nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes, her eyes reflecting both fear of the unknown and hope for their career. Lin Yunze leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his temples in an attempt to dispel the gloom that lingered in his heart. "I know the risks are high, but this opportunity is rare. Several institutions from other cities want to partner with our training class. If we manage it well, we can help more kids get involved in art." His voice was a bit weary, yet it carried an undeniable determination. Outside, the wind howled, causing the windows to rattle, as if cheering them on in their decision. Lin Yunze stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the brightly lit streets, feeling a mix of emotions. "We have to be cautious and not let the person threatening us take advantage." Lin Wanqing also stood up, moving beside him and gently linking her arm with his. "Don't worry, I have it under control. I'll contact Lin Xiaofeng to help keep an eye on safety issues." Lin Yunze turned to Lin Wanqing, his eyes filled with determination and gentleness. Without hesitation, Lin Yunze dialed Lin Xiaofeng's number. "Xiaofeng, I have something to discuss. The training class is planning to expand, but we recently received a threat letter. Can you help keep an eye on the safety?" His speech was quick, revealing his anxiety. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiaofeng's steady voice responded, "Got it. I'll keep an eye on it. You both be careful. Contact me anytime if there's a situation." After hanging up, Lin Yunze let out a long breath. All right, now we have safety covered. We can focus on the business. In the following days, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing dove into research and planning. During the day, after finishing teaching at the training class, Lin Yunze began analyzing market data and contacting potential franchisees. Lin Wanqing used her spare time to help organize materials and design promotional plans. At night, they sat at a desk piled with documents, the dim light casting shadows on their tired yet focused faces. Yunze, do you think we need to refine this franchise agreement? Lin Wanqing pointed at the document, her brow slightly furrowed. Lin Yunze leaned over to take a closer look. You're right. We need to clarify rights and obligations to avoid disputes later on. Days passed, and the plan gradually took shape, but the pressure also mounted. Lin Yunze often worked late into the night, exhausted and collapsing on the sofa, hardly able to speak. Lin Wanqing felt a pang of heartache, but could only silently support him. Just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, troubles came one after another. A franchisee suddenly called with an unfriendly tone. Teacher Lin, this plan of yours doesn't seem very reliable. The profit sharing is so low. How are we supposed to make money? Lin Yunze's heart sank, and he quickly explained, Mr. Wang, please don't be anxious. This profit sharing is calculated based on market conditions and our operating costs. We can discuss further later. Discuss? I think you just lack sincerity. The other party hung up the phone directly. Lin Yunze sat in the chair with his phone in hand, his face pale. Lin Wanqing came over and gently patted his shoulder. Don't be discouraged. Let's communicate with him again. We can definitely solve this. Just as one wave of trouble subsided, another arose. A senior teacher at the training class suddenly submitted his resignation, citing too much pressure and a desire for a change of environment. This was undoubtedly a blow to the training class. Teacher Jiang, please reconsider. We've fought together for so long, and now is a critical moment. Lin Yunze pleaded anxiously. Teacher Lin, I know it's not easy for you, but I really can't hold on any longer. Teacher Jiang shook his head helplessly. Lin Yunze watched Jiang leave, feeling a deep sense of defeat. He slammed his fist on the office desk. Why are all these problems happening right now? Lin Wanqing came in with red-rimmed eyes. Yunze, don't be like this. Let's think of a way together. At worst, I can take on more teaching tasks. We can pull through this. Looking at her, Lin Yunze felt a warmth surge in his heart. Thank you, Wanqing. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. The two encouraged each other and rallied their spirits. Lin Yunze began to renegotiate with the franchisees, making call after call, patiently explaining the plan and trying to gain their trust. Lin Wanqing busily calmed the students and parents, stabilizing the morale of the training class. Another late night arrived, and Lin Yunze returned home exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa as soon as he entered. Lin Wanqing brought over a cup of hot tea and sat beside him. Yunze, how did today go? Lin Yunze shook his head with a bitter smile. Still not very smooth. Several franchisees are still on the fence. Lin Wanqing leaned against his shoulder. Don't worry. Let's keep working hard. There will surely be a turning point. At that moment, Lin Yunze's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered. Hello? A cheerful voice came from the other end. Is this teacher Lin Yunze? I'm Mr. Lee from City Name. I heard you're looking for franchisees, and I'm interested in your project. Can we discuss it in detail? Lin Yunze sat up straight, a glimmer of hope flashing his eyes. Of course, Mr. Lee. What would be convenient for you? How about tomorrow afternoon? I'm coming to your area on business, and we can meet then. Okay, no problem. Lin Yunze hung up the phone, excitedly telling Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, there's a turning point. A big boss is interested in our project. Lin Wanqing also became excited. Really? That's great. Yunze, now we have hope. The two embraced tightly, as if they had seen a glimmer of light. Outside, the night deepened, and the twinkling lights seemed to cheer for their perseverance and effort. The next day, Lin Yunze arrived early at the cafe where he had agreed to meet General Manager Li, waiting for his arrival. He kept organizing his materials, feeling both nervous and excited. Before long, a well-dressed, middle-aged man walked into the cafe, looking around. Lin Yunze quickly stood up and approached him. "Excuse me, are you General Manager Li?" "I am Lin Yunze. Teacher Lin, it's a pleasure to finally meet you," General Manager Li said enthusiastically, shaking his hand. They sat down, and Lin Yunze began to introduce the details of the training program and the franchise proposal. General Manager Li listened intently, occasionally asking questions. "Teacher Lin, I think your project has great potential, but I still have a few concerns." General Manager Li put down the materials in his hand, his expression serious. Lin Yunze's heart sank at once. "General Manager Li, please share your concerns. We will do our best to address them." General Manager Li raised several questions regarding operations and marketing, and Lin Yunze patiently answered each one. As their conversation deepened, General Manager Li's expression gradually relaxed, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Teacher Lin, I can see that you genuinely want to make this business successful. I am willing to collaborate with you." General Manager Li extended his hand with a smile. Lin Yunze excitedly shook his hand. "Thank you so much, General Manager Li. We will definitely not let you down." As he walked out of the cafe, Lin Yunze felt as if he were floating on clouds. He couldn't wait to call Lin Wanqing. "Wanqing, it worked. General Manager Li agreed to join us." On the other end of the line, Lin Wanqing cheered. "That's great. Yunze, you're amazing." Lin Yunze looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Although the threat still loomed, the breakthrough in their business filled him with a long-lost joy. He knew there was still a long road ahead, with more challenges awaiting them. But as long as he was with Lin Wanqing, he had the courage to face everything. As the art training program gradually got on the right track, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing found themselves in a relatively peaceful time amidst the busyness and pressure. The shadow cast by the threatening letter seemed to fade away as they tackled it together. One night, with a gentle breeze blowing and the moonlight serene, Lin Yunze suddenly remembered their campus where they first met. It was the starting point of everything, carrying their initial feelings and innocence. "Wanqing, let's go back to school for a visit," Lin Yunze suggested softly, his voice filled with tenderness and nostalgia. Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. "Sure, I haven't been back in a long time either." Hand in hand, they strolled down the familiar yet strange streets, heading towards the campus filled with memories. Along the way, the dim yellow light from the street lamps cast their shadows long, intertwining together. Before long, they arrived at the school gate. The security guard was still sitting in the guardhouse, and Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing approached him, smiling and greeting him. "Hey, aren't you Teacher Lin and Teacher Lin? What brings you back to school?" The security guard asked enthusiastically. "Yes, Uncle, we just wanted to come in and take a look," Lin Yunze replied with a smile. "Sure, go on in, but don't stay too late." The security guard waved his hand, letting them enter the campus. As soon as they stepped into the campus, the familiar atmosphere greeted them. The teaching buildings were brightly lit, and occasionally the sounds of students studying could be heard. On the playground, a few students were running and exercising, their laughter echoing in the night sky. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing strolled slowly along the campus path, each corner evoking memories of their past. They passed by the lakeside where they once had heart-to-heart talks, the moonlight shimmering on the surface of the water. "Do you remember that time we talked here all night?" Lin Yunze paused, gazing at the lake, and said softly, "Of course I remember. Back then, I felt like there was always so much to say when I was with you," Lin Wanqing replied, leaning on Lin Yunze's shoulder, her face beaming with a happy smile. They continued walking and arrived at an abandoned music classroom. Lin Wanqing gently pushed the door open, and a musty smell wafted out. "I used to practice piano here all the time. You secretly came to listen, remember?" Lin Wanqing said with a smile. "Yes, I was captivated by her talent back then." Lin Yunze replied as he walked over to the piano and lightly pressed a few keys, producing a clear sound. Lin Wanqing also walked over, sat at the piano, and began to play a familiar tune. Lin Yunze stood quietly beside her, listening to the melodic notes, his heart filled with emotion. After finishing the piece, Lin Wanqing stood up and looked at Lin Yunze, tears shimmering in her eyes. Yunze, every day with you makes me feel so happy. Lin Yunze stepped closer and gently took her hand. Wanqing, I feel the same. You're the most important person in my life. As he spoke, Lin Yunze took out a delicate little box from his pocket. He slowly opened the box to reveal a sparkling ring inside. Wanqing, although we've faced many difficulties along the way, I have never thought of giving up on you. Will you marry me, and let me take care of you for the rest of my life? Lin Yunze's voice trembled slightly, filled with hope. Lin Wanqing looked at the ring, tears streaming down her face. She covered her mouth and nodded vigorously. I will, Yunze. I want to marry you. Lin Yunze excitedly placed the ring on Lin Wanqing's finger and then held her tightly. Lin Wanqing embraced him back, and they both immersed themselves in the joy of happiness. At that moment, the door to the music classroom was suddenly pushed open. A few students walked in and were surprised to see Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing, their mouths agape in astonishment. Wow, is this a proposal? One girl exclaimed excitedly. So romantic, another boy chimed in. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing shyly separated, and Lin Yunze smiled, saying, Yeah, you caught us. Congratulations, Teacher Lin and Teacher Lin. Wishing you happiness. The students offered their blessings one after another. Thank you. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing responded with smiles. After the students left, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing walked out of the music classroom hand in hand, their hearts brimming with sweetness and joy. Suddenly, a series of firework sounds erupted in the sky. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing looked up to see colorful fireworks blooming in the night sky, illuminating everything around. It's beautiful. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim. I prepared this just for you, Lin Yunze said with a smile. I wanted this night to be our most unforgettable memory. Moved, Lin Wanqing gazed at Lin Yunze, her heart filled with love. They stood under the fireworks, quietly watching them blossom, feeling each other's heartbeat and affection. After the fireworks ended, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing left the campus hand in hand. As they walked home, the moonlight bathed them, as if draping them in a golden wedding gown. Yunze, I'm really happy today, Lin Wanqing whispered, leaning on Lin Yunze's shoulder. So am I, Wanqing. From today onward, we'll start our new life together, Lin Yunze replied. Yes, no matter what difficulties we face in the future, we will tackle them together, Lin Wanqing said firmly. Lin Yunze nodded. We will, for sure. We will be happy. When they arrived home, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing eagerly shared the good news with their family and friends. Everyone offered their blessings and shared in their joy. Lying in bed, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing looked at the rings on their fingers, their hearts filled with happiness and anticipation. They knew the road ahead would be long, and there might be storms, but they believed that as long as they loved each other, they could overcome any difficulties and welcome their happy life together. At dawn, the sunlight filtered through the thin curtains, spilling onto the faces of Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing woke up first. She turned to her side and looked at the still sleeping Lin Yunze, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips as the sweet images of last night's proposal replayed in her mind. She gently got up, threw on a jacket, and walked to the window. Pulling back the curtains, she let the warm sunlight fill the entire room. Yunze, wake up! Lin Wanqing called softly, her voice filled with uncontainable joy. Lin Yunze stirred awake, gazing at Lin Wanqing standing by the window. For a moment, he thought he was still dreaming, only fully waking up when he caught sight of the ring on her hand. A smile spread across his face. Good morning, my fiancé, he said lazily. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she walked back to the bed and gently patted him. Don't linger in bed. We need to start planning the wedding. There's so much to do. After a simple breakfast, they sat on the sofa in the living room, spreading out a notebook and starting to list items for their wedding preparation. I definitely need to pick out a wedding dress. This is my big day, Lin Wanqing said as she carefully wrote down choose wedding dress in the notebook. Lin Yunze nodded in agreement. Right. And the venue? We need to find a place that's both romantic and meaningful. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I want to have an outdoor wedding in a place with a large lawn. What do you think? Lin Wanqing looked at Lin Yunze with bright, expectant eyes. Lin Yunze smiled in response. That sounds wonderful, just like you. In the following days, they embarked on a busy journey of preparations. On weekends, they visited bridal shops filled with all kinds of wedding dresses, as white as snow and as dreamy as a fantasy. Lin Wanqing tried on one dress after another, standing in front of the mirror, examining each one carefully. Yunze, what does this one look? Lin Wanqing stepped out of the fitting room in a fitted mermaid wedding dress, a hint of shyness on her face. Lin Yunze gazed at her, eyes filled with admiration. You look stunning, Wanqing, like a princess from a fairy tale. But Lin Wanqing frowned slightly. I feel like something is still missing. It just doesn't feel perfect enough. They tried on many dresses, but Lin Wanqing never found the one that made her heart skip a beat. As time passed, her patience began to wear thin, and she started to feel anxious. Why can't I find a suitable one? Am I being too picky? Her voice carried a hint of frustration. Lin Yunze gently took her hand. Don't worry, Wanqing. We'll find the perfect wedding dress for you. Just take your time. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Wanqing's attention was caught by a wedding dress in the corner. It was a simple yet elegantly designed gown, adorned with delicate flowers on the skirt, and the lace trim at the neckline added an extra touch of softness. Eagerly, Lin Wanqing tried it on, and when she stood in front of the mirror again, tears sparkled in her eyes. Yunze, this is the one. I found it. Lin Yunze looked at her, his own eyes slightly moist. You really are beautiful. You're the most beautiful bride I've ever seen. With the wedding dress issue resolved, the next challenge was the wedding venue. They scoured the city for various wedding venues, but either the prices were too high or the settings didn't meet their expectations. One day, Lin Yunze came across an online listing for a countryside estate that featured a large lawn and a charming European-style chapel, which looked incredibly romantic. Excited, he shared the news with Lin Wanqing, and they immediately decided to visit the site. When they arrived at the estate, the scenery took their breath away. The sunlight bathed the lush green lawn. A gentle breeze rustled through the flowers, and the air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. Yunze, this place is so beautiful. This is it, Lin Wanqing said excitedly. However, when they inquired about the price, it was like a cold shower. The rental fee for the venue was far beyond their budget. This is way too expensive. What are we going to do? Lin Wanqing said, feeling a bit disheartened. Lin Yunze frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, let's talk to the person in charge again and see if we can get a discount or adjust the package content. After a difficult negotiation, the person in charge was finally moved by their sincerity and agreed to make some concessions on the price. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally solved the venue problem. In addition to the wedding dress and venue, the design of the wedding invitation also took a lot of their effort. Lin Wanqing wanted to design a unique invitation that incorporated elements of their love. She consulted many designers and looked at countless design drafts, but none of them satisfied her. These designs are too ordinary. They don't reflect our special qualities, Lin Wanqing said, shaking her head helplessly as she looked at the designs on her computer. Suddenly, Lin Yunze had a light bulb moment. Why don't we design it ourselves? We can draw the places we met and the places we've been together on the invitation. That would be much more meaningful. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. This idea is fantastic. Yunze, you really understand me. So, the two of them began to design the invitation together. Lin Yunze used his drawing skills to sketch out their memories, while Lin Wanqing helped choose colors and match the text. After several days of effort, a unique wedding invitation was born. Looking at the invitation in her hands, Lin Wanqing was filled with joy. Yunze, we created this together. It must be the most special invitation in the world. However, the process of preparing for the wedding was not all smooth sailing. During a discussion about the wedding style, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing had a disagreement. Lin Yunze preferred a simple and elegant style, while Lin Wanqing leaned towards a romantic and dreamy style. I think keeping it simple is better. It highlights our happiness more, Lin Yunze said. But I want a wedding full of dreamy colors, just like I've always dreamed of, Lin Wanqing replied, a hint of stubbornness in her tone. Both held their ground, and the atmosphere became a bit tense. Why can't you understand my thoughts? Lin Wanqing said, her voice tinged with a slight grievance. I'm not saying I don't understand. I just think simple is better, Lin Yunze replied, feeling a bit helpless. Just when they were at an impasse, Lin Wanqing suddenly started to cry. If we can't even agree on the style of the wedding, how can we live together in the future? Seeing Lin Wanqing in tears, Lin Yunze felt a pang of heartache. He walked over and gently hugged her. I'm sorry, Wanqing. It's my fault. Let's not argue anymore. Let's discuss it again. We can definitely find a compromise. With Lin Yunze's comforting words, Lin Wanqing's emotions gradually calmed down. The two sat down and discussed it calmly again, ultimately finding a solution that satisfied both, combining simplicity and romance. As the wedding date approached, the preparations entered the final sprint stage. Although the process was filled with twists and challenges, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing supported each other and faced everything together, and their relationship became even deeper through this journey. On a clear morning, the gentle sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on Lin Wanqing's face. Today was the most important day of her life. Lin Wanqing slowly opened her eyes filled with uncontainable joy and nervousness. The room was filled with a faint floral fragrance, which Lin Yunze had specially prepared for her. Wanqing, you're awake, the bridesmaid, Su Xiaoyan, cheerfully entered the room. Today, you are the most beautiful bride in the world. Lin Wanqing smiled lightly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiaoyan, I'm a bit nervous. Don't be nervous. Everything is ready, Su Xiaoyan said as she helped Lin Wanqing tidy her hair. Lin Yunze must be just as nervous over there. At that moment, on Lin Yunze's side, he was standing in front of the mirror, constantly adjusting his tie. Bro, don't be nervous. Just don't mess things up later, Chun Haoran joked from the side. Lin Yunze took a deep breath. How can I not be nervous? This is a big event in my life. The wedding venue was decorated like a dream. White flowers surrounded a long red carpet, and colorful balloons swayed gently in the breeze. Guests were taking their seats, and laughter filled the entire venue. Today's wedding is bound to be especially romantic, Sun Lana and Lu Yi whispered as they sat together. Yes, Teacher Lin and Teacher Lin Wanqing have finally come together, Lu Yi said with emotion. With the help of Su Xiaoyan and the other bridesmaids, Lin Wanqing changed into a pristine white wedding dress. The dress trailed on the ground, with intricate floral embroidery, resembling something out of a fairy tale. Wanqing, you look beautiful. Lin Xiaofeng looked at his sister, his eyes filled with appreciation. Lin Wanqing's eyes were slightly moist. Brother, thank you. The music began to play softly, and the wedding was about to start. Lin Yunze stood at the end of the red carpet, his heart racing. His gaze was fixed on the entrance, waiting for Lin Wanqing to appear. Lin Wanqing linked her arm with her father's, slowly walking up the red carpet. Her steps were light yet firm, her face radiating a smile of happiness. As Lin Wanqing approached, Lin Yunze's eyes shimmered with tears. At that moment, he felt like the happiest person in the world. I entrust Wanqing to you. You must treat her well. Lin Wanqing's father placed her hand into Lin Yunze's hand. Dad, you can rest assured. I will, Lin Yunze said solemnly. The two of them held hands and approached the priest. Mr. Lin Yunze, do you take Ms. Lin Wanqing as your wife? to stand by her side in times of prosperity and adversity, in wealth and poverty, never to part? The priest asked. Lin Yunze looked deeply at Lin Wanqing. I do. Ms. Lin Wanqing, do you take Mr. Lin Yunze as your husband, to support him in health and sickness, in joy and sorrow, and to walk together for a lifetime? The priest asked again. Lin Wanqing's eyes were filled with love. I do. During the ring exchange, Lin Yunze carefully picked up the ring and gently placed it on Lin Wanqing's finger. Lin Wanqing also placed a ring on Lin Yunze's finger, and the two held each other's hands tightly. Now, the groom may kiss the bride, the priest said with a smile. Lin Yunze gently embraced Lin Wanqing, slowly lowering his head as they shared a passionate kiss. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Wow, that was so touching, Lu Yu exclaimed from the audience. Yes, I hope they can always be happy together, Sun Xiaobin also remarked. As the wedding reached its climax, students took to the stage to showcase their talents. Beautiful music and exciting dances earned rounds of applause. Teacher Lin, wishing you and Teacher Lin Wanqing a happy marriage, the students said in unison. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing's eyes were filled with emotion. Thank you. During the friend speech segment, Chun Haoran stepped onto the stage. I've known Lin Yunze for many years and have witnessed the challenges he has faced. Today, seeing him marry Wanqing, I am truly very happy. I hope your future days are filled with love and happiness, and that you can face any difficulties together. The audience erupted in warm applause. Lu Yi also took to the stage to speak. My connection with Teacher Lin and Teacher Lin Wanqing started from a workplace storm. Throughout this journey, we have helped each other and grown together. Today, seeing them get married makes me especially happy. May your life be as sweet and romantic as this wedding. Lin Wanqing was moved to tears, tightly holding Lin Yunze's hand. As the wedding drew to a close, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing toasted to each guest. Thank you all for attending our wedding. We hope you enjoy your meal and have a great time today, Lin Yunze said with a smile. Wishing you a happy marriage and early blessings, the guests sent their wishes one after another. As the sun set, the wedding concluded in a warm and joyful atmosphere. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing walked out of the wedding venue hand in hand. Behind them were the blessings and reluctance of family and friends. Wanqing, I'm really very happy today, Lin Yunze said, looking at Lin Wanqing. Me too, Yunze. Lin Wanqing leaned on Lin Yunze's shoulder. In the days ahead, let's continue to be this happy. The two got into the car, driving towards their new life. After getting married, the days were initially as sweet as honey. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing lived in a cozy little home, where every corner held traces of their happiness. The morning sunlight always streamed into the bedroom just right, gently waking the newlywed couple. One day, Lin Wanqing got up to prepare breakfast as usual, but as soon as she stood up, a wave of intense nausea hit her. She hurriedly covered her mouth and rushed to the bathroom. Lin Yunze was startled awake by the sudden commotion, sitting up in bed with worry in his heart. Wanqing, what's wrong? He quickly walked to the bathroom door, his voice filled with deep concern. After vomiting, Lin Wanqing's face was a bit pale. She leaned against the sink, weakly saying, I don't know what's wrong. I suddenly feel unwell. Lin Yunze gently patted her back, frowning tightly. Did you eat something bad last night? Should we go to the hospital? Lin Wanqing shook her head. Let's not rush. Maybe resting a bit will help. However, for the next few days, the nausea did not ease. In fact, it became more frequent. Lin Wanqing had a faint suspicion in her heart. While Lin Yunze was at his art training class, she secretly went to the pharmacy to buy a pregnancy test. When she got home, Lin Wanqing nervously sat in the bathroom, her eyes fixed on the pregnancy test. When she saw the two clear red lines, her heart raced, and surprise mixed with panic filled her mind. In the evening, when Lin Yunze came home from work, he immediately sensed something unusual about Lin Wanqing. She sat on the sofa, looking somewhat dazed, tightly gripping something in her hand. Wanqing, what's wrong? You look troubled, Lin Yunze said as he put down his bag and sat beside her. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, slowly extending her hand to present the pregnancy test to Lin Yunze. Yunze, look, her voice trembled slightly. Lin Yunze took the pregnancy test and, upon seeing the two red lines, his eyes widened in disbelief. His face first showed surprise, then turned to confusion. Is this real? Are we going to be parents? Lin Yunze's voice quivered with excitement. Lin Wanqing nodded gently, her eyes slightly red. I took the test today. It shouldn't be wrong. Lin Yunze excitedly hugged Lin Wanqing tightly. That's great, Wanqing. We're going to have our own child. But after the joy, real-life issues followed one after another. Lin Yunze's art training class was in a rapid growth phase, and he had a lot of tasks to handle every day. Lin Wanqing loved her music teaching job and was reluctant to give it up just like that. As Lin Wanqing's pregnancy symptoms became more severe, her body grew weaker. One day, after a busy day at the training class, Lin Yunze returned home late. He walked in and saw Lin Wanqing curled up on the sofa, her face pale and a trash can beside her filled with vomit. Wanqing, what's wrong? Lin Yunze hurriedly walked to her side, heart aching. I've been throwing up all day. I just don't have any strength left, Lin Wanqing said weakly. Seeing the messy living room, Lin Yunze felt guilty. I'm sorry, Wanqing. I should have come back earlier to take care of you. From that day on, Lin Yunze worked hard to balance family and career, but there were simply too many things at the training class, and he often felt overwhelmed. One night, Lin Wanqing, unable to sleep due to nausea, gently woke Lin Yunze, who was already sound asleep. Yunze, I feel unwell. Can you stay with me and talk? Lin Wanqing's voice carried a hint of pleading. Lin Yunze groggily opened his eyes, glanced at the time, and saw it was already 2 a.m. He was too tired, and without realizing it, his tone carried impatience. Wanqing, I have to get up early for the training class tomorrow. Can you please try to sleep? After saying this, he turned over, ready to go back to sleep. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing felt a wave of grievance, and tears instantly filled her eyes. You only care about your training class. You don't care about me or the baby at all. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but cry out loud. Hearing her cry, Lin Yunze woke up immediately and realized his words had hurt her. He quickly sat up and pulled Lin Wanqing into his arms. Wanqing, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I've been too tired lately, and my mind was muddled. Please don't be angry. I was wrong. Lin Yunze's voice was filled with regret. Lin Wanqing cried in his arms for a while, her emotions gradually calming down. Yunze, I know you're busy, but I really need you right now. I feel awful every day, and I'm scared, Lin Wanqing choked out. Lin Yunze gently stroked her hair. I understand. It's my fault. I promise to make more time for you from now on. We'll face it together, okay? As the pregnancy progressed, Lin Wanqing's belly grew larger, and her movements became increasingly inconvenient. Lin Yunze watched his wife's suffering with a heavy heart, filled with pain and guilt. He tried to take more time to accompany Lin Wanqing, but the work at the art training center was still overwhelming, often leaving him feeling powerless. One day, Lin Wanqing was resting at home when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. She panicked, clutching her belly, and cold sweat instantly covered her forehead. Yunze, she trembled as she tried to call her husband, but realized she barely had the strength to speak. At that moment, Lin Yunze was teaching a class at the training center when his phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID. It was the home number, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Class, self-study for a bit, he hurriedly instructed, then rushed out of the classroom to answer the call. Yunze, my stomach hurts. Lin Wanqing's weak voice came through the phone. Wanqing, don't panic. I'm coming home right away. Lin Yunze said anxiously, hanging up and sprinting out of the training center. He hailed a taxi and rushed home. On the way, he urged the driver to go faster, his eyes fixed on the passing scenery, silently praying for the safety of his wife and child. When he arrived home, Lin Yunze saw Lin Wanqing curled up on the sofa, her face as pale as paper, unable to speak due to the pain. He quickly carried Lin Wanqing into the car and rushed her to the hospital. "Doctor, how is my wife?" Lin Yunze anxiously grabbed the doctor outside the emergency room. "The patient has been taken to the delivery room. Don't worry, we will do our best," the doctor reassured him. Lin Yunze paced back and forth outside the delivery room, fidgeting with anxiety. Each second of waiting felt like a torment. Images of Lin Wanqing in pain kept flashing through his mind, filling him with guilt. "It's all my fault for not taking better care of her," Lin Yunze muttered to himself, clenching his fists. After what felt like an eternity, a crisp baby's cry came from inside the delivery room. Lin Yunze abruptly looked up, tears welling in his eyes. "Congratulations, it's a healthy baby." A nurse came out holding a swaddled infant. Lin Yunze excitedly rushed forward, looking at the baby's rosy little face, filled with joy and emotion. "What about Wanqing? How is she?" Lin Yunze asked eagerly. "The mother is still inside. She'll be out soon." "She's very strong," the nurse said with a smile. When Lin Wanqing was wheeled out of the delivery room, her face was still somewhat pale, but her eyes shone with happiness. Lin Yunze quickly approached her and held her hand. "Wanqing, you've worked hard." Lin Yunze's voice was a bit choked. Lin Wanqing smiled weakly. "Our baby. The baby is healthy. He's a cute little guy." Lin Yunze gently stroked Lin Wanqing's forehead. Holding the child carefully, Lin Yunze sat beside Lin Wanqing's bed, and the three of them nestled together. Outside the window, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, adding a touch of warmth to the small space. However, the joy of becoming new parents was soon overshadowed by various challenges. The baby cried at night, making it difficult for the already exhausted Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing to cope. Lin Yunze had to go to the training center during the day and care for the baby at night, often ending up with bloodshot eyes from fatigue. One deep night, the baby started crying again, and Lin Yunze groggily sat up, preparing to pick him up. But as soon as he stood up, a wave of dizziness hit him, nearly causing him to fall. "Yunze, what's wrong?" Lin Wanqing woke up, seeing her husband swaying unsteadily, her heart filled with worry. "It's nothing, just maybe didn't get enough rest." Lin Yunze forced himself to walk over to the crib and pick up the baby. The baby's cries continued unabated, and no matter how Lin Yunze tried to soothe him, his patience wore thin. "Why won't this baby stop crying?" Lin Yunze couldn't help but raise his voice. Lin Wanqing looked at her frustrated husband, feeling a bit wronged herself. "Do you think I want him to be quiet? I'm tired too." Their voices grew louder, making the baby cry even more. Lin Yunze took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. "I'm sorry, Wanqing, I shouldn't have lost my temper," Lin Yunze said softly. Lin Wanqing looked at her exhausted husband, her anger dissipating. "I was wrong too. We were both too anxious." They both sat down together again, brainstorming ways to calm the baby. Through their efforts, the baby finally gradually stopped crying and fell asleep. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing looked at their sleeping child, smiles of relief spreading across their faces. Despite the hardships of caring for the baby, they knew that this little life was the most precious gift of their love. No matter how many challenges lay ahead, they would face them together and protect their little family. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the cozy little home. By the crib, Lin Wanqing gently hummed a lullaby, watching the peacefully sleeping baby, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. The days of maternity leave flew by quickly, and soon it would be time for her to return to work. Lin Wanqing sat beside the bed, her fingers lightly tracing the baby's cheek, her heart a mixture of emotions. "Yunze, my return to work is approaching, but I can't bear to leave the baby." Lin Wanqing looked up at Lin Yunze, who was organizing documents. Lin Yunze paused his movements, sat down beside her, and took her hand. "I understand how you feel, Wanqing. I've been thinking about this a lot too." Outside the window, the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if echoing Lin Wanqing's inner turmoil and sighs. I love my job teaching music, but just thinking about being away from the baby for so long leaves me feeling empty inside. Lin Wanqing's eyes reddened slightly. Lin Yunze gently embraced her. The baby can't be without you, and you can't let go of this job. It's truly difficult. That night, the two of them lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a glow on their worried faces. How about you hold off on going back to work until the baby is a bit older? Lin Yunze suggested tentatively. Lin Wanqing was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "But I don't want to give up my career. I'm afraid that if I wait too long, I won't be able to keep up with the pace." Lin Yunze sighed. "I know you have your own pursuits, but the baby is still so small. It's really hard to not worry." The next day, Lin Wanqing arrived at school and was warmly greeted by her long-lost colleagues. However, her mind was elsewhere as she looked at the familiar music classroom, her thoughts consumed by images of her baby. "Wanqing, you're back." Teacher Lu, a colleague, smiled as she approached. "How was your maternity leave?" Lin Wanqing forced a smile. "It was fine, but just thinking about leaving the baby makes my heart feel uneasy." Teacher Lu nodded in understanding. "I get it. I felt the same way back then. But gradually, you'll get used to it. The child has to grow up." When Lin Wanqing returned home, she looked at the baby and couldn't help but shed some tears. Seeing this, Lin Yunze felt a pang of pain. "Wanqing, don't be too hard on yourself. How about we discuss this some more?" Lin Wanqing wiped her tears. "I've thought it over. How about I try part-time work? That way I could take care of the baby while continuing my job." Lin Yunze frowned. "If you go part-time, will your income be affected? Plus, running around between both might be too exhausting for you." "I can't worry about that right now. This is the best solution I can think of at the moment." Lin Wanqing's tone carried a hint of determination. In the following days, Lin Wanqing began to busy herself with finding part-time work. She contacted the school leadership to propose her idea, but faced some skepticism. "Teacher Lin, if you go part-time, we won't be able to arrange teaching duties, and the school's resources can't be allocated that way," the leader said, looking troubled. Lin Wanqing quickly explained, "I can take on more online teaching tasks. It won't take up too many school resources. I just want to continue teaching music." After some effort, the school finally agreed to Lin Wanqing's request. However, when she returned home, she found that the baby had developed a high fever. "Wanqing, the baby has a fever and has been crying nonstop," Lin Yunze said anxiously. Lin Wanqing's heart tightened. She didn't bother changing her shoes and hurried to the baby's side. Seeing the baby's flushed little face broke her heart. How could this happen suddenly? Did they catch a cold? Lin Wanqing said as she and Lin Yunze hurried the baby to the hospital. At the hospital, Lin Wanqing held the baby tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Lin Yunze rushed around, registering, paying, and getting medicine. "The baby will be fine." Lin Yunze tried to reassure Lin Wanqing, but there was a hint of anxiety in his own voice. After a long night of distress, the baby's fever finally subsided, and Lin Wanqing and Lin Yunze let out a sigh of relief. Back at home, Lin Wanqing looked at the peacefully sleeping baby, her heart once again filled with turmoil. "Yunze, what if something happens to the baby while I'm at work?" Lin Wanqing's voice trembled slightly. Lin Yunze held her hand. "Don't think like that. We'll take care of the baby. If it gets too difficult, I'll have my mom come over to help." The morning sunlight poured in through the window, warming the small home of Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing. The baby in the crib gurgled and waved its little hands, letting out cheerful laughter, adding vitality to the household. Lin Wanqing hummed a cheerful tune as she walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Lin Yunze played with the baby, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. "Wanqing, listen, the baby seems to be calling for daddy." Lin Yunze excitedly picked up the baby and walked toward the kitchen. "Only you would think that. The baby is so young. How could it call anyone?" Lin Wanqing replied with a smile, rolling her eyes at him while continuing to skillfully fry eggs. "Maybe. Our baby is so smart, definitely smarter than other kids, and will speak earlier. Lin Yunze said proudly, his eyes glued to the baby. After breakfast, Lin Yunze went to his art training class. Thanks to his dedicated management and excellent teaching, the training class had gained some fame, with an increasing number of students and an ever-growing reputation. Lin Wanqing took advantage of the baby's nap to prepare materials for her online music classes. Sitting at her desk, her fingers gently played the piano keys, testing sounds and making adjustments. Her focused expression made one reluctant to disturb her. In the afternoon, Lin Wanqing took the baby out for a walk. The greenery in the community was lush, with blooming flowers, and a gentle breeze brought with it the fragrance of blossoms. When they encountered familiar neighbors, everyone greeted them warmly, their eyes filled with envy. Wanqing, you and Yunze are truly happy. Your baby is adorable, and your careers are going smoothly, Aunt Jiang said with a smile. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled shyly. Aunt Jiang, you're flattering us. It's all just luck. This isn't luck. It's because you both know how to cherish each other and support one another, Aunt Jiang said, patting Lin Wanqing's hand with earnestness. Days passed in what seemed like a peaceful routine, but suddenly ripples began to form one afternoon. Lin Yunze was teaching a class at the training center when his phone suddenly received a message from an unknown number. Do you remember the investigation you did before? Some secrets are not so easily buried. Upon seeing the message, Lin Yunze's face turned pale and his hand trembled slightly as he held the phone. He forced himself to stay calm and finish the class, but inside, he felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on him. After work, Lin Yunze returned home with a troubled mind. Lin Wanqing noticed something was off and asked with concern, Yunze, what's wrong? You look pale. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yunze showed her the message. I don't know who sent this, but I'm worried. Lin Wanqing frowned as she read the message. Could it be that those people from before are unwilling to let it go and are causing trouble again? Just then, the baby started to cry. Lin Wanqing hurried to pick up the baby, soothing it gently, while Lin Yunze sat on the sofa, lost in thought. That night, Lin Yunze tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. His mind was flooded with images from the investigation of Jiang Minjie's infidelity. The thrilling and painful experiences felt like they had happened just yesterday. Lin Wanqing also couldn't sleep. She gently held Lin Yunze's hand and said, Don't think too much. We'll face it together. No matter who it is, they won't ruin our life now. Lin Yunze turned to look at Lin Wanqing's determined eyes, feeling a warmth in his heart. With you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. The next day, Lin Yunze decided to take the initiative. He contacted Lin Xiaofeng and informed him about the message. As a police officer, Lin Xiaofeng immediately launched an investigation. After some inquiries, it was discovered that the message had been sent from a payphone, and the trail went cold. Don't worry, I'll keep looking. Just be extra careful during this time, Lin Xiaofeng advised. Lin Yunze nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaofeng. When he returned home, Lin Yunze found Lin Wanqing reading a story to the baby, who listened intently and laughed from time to time. Watching this warm scene, Lin Yunze made a silent vow to protect this family. On the weekend, Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing took the baby on a picnic in the countryside. The sun shone brightly and the grass was green. The family of three played joyfully on the grass. The baby crawled around, giggling as it grabbed at the grass, while Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing looked on, their faces radiant with happiness. Wanqing, I wish we could stay like this forever, Lin Yunze sighed. We will. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we can get through it together, Lin Wanqing said, leaning against Lin Yunze's shoulder, her voice firm. Just then, Lin Yunze's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Lin Xiaofeng. His heart raced, a sense of unease washing over him. Hello, Xiaofeng, what's up? Lin Yunze asked nervously. I have a lead. We found some people related to the previous case, and we're currently investigating their whereabouts. You and Wanqing need to be extra careful during this time. Lin Xiaofeng's voice came through the phone. Okay, we understand. Thank you, Xiaofeng. Lin Yunze hung up and shared the news with Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. It's okay. We just need to be cautious. I believe Xiaofeng will get to the bottom of this. The two packed their things and hurried home with the baby. Throughout the journey, Lin Yunze kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings, alert to any potential danger. Upon arriving home, he checked all the doors and windows, installing new surveillance equipment. Wanqing, no matter what happens, I won't let you or the baby get hurt, Lin Yunze said, looking at Lin Wanqing and the baby, his eyes filled with determination. Lin Wanqing nodded, leaning into Lin Yunze's embrace. We'll get through this together. Outside, the sun set in the west, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. Lin Yunze and Lin Wanqing held each other tightly, guarding their loving home as they awaited the unknown challenges ahead. The end.